He's pushing in. He's trying to turn this around. He knows his time is running out. He knows he's about to be eliminated if he doesn't make a play right here, right now. But the Cocoon just gets chopped through. Smite goes down! And so does Flappers. A cross kill. Cassidy's in trouble. He's in bear form. He's pulling back.
Big Mix is in trouble though, full cheap on the board.
But the silence into the cheap shot, and they knock him down. Gators back are absolutely back, proving everyone wrong.
But he gets blink counterspelled by Calvin. On match point, I cannot believe it. Calvin blinks in. Everybody dogpiling on top of WizKid, landing those lockouts, and he's completely shut down. Pen and paper, the dark horse of the tournament. They said they were going to do their best. Drill's in trouble. Stundo Trinket. Cedar, the smoke bomb. Is he in the bomb with him? He has to cancel it. He's dead anyway.
Oh my God.
And that's the dogs do it. 3-0.
This is True Shot Aura, however. They got to be careful. Trill is so
He has to fake
far
counterspell.
back.
He has to fake counterspell. He can't. He's just dead. He gets counterspell and Gators back. Close it out. Freezing trap again. He triggers it into a fear. Fades the fear. He still gets feared. Borog is MVP. Mercy is in trouble.
He's trying to get the cross kill. Can he get one more? Clump to drink us up.
One more.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. Welcome to day number 2 of the first cup of Midnight Season 1. My name is Aya. I am here with Chan. Welcome to the desk. Also, Chan, how you doing? Yeah, good to have you back. And then we're here with Ven and Supatees, and of course Zico will be joining us just a little bit later. Yesterday we had those EU games. Today we are into North America. Before we get into starting to talk about this region in particular, let's just recap kind of the journey that these players will be taking throughout the course of the season, because as we know, it is the road to BlizzCon starting now, and it is going to be a long road for sure for these guys. The competition is so tough already this year. We've only seen 1 day of gameplay, but we've got the first 3 cups. The top 3 teams will be going to the Midnight Season 1 finals, bottom 5 into the gauntlet, of course. And then we've got the grand finals of $300,000 into that BlizzCon tournament. So excited for that. And then of course, 1 China team will be making it there as well. And then of course, we've got that cross region tournament if you get into 3rd place, and only 1 team can come out of that alive. But we can talk a little bit more about that once we get a little closer to that date. But lots of exciting stuff to talk about. Supatees, for those of the people watching from home that may have missed yesterday, give us a little rundown of what we may have missed.
Well, you might have missed one of the most legendary first days of Europeans AWC of all time. There was just epic moment after epic moment between all of the rosters, but particularly these moments. Laptop gamers with an immaculate setup right here to isolate Casu and just absolutely blast him from the arena. Look at that immense pressure that they have and control they have. And Last Dance had to go through the gauntlet of opportunities to try and survive at 1%. I don't think I've seen a team hit this low of a threshold of health points so many times on so many players in one singular series. It was absolutely crazy. Casu with these disengages to get out of smoke bomb and then surviving by the skin of his teeth. And then when we moved over into the upper bracket, we've really got to start talking about Morrow. This guy is coming out of retirement and absolutely dominating the competition, whether it's positioning, whether it's damage, whether it's control. He is the entire package. It's almost as if he just didn't leave, and he is a highlight standout player. This moment in particular, the way that he trapped Next with a ring of frost like a fishing net. You can see it behind the pillar here to the bottom left. It wraps his team around the corner, sets them up for a swap, and absolutely KOs him. So he's the entire package. They've got synergy, everything. Keep your eyes on Morrow. And then finally, the day was rounded up by this legendary moment in game number 5 between Dobob and Streamer Zone, where Dobob were able to flip the script, get aggressive, and get crowd control on the trinket here of Next to close out the game onto Brunhilde. Just an insane day. Just an insane day across the board. I think North America is going to be just as insane. So if you missed out on that one, you can catch the VOD, but you don't want to miss out on this one.
Yeah, definitely not. Tab in right now because we're going to get started to talk about North America. As we know, Ven, they did play in that open bracket to make it into the top 8 on Wednesday. Talk to us about some of the stuff we may have missed on those games for Wednesday.
Yeah, so for North America, the open bracket was super exciting. You've got some returning players. Of course, we can see Trill, Samayam, and Sidu on the Direwolves. But then we had some challengers as well. So the first years from Direwolves was looking good. I feel like similar to Europe, North America was really utilizing the Mistweaver monks, as well as kind of rogues and windwalkers were the most popular melee, and then mages were kind of the caster of choice. But unlike Europe, I feel like North America is also going to be bringing in some cleaves. So we have, Welcome to the Jung returning. They're going to be bringing in some really unconventional compositions potentially with, Arms Warrior Enhancement Shamans, Z-rated as well, playing some off-meta compositions with Zagorn on the Preservation Evoker, so playing a little bit of Ret Warrior. They're the only team running this. They're still in the upper bracket, so if they could make that work, they'd be doing something really unique that we haven't done so far, so I definitely have my eyes on them. But as you can see, Welcome to the Jung as well, just bringing in some really unorthodox compositions with the Warrior Shaman. So this is the team that's always prepared, and I'm excited to see what they have in store for this weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And given all of the series that we had on the open bracket, Ben, if you had to pick just one, what is your top play of the open bracket?
Well, it came down to an RMP mirror. So an amazing RMP mirror, I think in the lower bracket, where we had a duel to the death. So it was Guild Bean versus Pre-Hardcore, came down to a cross kill. This one really came down to the wire at the 8-minute mark. Cerulean managed to snipe a Ray of Frost onto Naj. We went into the 2v2 phase of the match, and I really wasn't sure who was going to win, but it came down to this moment where Hansel and Cerulean just decided to go for it. I guess I decided to just no holds bar, Ray of Frost channeled, looking like Harry Potter and Voldemort out there, channeling those beams on each other, and Hansel ended up coming out ahead.
Absolutely, so cool to see. And like Sid already mentioned, definitely go check out the VOD if you missed some of that, because I know we had a lot of co-streamers for that as well. You, Ben, also you were co-streaming, right?
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
You guys are killing it. All right, well, into the open bracket, of course. Now we're into the top 8, Chan, and there's kind of a lot of swaps that we're seeing amongst the players and the teams, a lot of new and returning faces as well. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from the 3 biggest teams, they're still the same. So Welcome to the Jung, GATORS back, and Direwolves, their rosters have stayed the same from last season to this. But starting with Season 1 Midnight, from Draco Cleave, you have Meat Monk joining F tier, as well as Dallas from Cats and Dogs, which had a fantastic run last season. And Dallas is also joining F tier, and that's with Laros and Soul. So they'll be bringing some cleaves, some Plunder Cleave. Very curious to see what they're going to run. The next team, Guild Bean, is kind of an amalgamation of 3 different players: Chun-Li, Cerulean, and Kearney, as well as Zac, who isn't listed here, who is one of the best Holy Paladins to round out their roster, and he can also play the Windwalker Monk alongside Chun-Li. And then, interestingly, on the Shuffle Club, this is a team from, I believe, South America. Vigorista and Tony Black joined the team with Arc and BL. And I remember Vigorista from, 13 years ago. This guy used to be a rank 1 DK way back then. He competed in the AWC in LATAM as well. And lastly, Naj teaming up with Hansel and Mason to form the RMP on Pre-Hardcore.
Oh, so many strong rosters, Super Ts, in the North American region. But in your mind, if you are watching from home, what is the roster that you want to be really taking a closer look at this weekend?
I mean, there's 2 choices for me. There's the one where you're kind of expecting dominance from, and then there's the choice that's kind of a wild card as far as what to expect. So when we look at all the rosters and stack them up side by side, I think that Z-rated is likely going to be one of those wild card teams and wild card rosters to keep an eye on, because they're the only team focusing on Preservation Evoker. And I don't believe anything else, or at least we didn't see anything else from the open bracket. So they're a wild card in that sense. But obviously, GATORS back versus Welcome to the Jung. Those are the Titans. GATORS back got the upper hand last time around in the last AWC and stole the crown from Welcome to the Jung. But I can imagine that they want to come back for that, and they are still hungry for it, Aya.
I think you're absolutely right. And just as a reminder, also, there's a lot of players that are competing today that will be streaming their own POV. Definitely check out our co-streamers, because amongst that, also, we've got some streamers that are co-streaming alongside us. Hello, co-streamers, if you're watching this right now. But if you want your favorite streamer to co-stream alongside the AWC, definitely head to the Discord for more information on that, and make sure to say hi to everyone that is co-streaming today. But let's look at the bracket that we have. We've gone from the open games on Wednesday into the top 8, and this is looking so exciting, Ben. We've got the upper bracket games starting off.
Yeah, it's absolutely stacked. We're in for an amazing day of games. Firstly, we're going to be starting in the lower bracket, but we'll look at the upper bracket here. Gators back versus Z-rated. These matches will be coming they'll be coming up a little bit later today. Gators back, obviously the returning champions. With Calvish kind of leading the roster. He's been playing both Mage and Rogue, and he has a phenomenal team backing him up. Then you have kind of the challengers, Z-rated. This is a team a little bit newer to the scene, but they've been leveling up every single season, every single year. They're the only team that's not utilizing the Mistweaver composition. So if you want to cheer for an underdog that's playing some kind of off-meta compositions, Z-rated is definitely the team you want to be cheering for. Later on, we have Welcome to the Jung versus F-Tier. Welcome to the Jung, absolute force in North America. Last year, they didn't win, which was a huge surprise, but I think based off the games I've seen, they're ultra prepared for this, bringing in some unorthodox compositions and going up against F-Tier, who is a new hungry roster. I think we could be in for an explosive cleave mirror match.
Could not agree more, and that's not all. Also, Chan, we've got those lower bracket games as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We got some nice elimination games to start off the day. Pre-hardcore against the Shuffle Club. Pre-hardcore, of course, Naj, Ansel, and Mason bringing the RMP. Very excited to see how they're going to play. They had some 6 series on Wednesday, and seeing Hansel on the Frost Mage, you know, we're used to seeing him play Fire, but it's going to be exciting to see him play together with Naj. And they're facing the Shuffle Club. Again, this is a team with players that has been competing for a very long time. So I'm excited to see what they're going to bring out. Maybe some PHDK, we'll see. And then secondly, we have Direwolves against Guild Bean. Direwolves, of course, Sidu, Trill, Samayam, and Mez, old school goats of AWC. And they're up against some veterans as well in Ceralium, Chun-Li, and Kern, and Zac.
All right, well, taking a look at this bracket, every morning in the AWC, we like to pick a matchup of the day, Chan. So what is your matchup of the day for us that we want to be looking for?
Oh man, I think every single match is going to be sick, but I'm very excited to see especially either the Gators or Welcome to the Jung play. Gators, of course, as Ben mentioned, returning champions from last season, had a fantastic run. I think they've been putting in a ton of work, so have Welcome to the Jung. I want to see how these two Titans do. I think, you know, they're the two best teams in NA. They have been for a while now. I'm very excited to see what they come up with now.
All right, we are excited as well. Now, before we get into talking about this first series of the day, we've got a predictions leaderboard update. We didn't actually get a look at this yesterday, as you guys know. Don't be ashamed, Super Tees. Face your fears, man. All right, chat is once again at the top. Zico had an insane day yesterday.
Hey, we're all tied.
Tees, we're not doing that bad. We are,
We're all
okay.
last place.
Or we're all
It
second
could be
place.
worse.
We're all second
Yeah.
place, okay? That's
We've
not
got
fair
a-
way
First
to
or
look at
last,
it.
okay?
Well, alphabetically, I guess you're last, at least on this chart, so. Also, I'm a little bit ahead of you because I have perfect predictions, okay? So don't put me in the same position.
Okay.
So we're all third and Van is second.
I'm just really glad that Zico's not on the desk right now, so we can't gloat
Oh,
about
he'd be
his
laughing.
near.
He's got a
for
big
sure.
smile on his face somewhere,
I'm
you know?
sure he does.
We know
I
what
can
his prediction
hear
is
it.
to copy yet?
I don't know.
I don't want to copy.
I'll-
This is NA, okay? This is our chance. You know, he was maybe the specialist of Europe, but today is our day to come back in this.
I think if all 4 of us combine our powers, we can take Zico down. What do you guys say?
A team
Yeah.
effort? We need a coalition.
Perfect. Let's do it. All right. The chat, hopefully you're with us as well. So, first series of the day, we've got the Shuffle Club versus Pre-Hardcore. We are down in the lower bracket. Chan, I'm going to start with you. What is your take on this series? Don't give your prediction yet, but what do we think is going to happen here in this series?
I think it's really hard to say. I think RMP is very, very strong. It's always, you know, it has the toolkit to succeed in PvP. Right now, of course, Rogue is very meta, Mage is very meta, and so is Holy Priest. The Shuffle Club, I'm not too sure what they're going to pull out. Historically, Hunter has been a fantastic counterpick to Mage, but with the changes to Royal Sacrifice, this expansion, instead of being a crit immunity, it's just now a flat damage reduction, and cooldown's been bumped up as well. It's not as good into the Mage as it used to be. So I'm going with Pre-Hardcore. I'm not going to say my score right now, but I think that they can do some work, but I don't know.
Well,
DK Hunter, man.
Yeah,
Do a
I
lot
mean,
of
if we watch this right now,
Yeah.
are you sure? Are you sure you
do a
don't
lot
want
of
to go with
damage.
Shuffle Club? Like, they were farming mages. They were absolutely blasting damage with this Frosty K marksmanship hunter when I was watching them in the open bracket. It was the comp that I wanted to see that nobody was taking a risk with, and they were willing to take the risk. Also, Shuffle Club took a game off of Welcome to the JUNG, which almost never happens. Usually Welcome to the JUNG is like a perfect score all throughout the bracket. So I think they might have potential. I think they might have potential here in the series. They're a very scary composition. I think the threat of the Frosty K and the Marksman Hunter at the same time becomes difficult to disrupt both of them simultaneously, right? Like, so if you're a rogue, you can just shut a hunter out of the game by yourself. But the DK might sneak in on you if you're just putting all of your crowd control into the hunter. So I kind of think this could go either way almost.
Okay, well, it looks like chat is mostly on the side of pre-hardcore, about 70% in favor of them. But Ven, let's start with you for your predictions. What is your prediction for the series? Now that we're doing live, also.
I don't
Live
like
on
this
air.
guy. I have a kind of a... I feel like my prediction is a little bit off meta right now. So, you know, pre-hardcore, 3-player roster, and I've never seen Mason play Mistweaver. So they're going to be going with the good old-fashioned RMP. And I actually feel like the Hunter DK could be pretty good into that. So I'm going to do a crazy pick here. I'm going to go Shuffle Club, but it's going to be a 3-2.
3-2 Shuffle Club. All right, Chan, what is your prediction?
I'm being influenced by Ven now, but I'm going with 3-2 as well. I think that, Rogue Mage Supremacy, I believe in it always. It's always so good, and Argent Hansel, of course, very good on that Rogue Mage. So 3-2 for pre-hardcore.
All right, it looks
we gotta
like
flip
we got
yours then, I
3-1 for pre-hardcore for Zico. Supatees, we're up.
I'm going Shuffle Club. I think it's 3-1. I think Shuffle Club, are going to just catch them off guard. I think
We're in
it's gonna
trouble,
be-
Sid.
I think it's going to be some crazy games. I know we were picking this.
Like
I could
you-
have copied Zico. I just want you to know that right now. I could
No,
have
we don't
copied
copy
Zico.
Zico. Zico, nah.
But
We, yeah.
I'll
I think
copy Zico. Put me in for 1-3 as well. Let's do that.
I'll...
Wait, Chen, you did.
Now I was going to pass all of us. What happened to the coalition? I thought we were on a team here now.
I betrayed you all.
I was going our own way. Like, what is this?
Oh, Ben, what were you going to say?
No, I think Chen did 3-2 for pre-hardcore, right?
Yeah, pre-hardcore.
Okay, he's
Yeah.
going the opposite
Okay.
way.
Okay, so we're about split down the middle. Also, if you include chat, so does it kind of seem like there's not really an underdog in this series? Ben could seem like it could be going either way. Ooh, especially.
Oh, I think
my
so.
God, chat switched up on us. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, they believe in the Frosty. I love Frosty K. I've been playing since the beginning.
We influenced them right there. That was some solid.
I do.
influence
I
right
think
there.
Frosty K is nice.
Now I got to
like,
put all my points on pre-hardcore, so at least I win somewhere. I can win on the points, or I can win on the predictions.
I feel like as a mage, one of the most difficult things to deal with is Delirium from a Frosty K. So
Yep.
if he's playing Frosty K, Delirium is basically a passive disease. It's a debuff you put up that increases the regeneration rate of your mobility by like 50%. So if you're playing Shimmer, it's a 45-second cooldown. Like, it's crazy. It's really hard to get away from the DK and the Hunter. So I don't know. But then again, Hansel, he's absolutely insane. So could go either way.
Yeah, it certainly could. And also, these teams are facing elimination. We are down in the lower brackets, so that might add just a little bit of pressure. Also, Chan, I mean, as a former competitor, does it change at all? Like, how do you kind of get that out of your mind that, like, if you drop one game, you're out of the tournament?
You can't be thinking about it. And, with only 3 cups this season, and this being your way of qualifying to BlizzCon, and the first real BlizzCon with the prize pool back since 2019, the stakes are very high. You have to just get that out of your mind, and you have to just... I think once you get into the prep room, once the gates open, all that nervousness and anxiety leaves you.
All right, we're taking a look at the actual comps that we could potentially be seeing from team roster. Supatees, I want to hear your take. Like, what comps do you want to see from these two teams? We know what they could play, but I mean, what do you think is their best pick on either side?
I mean, you just send it down Rogue Mage Priest. It's their mains. They've come together maybe last second. They're a 3-player roster. These guys have been playing Rogue Mage Priest through so many expansions. Obviously, that's what I want to see from Naj. From the side of Shuffle Club, I want to see the DK Hunter. I think the Frost DK, the Delirium, like Venruki was talking about, could be the kryptonite to the mages. And I think that this team right here is the opportunity to prove possibly to the rest of the tournament that there is a different meta shift going on under the hood here.
All right, let's see it. Game number 1. It's best of 5 between the Shuffle Club versus pre-hardcore. Both teams don't want to get knocked out of the tournament in game number 1.
All right.
DK Hana.
So it is.
Mage.
You know, it's going to be Unholy Decay, and I actually like the Unholy Decay. One of the reasons why Unholy's kind of been phased out is Mistweaver. So the fact that they know they will not be playing against a Mistweaver, they don't have to deal with the rushing wind kick, cleaving off the pets, and healing up. I think it's an intelligent decision. We'll see if it ends up working out for them here, Chen.
Yeah, absolutely. But to your point, you know, Delirium against the Mage, very, very useful. A lot of the mages these days are running the regular Blink instead of Shimmer because it has that shorter cooldown. But pretty hardcore. Getting a big setup onto BL right now. Does get the pre-wall on the cheap shot. It's a nice read from him. And now it's time for the Shuffle Club to turn it around on the RMP.
Yeah, he's playing Survival too. So Survival, Unholy, a little bit of a different pick here for the team of Shuffle Club. They get a Strangulate here onto Mason. Naj and Hansel are getting destroyed. And Mason is forced to trade out his Trinket. Ultimately, they will survive, but that's a big trade. A nice setup there by the Shuffle Club.
Overlaps his GS as well, but Mason right now going for the Fear, and BL under a lot of fire right now. The cheap shot does land on BL. He doesn't have any follow-up CCs. Of course, sub control has been nerfed in this expansion. Tony Black playing the port stun during that setup on him is able to get away to safety, turning onto Vigorista now. Big damage on him, but I think he should be fine. Does have the Cocoon ready, but no Trinket. BL right now under a lot of fire, getting lined a little bit. Tony Black has to do a ton of work. Still holding onto the Cocoon. I think he's going to be okay for now. But pretty hardcore. They're going to be in trouble soon when Mason gets trapped.
Oh, Tony
Black?
That's a big setup, and Tony just gets dropped. Nicely done there. I mean, I feel like Vigorista, we needed to see the zone. We needed something, but that was just a really clean setup there by Naj. They had a perfect timing as well. He just gouged them, dropped the smoke bomb, got the dance off. Everyone had damage, and that's an easy win there for pre-hardcore.
I think BL and Vigorista did have Trinket to save him, but I like that setup from pre-hardcore. So what happened was Mason chastised Tony earlier in this setup into the field when they did a big setup onto BL, right? And he actually used his Will of the Forsaken a little late there, 1 second left on the Psychic Scream. And pre-hardcore realizes that you're not able to Trinket for 30 seconds after using the Will. Look at the gouge here, into the smoke bomb, into the cheap shot. Hansel able to connect, and Tony just gets completely blown up.
Yeah. All right, well, I think if they can do these clean setups onto the Mistweaver Monk, and Beal and Vigorista are not there to actually help him out, that becomes a really scary situation. I do feel like Tony probably could have greeted it out a little bit more. I think you have to have really good usage of your Trinket, your Restoral, and your Port. And those are kind of your main saves. I feel like we saw a bit of an overlap from Tony, and pre-hardcore were definitely able to capitalize on that one. Like, instead of using the Restoral, let's see exactly what happens here. Does he will and use Restoral?
He wills with 1 second left. Yeah.
Okay, then he Restorals in the cheap shot. Mistweaver Monks, I feel like a lot of the ones we're seeing are super greedy, or not greedy. They're willing to spend their life cocoon really early on. So maybe Tony needs to just value the Restoral more than the life cocoon and just trade that out as a cooldown way faster to keep his team alive. And then he actually has those to rotate through in stuns, because I feel like if Tony doesn't respect these swaps to him and he's not trading cooldowns right, he's just going to flop pretty much in all of these games. It really is. It's difficult for him, but he really has to play this well.
I agree. And Cocoon's about a 1 minute 15 second cooldown now. But of course, there is some CDR from Mistweaver Monk when the Dragon comes out. So the Life Cocoon ends up being about a 1 minute cooldown. Honestly, you can throw that out pretty often and you'll get it back. Of course, as a Mistweaver, you can play that Port Stun. You do have the Revival if you want to play it. And with the Hunter and DK peeling for you, you know, the Shuffle Club needs to try and stall that into a little bit of a longer game, because they did have quite an explosive start. They got the Trinket from Mason, they got the Ice Block from Hansel, as well as a GS overlap, right? The next time you get the Trap, you connect onto Hansel, that's potentially a second block, and then the go after that closes out the game. So Shuffle Club making some defensive errors there. I do want to call out as well that Roar of Sacrifice used to be one of the best defensive abilities that a Hunter had for their teammates, but it's no longer a crit immunity. Now it's just a flat 15% damage reduction. It's nowhere near as strong as you know, in War Within or previous expansions. But Ashen Main's Fall comes out, pre-hardcore taking their time right now to strategize and talk about, you know, what they're gonna do next. In my opinion, you just lock in the RMP. That was kind of it was an excellent punish.
Yeah, I think so too. They just found the opening. They executed perfectly. Shuffle Club, they have options. They play Frost Decay. It seems like they're comfortable playing all the different Hunter specializations as well. So maybe they play BM, maybe they play Marksmanship as an option. I mean, it's obviously no surprise what they're going to be playing into pre-hardcore. I feel like this is probably what we'll see from them every single game. I don't think Naj will ever play Assassination or Outlaw. It's going to be Subtlety every game. And Hansel maybe plays Fire, but it's definitely going to be Fire or Frost. And then Mason likely just going to be the Holy Priest the whole way through. So Shuffle Club, some options. They could bring in their fourth, but I'm feeling like just sticking with even the same matchup I would be happy with. They just need to play a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, they had a fantastic start to the game. But of course, pre-hardcore can switch up on them if they do end up losing.
Nope.
Same comp does come through. I think they realized that that was a mistake. Defensively, they didn't... Perhaps the pressure from the first game of the tournament on broadcast got to them a little bit. But we'll see what they can do on Ashermane's 4. Quite a neutral map, quite large. Pre-hardcore needs to be careful with Hansel being the target from the PHDK. But if Mason can outplay those traps, maybe fade an Intim stun or something, we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, I just want to see. So the main things, Tony, straight out the life cocoon before the restoral. It's just such an important cooldown to survive those stun locks. Then also, just want to see earlier anti-magic zones, things like that. Take a look at Mason's build here. And remember, if you want to take a look at the build of any of these players, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. You can see their talents, their build, especially with the new expansion. It's really interesting to see how these characters, or how these players are building their characters on the tournament realm. They basically have access to full gear, so you can check out the embellishments, what stats they're going for. I've noticed a lot of the players are playing significantly more versatility than on the live servers, just maxing it out basically to just be as durable as possible. You can see here, Naj, I feel like on the live servers, he's probably got a lot more mastery with crafted gear, but here, just being as versatile as possible, as tanky as possible, because if you don't die, I mean, you can't lose if you don't die, so I think that's part of the idea. Yeah.
I like it. Full versatility, that's how I gear my character.
Same.
Full damp, embrace it. The less pressure you're under, the better you're going to play, less panicky you're going to be, and overall the game state is going to go better for you. But again, same matchup on Ashermane's 4, gates open. Very curious to see how Naj is going to set up this opener. Does he get a sap? Are they able to get a strong opener onto BL? He's in that camo right now.
Yeah, and Mass Invis too. Hansel just trades out the Mass Invis, so Hansel and Mason can move forward. Double grip immediately into the Blinding Sleet. Fear, though, from Mason disrupts the go just a little. They don't get the setup that they were hoping for. Kidney shot on Beal just immediately here. Tony goes for the Paralyze, and now it could be Hansel in danger.
Yeah, and that was their setup on BL there. Stun onto Tony Black as well, but Hansel not really able to connect until late. The cheap shot's going to end. Hansel under so much fire. Trinket GS from Mason is traded out, but this PHDK does so much damage. And the next trap that's going to land on Mason, Hansel has to be so careful. But pre-hardcore does have a stun DR available for BL, so look for CC onto Tony Black. Vigorista getting Ray of Frosted right now. Do they have any follow-up CC? Sheep lands. Vigorista has no IBF, traded that out in the opener. They're choosing to go on BL. Half step onto Tony. BL, is he going to survive? Does have the wall, does have everything available. But Tony trinkets again.
Yeah, trinkets and restorals. So he has no restoral and no trinket. And now Tony, I mean, he's only, the only way he's going to survive is with his portal. But once they get the portal out of the way, I feel like Tony's just dead. So I don't know.
So close to his port as well.
Yeah, this is not a good situation. He will roll away to creating a little bit of space here. He understands what's going on right now, but I feel like,
sick play.
Yeah, nicely done there by Naj, eating the trap. Hansel now under fire, forced into the ice block off that boomstick, but I'm especially afraid for Tony right now.
Yeah, Tony is playing that port stun. Pre-fears him. See what they're going to do. Half sheep onto Vigorista. Looks like they're going to try and go for Tony or go for a sap on him. Cheap shot onto Tony lands. Looks like they're trying to set up. I don't know if he's in range of his port, but the AMS comes through as well as the AMZ. So Vigorista doing a nice job there protecting his teammate. But Shuffle Club, you need to get some counter pressure going. You need to go for a trap onto Mason and pressure Hansel right now. But BL under a lot of fire. And Tony has no trinket. Half cheap shot onto BL and he actually just goes down.
Wow. All right. I don't know. Pre-hardcore, they're definitely capitalizing on the openings that they're getting. Their setups have been clean. One of the things I really liked is they tried to fear Tony away from his port during that one setup. Luckily, Vigorista was there to, drop the anti-magic zone, the anti-magic shell to keep him alive. But I feel like pre-hardcore, they know exactly what they're doing with their setups here. They've been clean and really punishing some overlaps and mistakes we're seeing from Shuffle Club.
Yeah, but their damage is kind of crazy if they can get going. Unfortunately, defensively, just panicking a little bit too much. I think Tony, I'm not too happy with his use of his trinkets, his Will of Forsakens. This trinket restore or revival that he did to save BL, it might have been better if BL had traded out a cooldown himself because, Tony ends up getting CC'd and punished for it later.
Yeah, see here the final moments, just a polymorph out of thin air, and BL just gets caught into the stun locks. And he trinkets, and he gets stunned on his trinket, so not able to activate the turtle. I think he had both charges of survival of the fittest as well, so Beal had some cooldowns, but unfortunately just getting stunned up on his trinket, doesn't have access to them, and yeah, do great job by Naj, big punish.
Yeah, I mean, Naj, of course, Premier Sub-Rogue of NA, he's played this spec for so long. He's so good at it. He's very, very comfortable. Biel, though, making a mistake, right? He gets cheap shot here. Watch this in slow motion. He gets cheap shot, and he trinkets in the last second of it into a re-cheap shot without spamming turtle. Look at this gap. 0.7 seconds, has a gap. Perhaps Ping, playing from Latin America, might have, you know, scuffed it for him there. But regardless, needs to be a little bit more confident with the cooldown trading there and making sure that, you know, those cooldowns get off. Tony, of course, didn't have the trinket, got put into the full sheep from Hansel. So it was a nice setup from pre-hardcore, but again, all these cooldowns are being forced on the Shuffle Club side because defensively they're lacking a little bit.
Yeah, it's just those overlaps. If you're going to play against an RMP of the caliber of pre-hardcore, you need to be very confident in your cooldown trades. You just have to make those decisions and live with it. So obviously, when we go back and we watch the replay, hindsight's 2020, but just more confidence from Beal, like you said. Trinket turtle right away. Make sure there's no panic, no mistakes, and maybe you can survive. Because I feel like they could still win this. Like, there's a possibility that they do come back, but they need to make sure that their defensive cooldown usage is basically perfect. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely difficult for them.
Yeah, and going back to what I said earlier, when you're under a lot of pressure, right, it's very hard to play the game. And you can see in Game 1, in Game 2 here from the Shuffle Club, defensively they're making errors, big blunders, and that's what's causing the game to be so short for them. But when they are able to get aggressive onto Hansel, the game does look kind of good for them. So just need to clean it up, need to play better defensively, rotate better as a team, and if you can make it past that, you know, 2-minute mark with some cooldowns, you can make something happen.
All right, hook point, small map. You're going to be mixing it up here, trying to go to a little bit of a smaller location, the smallest map in the pool, in kind of desperation. They lost on the Grand, they lost on Ashermains. Now it's going to be hook point for this third and potentially final game. If pre-hardcore can take advantage of those mistakes once again, it's going to be a quick 3-0 for them. Shuffle Club defensively, we need to see them really just step it up, not make any mistakes, not overlap, and yeah, it's really tough here. I don't even know if Tony has used Life Cocoon in both games.
I mean, like I said, it's a 1-minute cooldown. You need to just throw it out there. It'll come back. You can, you know, rotate with the revival, use some walls in between to try and buy time for the second cocoon. But it is a very short cooldown. With short cooldowns, it's just, you know, the right play to trade them out early because they'll rotate back up quickly.
Exactly. Just be safe during those kind of scary moments. But I will say, I do think that pre-hardcore is impressing me with the way they are nailing their crowd control and really taking advantage of these situations. I mean, it's obvious. These guys are all veterans of Rogue Mage Priest. They know how to find that perfect win condition, and they're executing here. Let's see what the Shuffle Club can do here in this potential final game of the series if they can't get the win.
Yep, small map, as you said, so Hansel going to be the target. He's going to be scared, but that also means that pre-hardcore are going to have a much easier time getting those setups onto the Shuffle Club. Opener onto Vigorista again. Sap does break onto Tony, unfortunately. Half Sheep lands. They do have a stun ready for him, but AMS comes through to delay. Looks like they're going to choose to go into the Hunter instead, who doesn't get the pre-wall off. Cheap shot lands. Does he have any follow-up? Ross trades out, and Halfy onto Tony. Big go onto Tony, though, with the kidney shot. I like that. They're retaining all the stun DRs. Trades out the Restoral. Half Shifter comes through. He's going to be okay. And now pre-hardcore are going to look to turn onto Vigorista shortly.
But that's just like one of those situations where Tony is unfortunately just on his port. He can't use it. Hansel taking a little bit of damage. Naj does an excellent job eating the trap, and they need to be landing that CC. Mason, though, did trade out a trinket there, so one trinket out of the way at the very least. There is some offensive pressure here. Chastise on Tony. Do they have the fear? Beal's in trouble. Survival of the instincts coming in. He gets stunned. It could just be the turtle.
Forsaken?
But Will the Forsaken, Life Cocoon trades out. Now going after Tony. Tony! Port. Is he going to be greeted or is he going to port? I think he has to play greedy here. Ultimately, Will use the port, and that is a huge advantage here for pre-hardcore because now Tony basically has nothing for this next setup. Actually, he'll have his trinket, so they will have to get the trinket out of the way, but still a great push there for pre-hardcore.
Yeah, and Hansel still has both blocks, right? So he's going to be completely okay. Full trap does land, though. Sheep onto Vigorista. Naj not able to get there. Goes for the Song of Chi-Ji and the binding shot.
I like that.
Let's see what they can do here. Naj Gets put into sleep. He's looking for the setup now. Cheap shot lands onto BL. Full fear onto Tony. This is it. He does have Trinket Turtle ready. He is going to be okay. Feign Death trades out. Does have the turtle. Should be okay. Doesn't use it until 2% health. The Shuffle Club playing so... I'm not happy with their defensive play right now. Using cooldowns a little bit too late, but are going to survive until the next set of DRs. Tony Black, though.
Yeah, Tony now in a little bit of danger. Does he have the portal? Looks like he's still caught in the sun. Vigorista as well, taking some pressure. Hansel, in the meantime, trades out an ice block. So they get another ice block, or they get the first ice block out of the way here. Onto Hansel. Stun into potential trap. Naj eats it once again. The shadow steps onto Mason, just absolutely amazing. Keeping his team's defensives in check. Naj playing an excellent game here.
Oh, here's the trinket on Tony. BL, is he going to die? He does have the exhilaration, is able to survive. Chastise goes onto Tony, but Life Cocoon, AMZ comes down, and Restoral is available. The Shuffle Club somehow have made it to the next set of cooldowns.
Yeah, they've rotated back. Restoral's back. Life Cocoon's back, but nobody has a trinket. Cheap shot here onto Tony. Do they have the damage to take him down? Looks like he will ultimately survive with the Restoral, but it's another one of those cooldowns out of the way. And no, he's full polymorph. This is not what you want. Beal caught into a stun lock. I don't know if he's going to be able to live. It looks like the Life Cocoon will trade. Tony gets out of the crowd control. Good denial there by Vigorista, shutting down Hansel. He couldn't get the follow-up. Full trap lands into a full Song of Chi-Ji. Hansel, though, just out of line of sight, basically taking no damage in this situation. Finally, they connect. He's silenced up out of line of sight of Mason. But now Mason gets in line. Beautiful alter time there by Hansel. Double Dragon's Breath, Ray of Frost, and Beal is going to get absolutely smoked. Beautifully done there by Hansel. Use the alter time to keep himself alive. Gets the double Dragon's Breath, the Ray of Frost. His team follows it up, and they get a clean win.
Hansel kind of cooking on the Frost Mage. I'm used to seeing him on fire, but he's making Frost look insane, man. And of course, this setup at the end here. Hansel, while Mason was in the trap, did line of sight him a little bit, leaving the trap, but does a sick altar, survives on his own, lands the sheep onto Tony, as well as a double stun onto BL to close out the game. I mean, this game was better from the Shuffle Club defensively. They made it to the second, well, they used the Cocoon. They made it to the second revival. Tony Black's cooldowns did rotate up again, but pre-hardcore, too ruthless for the Shuffle Club. Excellent setups after excellent setup. This DB here, double DB, full sheep onto Tony, into the Ray of Frost channel onto BL, avoiding the kick from Vigorista with the blinks. This guy got some moves.
Yeah, I feel like Hansel, he's one of those players where when he's in his element, he's like one of the best to do it. Like he gets in like a flow state, and he's incredibly impressive to watch. So if he's on, all these teams need to be careful.
Yeah, and you got to remember, if the Frost doesn't work out, you can respec the Fire. Both specs are very good. Mages really are like a Hydra, and the Hydra has 3 heads. You nerf one, the other one pops up. So it's...
the Arcane head is not looking so good, but...
Best way. No, Arcane...
Maybe not, but... Rogue Mage are Hydras, man. They got 3 heads.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate that explanation because of how accurate it is. All right, well, that's going to be 3-0 from pre-hardcore. I don't think anybody predicted it to be that much of a blowout, unfortunately, for the Shuffle Club. As you said, though, Chan, I want to expand on what you mentioned on how it looked better for them in the third game. If we do see Shuffle Club return for Cup number 2, what do you want to see from them? Kind of capitalize on it or improve on?
Hey, man, I mean, this last game was decent.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that the defensive cooldowns, you just need to be a little bit more confident and just rip it, right? And just do it. Right now, the pacing of the game, it is quite fast. You know, a lot of people do a lot of damage. You saw Hansel's HP just spiking up and down, getting the Guardian Spirit, overlapping the blocks. If they can clean up the defensive rotational cooldowns, they could have won this series. It was looking good offensively onto Hansel. It's just, they just crumbled at so many different moments. Game 1, Game 2 kind of thrown away.
Yeah.
Game 3 was better, but, you know, not enough.
Certainly not. But pre-hardcore going to be moving up into the lower bracket, moving forward into the lower bracket, I should say. And they're going to be waiting on a competitor shortly here. So well done to them, and we'll see what they are capable of for the rest of the day. As we can see the bracket right now, they are waiting on a competitor. But next up, we have got another exciting series. We've got Dire Wolves versus Guild Bean. Is that a real guild? Guild Bean?
I have no idea.
Is it about Bean, the guy? Like,
I want to say no. I want to say it's not a real guild, and it's also not about Bean.
All right, well, we've got Dire Wolves versus Guild Bean coming up, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, if we rewind like 3-4 years, these are players that would be consistently playing against each other, right? Like,
Yeah.
you have Dire Wolves, we all know them, Sam, Trill, Mez, and Sea-Doo. And then, of course, for Guild Bean, you've got Kearney, Chun-Li returning, playing with, a bunch of players that we know and love, including like Zach and Ceralium. So, Ceralium used to be the mage. He used to be the mage in North America. Let's see if they can return. Yeah, and also Chun-Li used to be the Windwalker. So it's like, these guys on their mains, are absolutely threatening. I'm actually just curious to see, are they going to play the Windwalker mage? Because I saw Chun practicing like his Devastation Evoker. Like, what angle are these guys going with for this tournament?
Yeah, I'm curious as well. We're gonna be heading to a break, and when we come back, we're gonna get to Dire Wolves versus Guild Beam. Stick around, we'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are still in the lower bracket. Direwolves and Guild Bean both facing elimination, Chan. And I love what you were saying earlier before we headed in the break, that like this kind of feels like El Clasico, like we're back in like 2019 at BlizzCon, like seeing all our old friends competing in this matchup.
Oh, it's so cool to see some of the old players come back to the game and start competing again. You know, Maro over in EU especially, I think is one of my favorites to watch. But of course on NA, you got a lot of new teams forming up and people coming to compete in the new expansion, which is really exciting.
Oof, sorry, I'm just reacting to chat, not believing in Guild Bean at all, which is unfortunate, Supatees. But I mean, talk to me about this matchup. Like, how do we feel like either of these teams are going to be able to come out on top? It seems like Guild Bean is tremendously the underdog, at least in chat's opinion.
Maybe they just got some pity votes from you mentioning that. They just jumped up a bunch. But
Yeah,
Direwolves, for me, it's like a Jekyll and Hyde. It's like they're either complete monsters dominating or not really a lot is happening for them. So it depends on what kind of day it's going to be for them. If it's a day where they're on fire, they're dominating, then, you know, those 90% bets, those are going to pay off big. But if it's not, if, you know, they're, you know, criticizing each other, because this team likes to banter, but I think sometimes it can go a little bit too far sometimes. So it depends on where their mood is. I'm very curious to see how Trill is going to step up to the plate. You know, he's coming right off Race to the World first, so he's got his rotation down pat, but is he going to be fatigued at all coming off of that? Because that was super intense. I feel like that was like, that had to be quite an experience with just nonstop gaming there, jumping over. So hopefully they're ready to go. They're going to be the Direwolves that are on fire, because when they are an absolute treat to watch. Guild Bean, I watched them towards the tail end of the open bracket. They had to play really late, and they had to fight against some really brutal, long matches to actually qualify into this event. They had to beat Garecki's team to qualify, and it honestly looked kind of shaky. It looked like they were still kind of just figuring out, like, what is our synergy, what's our comp going to be for locking in here. So if Direwolves sense any weakness there, then they're likely going to pounce.
Okay, well, given that, Chan, looks like it's a little bit more of an even split now also amongst chat, but what is your prediction for this series?
Oh, this is a hard one, but I'm going with the Direwolves 3-1. I believe Trill coming off Rest of the World first, as Sid mentioned. This guy knows how to do damage. I have newfound respect for him after I started raiding. He's going to be a machine on the Windwalker Monk. And then, of course, Samayam on the Frost Mage. I love seeing that. Or Fire Mage even, depending on what he picks. I actually think that Samayam is one of, you know, the best players in NA. He's a huge playmaker to have as a caster on your team. I think Seralium, a bit more defensive oriented. But I think in the current meta, with how fast-paced things are, I'm leaning towards Samayam winning that mage matchup. And then, of course, it's going to be difficult to see, you know, what healer Kearney is going to play, whether he goes for that Holy Priest, which he is very comfortable on, or his Mistweaver Monk, which I'm not sure he's had as much practice with. But 3-1 for Direwolves.
Okay, Supatees, what about you?
I promise I'm not copying him. I legitimately think it's going to be the same. 3-1 for Direwolves, and I promise I'm not copying. I feel like Direwolves, they've got meta comps. I think that Comfort's going to go their way with this one. Sam and Trill have been putting in a lot of hours together, building that mage melee synergy, whether Trill's on Windwalker or on Rogue. So I do think that synergy, the meta leaning into them, Mistweaver being more comfortable for Sea-Doo, I think those are going to be some major advantages in the series. So I'm sitting on the 3-1 as well.
Okay, I'm going to go the other direction. I mean, Trill, you know, I'll root for him during the Race World first, but I think I'm going to go 2-3 in favor of Guild Bean for this
betraying
one. I
us
feel
on
like
the desk, the coalition,
I'm
and you're betraying
lots
Trill.
of
You're literally the
people.
betrayer. Like, what is going on right now?
Listen, I would love to be proven wrong. I feel like this is going to be a Game 5 series. I feel like it could be very close, very back and forth, but I don't know. I'm just feeling it right now with Guild Bean. So curious as what Ven and Zico predicted. All right, it's just me and Ven here in favor of Direwolves. But yeah, I mean, I think either way, I'm really excited, I think, to just see these old dogs battle it out here in the lower bracket. And I'm kind of curious, Supatees, which team do you feel like in terms of just compositions is more adaptable for the rest of the teams that we've got in the North American region?
I think they both have like the standard compositions. The mage melee, that's kind of like your base. I feel like if you have that as a core, you're probably going to do very well in a tournament setting. I think it's more about synergy and matchup. Like, do you know when to do setups? Do you know how to trade cooldowns effectively? These types of situations, I think that's a bigger deciding factor for teams like this than it is what specs they have. Because I think the specs that they have are all, you know, the dominant options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like it's also, Chan, very representative of kind of like the North American meta, this matchup. Like it seems to differ quite different from EU especially.
Yeah, I mean, NA and EU meta is always different, which is why it's exciting to see when NA faces against EU. And this season, we do get to see cross region as well as BlizzCon. There's a different focus, and especially on EU, I think the majors are incredible. I do think the EU majors are probably better than the NA majors. As an average, but you have Dezia, you have Raikou, and you have Mara over there. You know, it's a difficult competition to break into, but yeah, very interesting to see how things play out and some of the comps that NA players come up with.
Yeah, you were saying something interesting also with PvP versus PvE, Chan. Now that you're kind of doing both, you wanna talk about that? Well, we've got some time.
I've been doing some mythic raiding, and I think that stuff is harder than PvP, man. There is so much stuff on my screen. It's a struggle for me.
Clip it here.
Yeah.
What are you struggling with the most? Just like how long the fights are, or?
There's just a lot going on your screen. There's a ton of mechanics, and you gotta stay focused for hours at a time. Whereas Arena, it feels a lot more natural to me, you know.
That makes sense. Okay, Stupid Tease, you said your fingers were hurting. After...
A lot of button bashing on Guardian Druid. Okay, I'm struggling to keep threat. I'm just trying to keep aggro, and I'm spamming thrash, and I'm spamming swipe the entire dungeon. Okay, these fingers are going the entire time, and it is definitely a very big challenge. Whereas in Arena, you get those breaks, you know, in between. Your fingers get to pause, so it can definitely be very stressful in that sense.
Oof, but we will see if these guys do get a break or if this ends up being a shorter series. Looks like we are heading into game number 1. As I said, this is a lower bracket game. Direwolves and Guild Bean both facing elimination here. Game number 1 in the Grand Arena 16s.
All right, let's see who's coming in off the bench. Trill's playing Outlaw Rogue. I think this could be very scary from the Direwolves. We saw Waz debut this, and then Brunhilde pick it up, and it looked really good. Guild Bean, Kearney is going to go toe-to-toe on Mistweaver Monk. Chun-Li coming in on the Windwalker Monk, and Ceralium on the Fire Mage. I think this is going to be a big showcase. It's almost mirroring the European meta. We were just talking about EU is different than NA, but this is exactly what EU was just yesterday. So NA is adopting that EU meta.
Yes, beautiful ulti by Ceralium behind the pillar, preventing that initial opener from Trill. Gonna be quite nice. I like that both Mistweaver Monks are playing Song of GG this game instead of Ring of Peace. They can go for solo CC on the healer. Of course, that is going to DR. Kearney looks like he's going for it right now. Instantly gets DV'd on his in-cap. Nice play by Sam, but he takes so much damage. Counter bust onto Ceralium. And this 1 minute combustion cooldown, it's so short, but you can trade it for Life Cocoon every single time.
All right, let's see where we're going to go from this period. I do like those life cocoons just being used basically on cooldown, but Cedars in a leg sweep and Trill is in a polymorph. Sam is isolated for a few moments, but looks stable now at this time. Chun-Li, big swap with no trinket. Surprised to not see him go for the smoke bomb on that play with no trinket, but Revival did exchange there from Kearney, and really all eyes on Kearney. Can he step up to the plate on this Mistweaver? He's played pretty much exclusively Priest, I want to say, maybe a bit of Resto Druid throughout AWC's history, so he's getting out of his comfort zone. Here, Sidu is just doing a lot of damage with Trill at the moment. They're just all attacking him at the same time, a coordinated effort. Kearney into the full blind now. Sam is trying to get a Ring of Frost. He gets it around the corner. Chun-Li into a cheap shot. Gunning for Chun-Li, or gunning for Ceralium, I should say. Sam is falling low at the same moment in time. Trill is getting up time. Chun-Li gets sheeped away. Is he going to be able to reconnect in time? Both mages critically low. Life Cocoon comes up from Kearney, but Sidu doesn't have that luxury, and Sam's Cauterize and Ice Block have been blown through. This is anyone's match. It comes out of the Ice Block. He just goes down. Guild Bean pull off the upset, I would say, in this situation, taking the first game.
What happened to Sam there? It looked like when he left the block, he just stood there for a second. I wonder if he maybe disconnected, and that's what happens. But, you know, I'm not too sure what happened there. We'll have to see it on the replay. But Guild Bean, the pressure they were putting out this game was insane, even though Trill was keeping up with Chun on the damage meter.
Well, let's see this replay, see what happens in slow motion here, because they were making their push. Ceralium is pressured. Where's Sidu? I want to see if anything happened with Sidu also. So Sam blinks into the room and then caught blocks, while Sidu looks like he's disconnected. At least his health bar is grayed out. I don't know if that... I think that means DC'd.
And then he left the block. I wonder if he lagged out and he pressed block and he has a cancelled block in the macro as well.
He does double tapping
and it came through later. Yeah.
I kind of wish that the health
Let's
bar on the
see
left
DC as
grayed
well,
out the
maybe?
same way that Sidu's framed, because it's hard. Like, he was like off in the corner. It's hard to see that. So obviously, if it looks like it was a disconnect, because I would assume if the health bar grays out like that, it means he's disconnected, and he's kind of just standing there off to the side, out of this right here. I mean, he's leg sweep too, but he doesn't trinket. Like, he has revival. They definitely wouldn't have died there. I think that was 100% on the disconnect. But gates open and you go at that point, and you're facing elimination. I can imagine Guild Bean not going to want to be pulling any punches, especially in a matchup like this that is so close. So unfortunate for the Direwolves there. Guild Bean, they're going to capitalize on it. And they probably didn't even really know in that moment with Kearney in on crowd control at that moment in time. So really unfortunate for the Direwolves here in game number 1, because there's not a lot of second chances. You lose that blind pick advantage for the rest of the series, so you're not gonna be able to dictate the counter pick and dictate what map to go to. So this could be difficult. Hopefully he's able to get back is another thing as well. Hopefully it's not like a serious long-term disconnect.
Yeah. They do have the time here while picking comp, as well as the delay timer after they lock in for Sidu to buy some more time to get back into the game. Hopefully he's not having internet issues or anything like that. Able to play out the series, because I'm very excited to see a proper game between these two teams. But this was competitive. This was good. Chun-Li, Ceralium, Kearney, all looking very comfortable. And I love that Kearney's getting involved with all the in-caps and sleeps on Sidu and trying to make something happen. Of course, Samayam there to protect, playing the bodyguard with Dragon's Breath. But that's exactly what you need out of the Mistweaver. And this is something that I like to see in NA teams a lot, is that the healers play a lot more aggressively. Teams in general are a lot more aggressive than EU.
Yeah, NA's always been more Zug, is my viewpoint of it, than EU. EU's been a lot more kind of safe strategies, not taking a lot of risk. NA is not afraid to just like get volatile, get in there and start making things happen, which is getting me even more excited and geared up for the fact that we get to see NA versus EU at BlizzCon later this year. So we get to see all these teams develop throughout this cup stage, and what compositions, what strategies, which region is going to start dictating meta. Are they going to copy? Are they going to do the opposite? There's so much evolution that's going to go on between these teams, but Guild Bean are just locking in very quickly here. I don't think map is going to be a huge advantage to either side. If Trill continues to play Outlaw, maybe like a small map for Subtlety might be a bit better, but on Outlaw, he's not going to be stunning nearly as much. And he gets to get uptime no matter what the map is really here. So they're taking their time, which makes me think maybe there was a continued issue for them that hopefully can be resolved. But Sidu is also a roster that likes to take their time as far as selection.
Oh, absolutely.
So.
Every single time I face him, he'd use the full 2 minutes and then the full break timer, and he's got the mental fortitude for it, right? He makes you marinate in the loss after beating you, and just takes his time, his patience, and talks through it. He's got a lot of experience behind him, so I understand why he does it, but it is frustrating to face. Hopefully he's using this time now to fix the technical errors, but I'm expecting the same matchup. Outlaw Rogue this expansion, a little bit different to how it used to be, locking in the same comp. I like to see that. I think Outlaw this expansion is all about uptime, right? You do a ton of damage. There was at a point in the game where Trill actually overtook Chun on the damage meters, single target onto Ceralium. Windwalker Monk, of course, is that kind of high sustained as well with the big kicks, but Outlaw Rogue, man, absolutely cranks after the buffs this last reset.
Yeah, it's been getting creeping buffs every patch up to this point, and now players are starting to take advantage of it and realize the strengths. And I think it's also great for Mage. It's just able to do a lot of damage because it's a physical-based class. So this low armor target, it can actually excel. It gets really good uptime. It has really good personal root breaks as well. And you don't have to stun to win, which is the advantage of the spec. Mage is so good into the classes that have to stun to win, but not so good into the classes that don't have to stun in order to win. So the Outlaw adaptation that we saw implemented from WAS in Europe is now being yoinked over here in North America, and Trill is playing that build with the Trickster Hero Talent build. He's also still playing the Tricks of the Trade PvP talent. We see almost all the rogues running with that PvP talent to buff up the combustion. Basically, they're going to activate their tricks, which in PvE gives you threat generation, but with that talent in PvP can amplify the damage of your ally. So if you activate that during a window like combustion, you're just boosting that window even further beyond, and it just absolutely crushes people. So we're jumping into game 2. Unfortunate game 1, because it was actually looking pretty close, right, between the teams. I don't want to make any assumptions based off that game, because it was just the disconnect there on Sidu too early on to really decide if there was a clear leader amongst these teams. So hopefully everything will be clear sailing here. We're 5 seconds away from jumping into Ashamane's Fall.
All right, let's go. Let's see what Trill does with his opener. I'm expecting a sap onto Kearney, maybe a cheap shot onto Chun-Li, and opening on Ceralium.
Ooh,
Goes for a
Novaed him.
sap onto Chun, gets Novaed up by Ceralium. Nice play from Serral. Breaks the opener. Full kidney lands onto Chun-Li though. Are they going to rip the combust? Sam I Am instantly uses it, gets the trinket,
Double
gets the life
trinket.
cocoon. 6 start for Direwolves.
That was a double trinket as a rogue, and you have smoke bomb,
So
and
now.
you have pressure on Ceralium. He's trying to mass invis to stop crowd control on his teammates there, which is nice usage of the ability, but
They can
I feel like they're
any
getting
CC onto
dominated.
Kearney now. Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic start for the Direwolves. Ceralium under so much fire right now. Samayam, of course, getting popped on by Chun-Li. Oh my god, the damage coming through. Is he going to be able to survive? No life cocoon available right now, but that was the first Zenith from Chun-Li. His offensive cooldown. Nice triple sweep coming in from Kearney. On the kidney shot though, but Samayam, under a lot of trouble still, does have the Cauterize. No life cocoon, no revival. Has to slow down the game a little bit. Sheeps Chun-Li and big damage onto Ceralium. They need to buy time until the next cocoon.
I mean, that leg sweep was MVP
Serral.
from Kearney just a few moments before this, stunning the kidney shot, but he's into the gouge. Trill is disarmed at the moment.
disarmed.
Ceralium's going to Dragon's Breath and polymorph him around the corner. Can Sidu get there? He does. He dispels it. Trill's rolling the bones, trying to get that
Chun
big
has the
buff.
trinket.
If he gets a smoke bomb here, it could be game over. Ceralium ready to get the Dragon's Breath to prevent that. Sidu's moving in a bit more aggressively. They see the cheap shot. They're engaging.
Here it
Sam
is.
there. Ring of Frost. on the
Nice.
ground, but he sheeps
There
it.
it is.
He sheeps the Ring of Frost. That was so well done from Ceralium here, and I feel like he's the player that we've got a lot of questions for. He was so dominant when he was on the Welcome to the Jung roster back in Battle for Azeroth throughout Shadowlands, but he took some time off, and then finding a roster has been really tough for him. He's been on a bunch of different teams. Can he return to form here and defeat
Combustion.
the Direwolves? They do force the Life Cocoon, which is, I think that's more than a fair trade. You pop Life Cocoon into Combustion.
one to
They
one.
broke the Life
They
Cocoon.
break through.
They broke the Life Cocoon on Sam. Are they actually going to get his cauterized?
They
They're
kick him as well.
forcing him into the ground right now. It's so much damage. They broke his cauterized. Sidu just can't deal with it. Finally managing. No, he's not even managing. He can't heal. He just can't heal it. It's so much damage. Kearney's in position as well to possibly
Nice
get
fake.
crowd control. He uses Conduit to immune the polymorphs. He gets the paralyzed, but he's going to get sheep. But Samus is dead. He has to ice block. And Sidu is finally out of crowd control and healing. In the meantime, Trill's been
Serral,
soloing
though.
Ceralium.
Kearney has the
got a
trinket. Block has to get traded out as well. He does have the Cauterize still. Kearney has no life cocoon for 50 seconds. The combustion is coming up in 30 for Samayam. Chun-Li, though, under a lot of trouble right now. Does have the trinket. Does have the karma in 20 seconds. Trades out his trinket. Ports away. Should be okay. But Serral, he has to play so scared right now. And so does Samayam because the combustions are rolling back. And Serral actually gets his before Yam.
Okay, let's see. Oh, my dude. That felt like
What
Sam
even
was
happened?
dead
I
the
didn't
whole
even see
game.
that.
It
He
felt
got
like-
soloed by Trill.
He got soloed by Trill. That's why I was saying, like, we're just watching Sam getting just throttled. He's just getting owned the entire game, dead in the dirt. Sidu can't heal. They're panicked together. And then Trill's like, guys, don't worry. I did Race to World first. I can solo, like, carry the Mythic Raid. I'll just solo this game for you guys. Don't worry about it. And he just takes out Ceralium by himself. Like, watch this earlier on. Sam is just getting pushed around. He's just getting bodied. He's getting thrown against the ropes. He's getting the chair in the WWE. Like, he can't do anything. But Trill is just
Look at
soloing
Serral.
Ceralium in the corner. And then he blinks in line of Sam. Maybe that was a mistake.
Full sleep. Full sleep here.
He gets sniped by his sleep across the map. And then they ultimately close it out on him, even with Cauterize, just paralyzed. And they just drop him.
That was just an in-cap, and then Trill
Yeah.
soloed him. Sam was CS, didn't have combustion ready. Look at this. Look at this again. That's ridiculous. I mean, the Outlaw Rogue, you look at the damage meter, it does so much damage if he has uptime. And the thing is, on the Mage, it's so difficult to actually get away from the Outlaw Rogue. If he's playing the Blink Stun, his mobility, of course, getting matched by the Grappling Hook 1-to-1 easily. And look at this damage onto Serral from Trill. Samayam isn't even there.
Nobody's there. Sidu and Sam are just scrambling to stay alive and try and get into
Solar's
the
a
match.
court.
I want to see the death log on the graph and how much percentage of damage was contributed to the win on Ceralium. If it's like 90% Trill.
There's a crackle from Sidu
Maybe
for the 10% damage amp, but I mean Trill showing why Race the World first. His PvE skills coming into play right now. He does so much damage on this Outlaw Rogue, and that's always been his forte on these melee classes. He's never been the big control guy that CCs the whole team and makes some sick play. He's always been about the consistent high DPS, just making it absolutely brutal for you to deal with. And you look at the damage meter, the scoreboard here. Trill on the Outlaw Rogue does so much damage.
All right, well, Trill going to be the MVP here for this game because Sam and Sidu were struggling. And look at that damage contributed. He did 700,000 of the total damage to win the game on Sam or to win the game on Ceralium.
You did a Scorch.
And Sam did 1 Scorch.
80k execute Scorch though.
He's
Pistol
helping.
shot. the double pistol shot, look how much damage it does plus the dispatch. He absolutely rips through cloth.
Yeah.
And it really does solo Ceralium. Blade Rush as well for 80k. That's what proc the court. And then just gets immediately dispatched after that, plus the cauterized tick to kill Ceralium. Dalaran Sewers.
Interesting pick.
Small map.
I feel like we don't see this actually that much on broadcast anymore. It used to be a standard pick. I want to say for like Blizzo's team back in the day when they were playing a lot of Turbo.
Oh, they love this map.
Yeah, but now this map, I feel like we don't see it too often, and this is a bit hectic. It's really small, waterfall coming down in the center of the line of sight. You just immediately into the action. I don't know. I wonder if they're going to change anything or not, given this map that they selected.
I think it's going to be a bloody game. You know, Dalaran Sewers comes out. It can go either way. The thing is, when you have double Mistweaver, both of them can go in for the incap, the leg sweep, the Song of Chi-Chi, and solo CC the enemy healer. We see how much damage Windwalker Monk does. Sam I Am was under a lot of trouble that last game. Of course, Trill doing the same thing to Ceralium. But any of those, you know, micro CCs, almost the incap into the sleep or the incap into the sweep, when they connect onto Ceralium or onto Sam I Am, it's just so scary. And there is also the option of killing Chun-Li if he doesn't have Trinket, which Direwolves, they know to look for that.
Okay, no swaps, just small map, really aggressive stance here from Guild Bean. They do have the advantage of that blind pick, but Trill is a menace. He is a menace. I think he's a blessing for the Direwolves right now to be on the roster here and have that Outlaw Rogue as a flex. I don't think that's an option that we will see from Guild Bean based on their experience. So they're going to just have to kind of deal with this matchup as we move forward. And they had good pressure. So I think maybe Ceralium got separated. Maybe that was the big issue. It felt like he was really far away from Kearney. He couldn't help out with the Song of Chi-Gis, and Trill was just hitting him behind the pillar. So maybe they need to play more together or close by. But this is one of the closest predictions as well here between the chat. 56% on Direwolves and 44% on towards Guild Bean. I kind of wonder if Bean is like hate watching the tournament and cheering against Sea-Doo or not with this guild name on the
Absolutely. Absolutely. His rivalry with Sea-Doo is so good. And they used to be teammates.
I kind of wonder if Bean is like hate watching the tournament and cheering against Sea-Doo or not with this guild name on the
Absolutely. Absolutely. His rivalry with Sea-Doo is so good. And they used to be teammates a long time ago. But of course, it's all in good fun. But Dalaran Sewers, the gates are going to open shortly. Let's see what they can do. I want to see Chun or Kearney support Ceralium a little bit more. It felt like they had fantastic pressure on Sam I Am, but at the same time, Trill was just murdering Cyril. So if they can perhaps get an incap, a disarm, or something during those goes, give them a bit of breathing room, some space to play with, maybe Ceralium can have a better game. I think it would be can clinch out a win.
Trill moving in. No sap. Oh, you got a sap on Kearney. He's opening on Chun-Li behind the pillar. Sam blinks in and busts immediately on Chun-Li. Chun-Li's running that embellishment to use the Void Shield, so he's going to use that like a secondary life cocoon. And it trades really well. They're line of sighting Combust, disarming the Rogue, now making their move in onto Sam. Double leg sweep, big mistake. They stack up, and Chun-Li's ripping them. Sea-Doo ports behind the pillar. Sam pops the barrier. Ceralium blinks in aggressively. Now his combustion is rolling. Sea-Doo immediately uses life cocoon. And we can see Ring of Peace as an adaptation here from one of the monks here, knocking the opposing team off the ramp. So an interesting choice there as far as talents. I think it was Chun-Li is opted for the Ring of Peace, so he wants to trampoline enemies if they stack on those boxes, which is the tactic they want to use Dalaran Sewers for. But Mage is just constantly under pressure on both sides. Kearney pre-cocoons the blind. Sea-Doo pre-conduits, anticipating crowd control as well. So both Mistweavers making some cheeky plays. Chun-Li getting low, trying to roll back to his team. We can see them on the gold team here, now behind the boxes. Kearney gets caught in the middle of the map.
Open.
And Ceralium's out there. Trill is on him.
Chun does have the Karma ready though, so he should be okay. Does have Trinket as well. A lot of pressure, a lot of work that Kearney needs to do right now. Does have the Revival to catch himself back up. Nice kick onto the poly. Kearney was on DI though, so a little bit of a waste. Does this sleep land onto Kearney? Sea-Doo looks like he missed it just slightly, but Kearney turning it around on him. Sweep lands onto him, a big damage onto Sam I Am as well as Cyril.
Oh, immediate life cocoon from Sea-Doo onto Sam. I feel like he's getting good trades, and Ceralium's getting low. He's just dying with his own. Cyril! He's dead! He's just outright dead. Trill is ripping him apart. They're just walking off that disconnect in game one, saying, no, it doesn't matter. We're here to play. We're here to slay. Trill is absolutely dominating. This is why we call him, you know, the Warcraft king, basically. I'm waiting for him to sign up for MDI at this point. Like, do the triple threat. Like, imagine winning Race World first, and then you go to AWC, you win that, and then you go into MDI and you win that. Like, at that point, I think if there was a definition for beating World of Warcraft, and then you have all the mounts collected too and all the achievements, you beat the game. Like, people like to say that you can't beat WoW, but I think that is the definitive point where you've beaten WoW.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to say that this was, good punish onto Ceralium. He did die pre-block, but the damage was crazy. But what happened was there was a full combustion right here from Samayam onto Ceralium. And the reason for that is look at the life cocoon cooldown on Kearney. He doesn't have it for 35 seconds. In the opener, they went onto Chun-Li, and Kearney chose not to trade life cocoon for the combustion and ended up having to use it off script 30 seconds later. And so when the combustion rolled back from Samayam, he didn't have it. And Ceralium took too much damage. Trill, of course, contributing a ton. You look at the damage meter, that's absolutely insane. He just couldn't heal the damage. You had to trade a block there.
Okay. Any little slip up, sometimes these games, they go 10 minutes, but it's because the players are playing perfectly, which is not easy to do. It looks easy when you're watching it, but then if you step into Arena yourself, you realize that it's actually very hard to get the game to go that long. One little incidental slip up will cost you the match, and they're reading each other's minds also, trying to predict these attacks and anticipate these plays, and one wrong anticipation like the life cocoon here can set you up for disaster just a few moments on, which is why I think the reps matter a lot. How much experience in the comps and the matchups do you have in these situations, so you're making the right call every time it comes through. I love Sidu here as well. He's getting that cheeky crackle, getting the rushing wind kick in, and getting the paralyze. He's balancing offense and defense really well there in that moment from Sidu, and then Trill is just packing huge amounts of damage. Like, what is that 4.2? He's like the opposing team combined by himself right here in less than 2 minutes. He's just parsing on his opponents. He's just getting orange parses.
He instantly cocoons Samayam when the combustion, the counter combustion comes from Ceralium. Keep him nice and healthy, nice and safe, so that he can keep playing aggressively. Of course, Sidu, veteran in AWC, in WoW PvP, he's been around for a long time. He knows how to play, he knows how to make it easy for his teammates, and that's your job as a healer. Make the game extremely playable for your DPS and not panicky, right? But Trill, man, he's had 1-2 days to play this Outlaw Rogue, and he of course, he's played Outlaw in the past, but this expansion, there was quite a lot of changes to it. It's not about resetting the cooldowns anymore, resetting Vanish. It's been changed completely. He's adapted very, very quickly, and he looks very comfortable on it.
Yeah, it looks really clean. He's getting good uptime, he's getting good disruption, good punishes. I mean, I think the damage output's the main component of it for Outlaw, if you're going to be able to carry on the spec at the moment, but I think they're looking a lot better. That first game, kind of a write-off. They were looking evenly matched, but the disconnect definitely made it tough to actually decide how confident they were as a roster. And Guild Bean are completely flipping now. They went to Dalaran, they went to the small map, they wanted to get like Ring of Peace knocks on the box. They thought that might give them momentum, but it ended up just getting Trill way more uptime. So they're going to go for a larger map, maybe try and bait Trill into different positions. And it's interesting to see how they're adapting in this, because they were winning pretty hard on Ashamains, and then out of nowhere, Trill just basically took the game into his own hands. So they were probably thinking, we need a small map, let's play together, because getting isolated with the Rogue didn't work at all. And then they played the small map and they were together, it still didn't matter. So now they're like, let's go to the big map instead, I guess, and try and get some space. Maybe they change the comp. They do have a pretty extended roster. So maybe at this point, it's you go maybe Kearney goes on Priest just for more the comfort. I don't know if Priest can handle this though. I don't think Priest can handle this sustained damage from Rogue. I think Holy Priest excels into subtlety, but I don't think it can keep up with the sustain. So if Kearney does do that, he's gonna have to be really comfortable on Priest if it's actually gonna work out, because I feel like it's not.
Yeah, Holy Priest, of course, as you mentioned, really, really good into burst. Anything that does high sustained damage, they really, really struggle. They can't get the procs, they can't get the resets, and eventually you just run out of serenities and you can't heal it. But they do lock in the same comp. I mean, offensively, I think it's, Windwalker Monk does a ton of damage right now. Very, very in the meta for melee, as well as Fire Mage. It's all about being efficient, using combustion instantly, getting the cooldown rolling, because Life Cocoon does end up being a little bit of a longer cooldown than combustion is if you're using it on cooldown. So if you can catch the enemy team with a combustion and they don't have the cocoon ready yet, you throw everything off script, and that's how you can create a window to win. Chun-Li with the Windwalker Monk, you want to look for that green icon. Looks like the green weapons of order. Zenith, that's when he's going to do a ton of damage. But I mean, this is going good for my predictions. Trill is a monster, and it looks like he's going to carry me to the 3-1.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I didn't copy your prediction, okay? This is actually the one that I felt. I will admit when I copy. This time I did not copy, okay? Yeah, they look really good. The Outlaw Rogue looks clean, and this looks like the Dire Wolves like we were talking about at the beginning of the series, like the Jekyll and Hyde. Like, this is looking like the Hyde. They're looking like the monster that they need to be in a tournament setting in order to get these wins and start chewing through this lower bracket, because there's no room for error in these series in the lower side. You're going to be knocked out of the cup. There's only 3 cups. They only have 2 more opportunities to earn points to qualify for the potentially the gauntlet, or potentially qualify straight into the top 4, depending on how well you actually do there, and then 1 last shot to qualify into BlizzCon. So a lot on the line, a lot of stakes. Basically every single series very important for seeding, getting points, and advancing. So you want to make as deep of a run as possible. We also don't know if there's possible meta shifts, given that there is going to be a break in between the 2nd and 3rd cup, and obviously the 12.0.5 patch. So you might want to secure as many points as you can if your comp is in a good position right now, because we don't know what's going to happen really for the future in that regard, but the gates are open. There's no going back, and Chun is repping that Windwalker Monk. Awesome to see some of these legendary names back in the AWC vying for those BlizzCon positions. Trill just off in the wings here in stealth, not making his move just yet. He's hoping somebody will move off the pillar. He can sap them in the open for Sam, I think. So he's just patiently waiting, seeing if anybody gets kind of a little bit bored of sitting behind the pillar and find a sap at some point here. He's really doesn't want to give up.
I like the position right now for Direwolves. You know, if Trill opens right now, gets a sap, and his team collapses, they're all stacked up. Whereas Guild Bean has some, Direwolves have some space behind them. You know, Guild Bean are all clumped up behind this corner. Perfect for Rogue Mage, especially with the Monk. Can contribute a lot of CC. Sap lands onto Chun-Li, gets knocked out, insta incap, DB overlap, breaks the opener. Beautiful. Counter DB though. Can he land the Ring of Frost? Isn't able to get it. Nice stop. Looks like they're going to counter pressure Sam I Am now.
All right, big push here, full polymorph, excellent play. Can he connect? He grapple weapons. He alters back around the corner with Blazing Barrier. Surround should be good. Sam gets blasted. An immediate life cocoon comes out from Sidu, and Chun-Li gets swapped over to immediate revival from Kearney. Neither side is pulling any punches. They've already busted through the life cocoon. Sam they are crushing him in game number 4. Finally, some control on Chun-Li as Sam is able to polymorph him, and Sidu is desperately trying to pick him up. Going for some Manatee now with those polymorphs secured to make sure his mana is in a healthy spot. Big pressure on Cerealium. Both these Mistweavers are struggling. Mistweaver, you know, debatably the strongest healer at the moment, is struggling to keep up with this pressure. Sidu into a paralyzed, Kearney into the blind. But Sam and Trill are both low. Chun-Li is trying to connect Kearney into the ring. Cerealium in trouble, has the altar. He's probably going to have to pop it at any moment. He's not going to go too far. Trill is all over him, gunning for the win right now, and Kearney gets kidneyed on his trinket. They're swapping on Kearney. Kearney
on the trinket.
On match point. Is he going to get dunked here? He manages to stay alive, but they burned so many vital cooldowns that the Direwolves, I feel like they can pretty much do anything at this point and be able to win this.
And the problem is, Sam I Am under a lot of fire right now. The second Zenith coming from Chun-Li. But the thing is, Sam I Am has combustion in 3 seconds. Kearney just used the life cocoon. There's a 50-second window there where they can absolutely rip into Cerealium. Here it is. Here's the combustion. Sam I Am, are you going to pop it? There Kearney! It is. Oh my god, Kearney!
Bye-bye. That was like a double kill. They just... He left before he was going to die.
I thought he was on the mage at the start, but they just instantly turned on to Kearney, and... Man, this combustion does so much damage right now. Every single offensive cooldown you pop, it does so much damage. And again, similar to last round, Kearney not trading the life cocoon on the combustion ends up biting him later. Nice punish though, of course, by Direwolves, but...
The sustained damage on the rogue, like mages for a lot of specs, like they're really tanky and they're hard to take out. But the Outlaw Rogue just looks so good. And then the tricks, it synergizes perfectly with Fire Mage. You just buff the mage's damage during combustion, which puts it way over the top. And then you've got this sustain engine that keeps Cerealium low. It keeps Kearney low. And then you just got to have a buffet for Sam.
Oh my god.
He can just pop bust and hit whatever he wants. And just, you know, I'll take a little bit of Kearney here, and I'll take a little bit of Cerealium, and I'll take a little bit of a nice double kill, and just walk away with this series. You know, 3-1, disconnect in game 1. It might have been a 3-0. For our predictions, we're pretty happy, maybe, potentially, that happened in game 1, just to get the perfect prediction there. We anticipated that there would be a PC issue, but yeah, Direwolves look really good. This is this is a really good roster, I feel like, right now.
I mean, this is like this setup at the end here where Sidu comes in, lands a double sweep, both players are 70% health, just getting cleaved, right? It's like, who do you even hit at this point? You hit the mage, you get court block, and you still have leftover damage to kill the monk. Kearney, of course, I'm not too convinced. I do think that he isn't trading his defensive cooldowns out correctly. Gets punished for it, gets caught without his trinket for just a second here. Maybe if he had that up, he could have done something, but I'm really not a fan of the fact that he's not trading his life cocoon on the combustion. It throws everything off script, and then when the combustion does come through, you don't have an answer.
This is just such a good comp. I feel like this is becoming the meta comp. If you have a rogue like Trill, I feel like that's the first thing that's like, you gotta have a rogue like Trill.
Yeah, just get a rogue like Trill forehead.
Just pick him up in trade chat. You can just pick up anybody, right? Like,
yeah, for sure.
Just gotta go in trade chat, find any outlaw rogue, and you can replicate this, I think.
Yeah, easy enough. No, it was cool to see him adapt that so quickly with Outlaw. Of course, we did see that for the first time yesterday. Can we just give like an overview, Supatees, of why that spec was initially chosen and why we're seeing it again because of how strong it is?
I mean, it's been buffed a lot, so it has high damage, high sustained damage. It does good damage to clothies, so everybody's adopted this mage meta, and mage is a cloth class, so it gets good uptime, does good damage to cloth, and it has the damage obviously to back it up in its kit, and doesn't rely as heavily on stunning its kill target as the subtlety counterpart. So it's just it's just the ultimate counter for, it's like the perfect thing to land on to deal with the fire mage, which is why I was talking about yesterday, is like, what caster could you really substitute out for the fire mage that would be able to deal with the outlaw rogue, or is it potentially a melee cleave maybe that could be able to deal with it? Because in this upper side we do have some melee cleaves, we have some enhancement shamans kind of waiting in the wings, so I want to see like that head to head. I want to see those comps going at each other and see if we see another shift in the meta. But yeah, if you've got a good outlaw rogue right now, a strong outlaw rogue, I wonder if Naj is watching that at all either too, and thinking like, maybe I need to be outlaw for some of these matchups.
I think Naj is literally in Twitch chat right now.
Yeah.
What's that?
He loves it.
Chan?
Dazed on Gator's back. He's licking his lips. He wants to play Fire Rogue Mage with Calvish and Cubsy. He saw yesterday how good Outlaw is, and to be honest with you, man, Outlaw. I thought Windwalker Monk damage was insane, but Outlaw Rogue looks like it's doing 20-30% more.
Yeah, incredibly strong. So looking forward to seeing what other teams do adapt that spec. But we've got the lower bracket being filled out just a little bit more. Pre-Hardcore and Dire Wolves are still going to be playing for at least another series. We are waiting on opponents from these two series. Up in the upper bracket, Gators Back and Z-Rated. And then we've got Welcome to the Jung versus F tier. So quite a lot of series left in the day. I cannot wait to get started, but we are going to be heading to a break before we go to that next up series, Gators Back versus Z-Rated in the upper bracket. So stick around, we're gonna head to a break. We'll be right back with that game.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are in our third series of the day. We've got Gators back versus Z-Rated. We are in the upper bracket. Zico, are you excited for the series?
Oh, I couldn't be more excited. I'm getting the good. To be honest, the last series was pretty good too. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm excited to see what the Gators have been cooking up. They are our reigning champions from last season, team that dethroned. Welcome to the JUNG, and Z-Rated. Team that has been looking better and better and better every single time we see them. So I'm excited to see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. Gators back. Looks like they're 97%, and only 3% was Z-Rated. Chan, do you feel like they deserve that? That's harsh.
I mean, it's the reigning champions, right? Against, Z-Rated. They did compete in the AWC last season. They did quite well for their first time. Good to see them back. They don't have the Mistweaver, they don't have the Holy Priest, which are the two meta healers. And I think Gators back. I was talking to Cubsy, and he was telling me he's got a lot of comps cooked up that are very S tier. So, watching the Outlaw Rogue fire that we saw just now, and knowing the Gators back can play that as well, I just don't see how Z-Rated have an answer for that.
Yeah, and then of course, Zico, we've got the one of the only Presevokers right now in AWC right now.
Yeah, Zagorn holding it down on the Presevoker. We did see a couple in the open bracket, but Zagorn really the only one who was able to make it work. But they did take down the Wolves in that open bracket, as we just saw there. So definitely a team that has been stepping up a lot. We saw them for the first time last season. Before that, I think they came from Fortnite as pros, and then they came to WoW. They made their way up the ladder, and then they made their way into the AWC in like top 8 positions, and now they're here, in the upper bracket going up against the champ. So their journey has been remarkable. I feel like it's a team that it just keeps getting better.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm curious your take, Chan or Zico, on Presevoker, that the lack of representation. I mean, as you guys said, there were some in the open bracket. Do you feel like it's just like a lack of people maining that spec, or it just doesn't really have a place in AWC?
I can take that question. I think right now the meta is very fast paced. I think Holy Priest and Mistweaver have the right answers for the burst damage and the cooldowns to answer, all those offensive cooldowns. I think Presevoker as well is very, very bad into mages and rogues. They have to play close range. That's how the class is designed. And when you have to play close range into rogue mage, you're getting CC'd, you're a viable target, and it's just very, very difficult to play under those conditions.
All right, well, real quick, let's talk about predictions. Zico, what is your prediction for this series?
Gotta agree with the chat here. I am going 3-0. In favor of the Gators. I've just been talking up Z-Rated, how much they've been improving. I think they have kind of met their match so far. Just too much experience on the Gators, and they have just fantastic meta comps. Like how can you go against these guys right now?
All right, Chan, you're giggling already. What is your prediction?
I'm not copying Zico, but yeah, 3-0 for the Gators. Your first match, man, on broadcast day into the Gators, and they got the Rogue Mage. Outlaw has been buffed and looks so good. And Outlaw Rogue as well into Hunters is brutal to deal with, because you cannot get the Outlaw Rogue off you, and the more uptime he has, the more he ramps with how the spec is designed. It becomes too much.
Yeah, I'm also not copying you guys. I do kind of feel like Z-Rated is going to have a tough time with this. Like you guys have been saying, they've been improving every season. It's so fun to watch them play. I feel like they're always kind of doing interesting meta, and they kind of are in their own lane. But I do feel like it's Gators back that's going to come out on top with this one. I'm also going to give it a 3-0. I'm curious of what Ven and Sue. Oh no! I always feel so bad for teams when this happens. It feels so mean, Zico.
I mean, it's just gonna be even sweeter if they can actually get the win. Then they proved everybody wrong, including 94% of the chat votes. But I feel like I gotta say it. This is the last time I'm going first, guys. It's looking a little sketchy here. Like, what's going on here? Like, everyone is all of a sudden feeling the 3-0. Like, can we get Rookie maybe to submit his predictions before me at least, just to make sure there's no funny business going on there.
There's no escaping it. Sorry, we're all trying to take you down, Zico. Even chat is on our side now. Some people are betraying this though. It looks like they're getting to a 14%, but Yeah, I mean, Z-Rated, obviously the underdog in this situation. And I hope they don't feel like the underdog, Chan, because I feel like AWC really is, especially if you look at like kind of what we saw last season, like it really could be anyone's game. Like there's no reason they couldn't win. What do you want to see them do if they want to take on this very strong team of Metacomp and, you know, arena veterans?
Well, you saw in the clip that they actually pressured Sam IM and Trill, and then they switched onto the Sea-Doo in a Hodge and ended up killing him. I don't know. I think that if they play aggressively, if they play confidently, it is a new expansion. The meta is not set in stone yet. People have figured out some things, but Z-Rated playing some, you know, less meta comps. Perhaps the Gators don't have as much practice against them. The Ret, BM Hunter, Prez is coming out, and BM Hunter does so much damage. Open on Zozo though.
Yeah, Zozo already taking a decent amount of damage, but he's going to actually get aggressive here immediately. Getting Dazed's Trinket there in that exchange. Actually, no, it's just his racial. They got Calvish Trinket there, though. But still not exactly what they wanted. Big pressure coming in onto Dazed, though. Dazed has the Trinket there. Beautifully done there. Getting a lot of pressure, but here's the blind onto Zagorn, who is going to be the target. Can they get the follow-up CC? They do get the full polymorph as well. Zozo in big trouble. Here's the Ray. They could just close it out immediately. No, they get the overlap, big overlap there, getting the bubble there as well from Zozo.
Yeah, it looks like the sheep actually broke onto Zagorn. Could have saved him. You did use the TD onto Zozo, but Jay was now under a lot of fire. The next time to get CC on Zagorn. Blessing of Sank not available for 15 seconds. Calvish immediately to the pillar, realizes that, but Cubsy still has every defensive cooldown. Calvish, though, gets the live cocoon finally. Let's see what they can do now.
Yeah, Dazed at the same time. They're trying to eat the trap. Can he make it? No, he gets a couch on the J-Walls. He does eat the trap. Beautifully done there. And now double leg sweep. Here comes the smoke bomb as well. There's the ice wall. Big pressure onto Zozo. The crackling jade lighting to add in extra damage. Lay on hands will be traded there from Zozo, but is it going to be enough here? Look at this damage coming through from the team of the Gators. The Gators are hungry, and they are just one setup away here from possibly taking it, Chan.
It's been 1 minute and 30 seconds, and Z-Rated are almost out of every single cooldown. Spell Warding is available, and Trinket from Zagorn, but there's no rewind. Time dilation does rotate back up. Zozo doesn't really have anything left, and next time the Gators get a CC, man, it's going to be brutal. Zozo right now gets put into the gouge. Full kidney lands, uses the human Trinket. Sheep onto Zagorn. Can Zozo survive? He needs to line of sight, get back into Zagorn's pillar now that he's out of the CC, but he's still continuing to line of sight. Fortunately, is able to survive this DR round, but the Gators, they're just relentless with this pressure. Dazed right now, full Hodge, no Trinket. Cubsy does have his ready, can trade out to save him. Gets stepped onto his Trinket, but the Cloak of Shadows comes out. Dazed is going to be okay, and the Gators need to turn it around now.
That was a good push from Z-Rated, though. They got the Trinket from Cubsy in that position, but Zagorn also with no Trinket left. Zozo with nothing left. There's the Ray of Frost. Nice spell warding, though, coming out from Zozo. He's going to block the kill here for now, but Calvish, just another 20 seconds, and he's going to have that available. Once again, they got a full sheep onto Zagorn. Big damage potential onto Dazed also, though. They're actually making a push here. Cubsy has no trigger for this. Dazed taking a lot of damage, trades away from the evasion, ports the trap, and manages to keep Dazed alive for now. Both teams actually one setup away from winning. They could even swap to Cubsy in a Hodge, potentially try to take him down on the side of Z-Rated. Z-Rated putting up a good fight here, but they need to survive this next setup, which is happening right now. Full trap onto Cubsy. Double Ring of Frost coming out defensively from Calvish. J-Walls does manage to recover, and now it's going to be Cubsy. Here's the swap we were talking about, but at the same time, full sheep. There's the Ray of Frost as well. Both teams go for the kill, but it's going to be Zozo, I think, who falls. No, it looks like Zagorn is actually going to make it out alive. He's going to make it out of the crowd control and keep Zozo in the fight for now.
Yeah, but Gators back does have everything rotating back up. 20 seconds on Cubsy's Trinket. Does go into full trap right now. Dazed instantly gets out of there, just playing defensively. I like that from him. Zozo under a lot of fire, and Zagorn's rotating off all those DRs right now. He can be stunned, he can be shept. Blessing of Sanctification is available for Zozo, so they do need to cover the Ret, choosing to go on the Hunter for now. Let's see what the Gators do.
Full sheep onto Zagorn. They get the Glacial, but that's going to be the Trinket there from Zagorn. But Zagorn's got no mana left here. He's been dealing with this damage coming out from the Gators for too long. Zozo now, Ray of Frost is coming out. Zozo is taking so much damage. They got a nice counterspell there onto Zagorn, but there's the full sleep onto Cubsy. They need to make something happen here offensively. Can they do it? But at the same time, J-Walls is taking a tremendous amount of damage. Ice Wall being casted here from Calvish, but doesn't manage to get it. Zagorn slips through the cracks there, and J-Walls had to use his turtle. Zozo in big trouble, but Divine Shield 5 seconds away.
Yeah, the Song of Shiji going to land with a Zagon. Full kidney shot onto JWise. It does have the trinket available. Communion comes through, so Zagon's going to regen some of his mana, but JWise dying through the Communion. Full trap lands onto Cubsy. But Z-Raider are the ones dying, and JWise, he's trying to chase after Calvish while he's dying himself. Look at him. Calvish hiding behind the pillar. Should be okay. Does have 2 blocks ready. Is going to be okay. Daze gets a life cocoon. JWise, though, under so much trouble because Zagon is at 5% mana now.
Calvish fake casting the kick there. Now looking for the polymorph. He gets it. There's the Ray of Frost, and that is it. The Gators are back, ladies and gentlemen, taking game number 1. But I gotta say, Z-Rated didn't back out without a fight. They definitely had a couple of moments where they had some good pressure rolling, where it looked a little bit scary, but nice plays from Cubsy with the Transcendence. Nice defensive plays from Dazed. And even there towards the end, Calvish is kind of line of sighting there around the pillar, making sure that he wasn't overstaying out in the open field. Then coming back, getting the fake cast, getting the precognition, and then managing to get the CC and the Ray of Frost to close it out. We can see here on the replay a couple of the closer moments that happened before that. You can take a look here at this Ray of Frost, almost taking Zozo down at 1% HP, by the way. Absolutely insane that he lives that.
I think no one went for the re-CC onto Zagon, otherwise Zozo would have died there, but I mean, the Outlaw Rogue and the Frost Mage do so much damage. Every Ray of Frost is so brutal. He does have 2 charges of that, about a 45-second cooldown. There is a little bit of cooldown reduction on it, but yeah, every single Ray of Frost, very, very scary. And Zagon, as the Preservoker, man, he just has to play in the open. Every time they want to attack Calvish, Zozo has to run out into the open to hit him, and then Zagon has to play into the open as well in order to support. And that just opens him up to getting stunned, to getting slept into sheeps. And it's just so hard for Z-Rated to play the game. But I did like how they played this. They landed some traps. They forced a lot of cooldowns from Gators back, made it scary. This was not, you know, a complete stomp. They didn't roll over. This was a good fight.
Absolutely agree. I think they put up a good fight, but it's tough. Like, you're on the timer as well. That's the other crazy thing when you're fighting this Outlaw Frost. We're seeing the setups. We're seeing how close you are to dying in these setups, but then also the Mistweaver is just out-manning the Preservoker in the longer game. So you're still on the timer as well as that Red Hunter. You need to make something happen. You need to try to find a kill before the game goes on for too long. So it's, yeah, I don't know. I think Z-Rated, like you said, played it fine. I think they created good pressure, but it's tough, especially on Nagrand as well, where there's a lot of space. Maybe on like hook pointers or like ruins or something, they can have an easier time actually getting to their targets and keeping up the pressure. Yeah.
And I also want to commend Cubsy as well. He comes in to contribute. I love when healers get involved in the action. And Cubsy on the Mistweaver Monk actually out-damaging the Preservoker, which is not something that you normally see. I think this expansion, Mistweaver Monks, they have the Rushing Wind kick. They can reset that with the T and then kick again. And it just helps so much, you know. Offensively, they also have the control, the incap, the sweep, the Song of Chi to help out the Rogue Mage. And it just makes it so lethal when you combine the Frost Mage and the Outlaw Rogue damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cubsy, he's always been like that. I mean, you played with Cubsy as well in the past. Like, do you feel like that's a typical trait of him?
Yes.
To just always be like kind of aggressive, pushing damage, going in for CC? Is that typical for his playstyle?
The best players in PvP are the ones that can, you know, shift from defense to offense. When you play with Cubsy, when you play with a world-class healer like him, you feel so comfy, man. He's taking care of you. You're not scared. But then when you guys are doing a setup, he doesn't sit back. He joins in on it, he contributes, and he makes it... And when the enemy healer joins in on the action, it is so brutal for you, right? You have no space, he's contributing damage, he's coming in for CC. You have to stop 3 people at the same time, and how do you do that? It becomes very panicky, and he really unlocks, you know, the full value of that healer role.
Yeah, I gotta admit, Chan, I do remember the days of your mage lock with Wealthy Man and Cubsy. I'm not gonna lie, there was a lot of times where Cubsy didn't join the action, where he went to the opposite side of the map instead and started drinking, even at like 90% mana. So I don't know.
He picks his times, man. I don't know what to say. He takes a sip, the enemy team's got to come in, and he's drawing pressure that way. So
that's true.
He's a very good healer. I think he's the best in NA at the moment. So
big words. No, but I do agree. I feel like, I mean, I was always like, you know, I enjoyed watching Cubsy on his Arcane Mage. Like, I'm an Arcane Mage man. I love anybody really playing Arcane Mage in AWC, but I always thought like, man, why though? Like, Cubsy, you know, what are we doing here? He was so goated on the healer. It was always just so fun to watch him play because he was always like a very consistent clutch player. So yeah, really good to see him back on the healer. And I mean, what a statement as well. He comes back on the healer and just instantly wins the AWC. Now his team again. Yeah. I mean, now his team as well.
And last year as well. As soon as he rerolls the healer, he instantly wins. When we see him on the Arcane Mage, maybe not doing too hot. So now that he's stuck now, he's trapped in that healer role with this new team of his. Fantastic to see. I do want to see WizK come out and play. We haven't really seen him. He's been riding the bench, keeping that nice and warm and bringing the water bottles for the boys. But Shadow Priest not too hot right now, not in the meta. I have seen him play some Warlock. Have some words to say about that, but the gates are opening and it's the same matchup again. Let's see if Z-Rated can make some plays and make Calvish ice block this time.
Yeah, let's see. And immediately they get a trap onto Cubsy. Let's see where the pressure is going to be. It's going to be onto JWaz, actually. Not what you want to see, but they get a sleepwalk onto Cubsy. Continuing the chain. Dazed taking some damage. Had to trade out his trinket and evasion early on. Similar to last game, they got a good opener there onto Dazed. Now they need to snowball this momentum. They need to find another setup onto Cubsy and another stun onto Dazed. But here comes the Ray of Frost. Big damage potential, but Zozo trying to deflect it here. Nice defensive positioning for a couple of seconds, but they got a full sleep onto Zagorn. Zozo wants to go down here. Lay on hands. Early trades, but at the same time, they're just dying through it. JWaz as well had to use survival of the fittest there. Big damage coming out from the Gators.
Full sleep Cubsy though. Full sleep Cubsy can Dazed get out of there. He is line of sighting. I like that play from him, recognizing full stun onto Zozo right now. They need to land a CC onto Zagorn. Beautiful from Gators back right there. Cubsy went into the trap, into the sleepwalk, and Dazed just line of sighted. Just played it safe. Ice comes down. Zozo right now. Zagorn put into the full blind. Does have the trinket. It unfortunately breaks. Goes into the leg sweep though, and JY's under a lot of trouble as well.
Yeah, this is looking so much fun. Calvis is just free casting. I love playing Mage into Ret Hunter because they don't have a lot of ranged interrupts. So Calvis can just sit here and kind of free cast and create so much pressure. He's landing a lot of CC. He's landing a lot of damage, as you can see. He's even out-damaging Outlaw Rogue, or he was there for a second. And now Calvish looking for that next polymer. But at the same time, look at Daze taking a lot of damage here, but Cubsy not in any crowd control. Ray of Frost gets channeled. Zozo, are you going to trade? He's trying to be greedy here, but they don't really have too many options. Maybe the rewind from Zagorn is going to have to come out, but looks like he's going to be able to just deal with it with that time dilation, and they're going to be able to recover in that position.
Full sheep lands though, he is marinating in the orb. Cubsy gets put into the trap. Dazed instantly just runs. He doesn't have shrink for 24 seconds. Just realizes that. I like that. Cubsy under threat of sleepwalk, but Calvish of course sees that, counterspells that, and makes Cubsy's life nice and easy. Zagorn looking for it again, but Dazed taking a lot of damage from this BM Hunter. And BM Hunters do so much damage in the season so far. So Dazed needing to play a little bit safe. But I love that Cubsy's playing the port stun. Every time JWaz goes for the intimidation stun, man, Cubsy just ports it and just makes it hard for him. Full blind into trap though, connecting onto Dazed. Nice DB from Calvish and Sheep onto Zagorn. Offensively, not as hot this game from the Gators, but defensively, Cubsy's trinket rotates back up. They haven't had to use anything. And look at Zagorn's mana.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Zagorn not having too much fun in terms of mana, but at the same time, Zozo, no bubble available here. Big damage onto Zozo. They could still manage to win the game right there, but nice fake cast there from Zagorn, actually, onto Dazed kick. Dazed try to go for a quick kick right there, but they get a full polymorph onto Zagorn. Zozo around the pillar. There's the ice wall as well coming out. Big damage. Emerald Communion is going to trade. He gets blinded on the Communion, but the healing is done. Now here comes a full setup potentially onto the Gators, but looks like Dazed is not even scared of it at this point. There's the full trap onto Cubsy. Daze just kind of line of sighting a little bit, just defensive gouge there onto Zozo. They can't really do too much. Nice defensive kidney shot there onto Zagorn, managing to stop his sleepwalk and set up a full ring of frost for his team. Can they manage to actually close it out? Can they get the sleep? They get the full reshape though. Doesn't manage to find the sleep, but there's the Dragon's Breath. Zozo still not out of the woods, and he will fall. That was an excellent sequence coming out from the Gators. You could see they wanted to push in for the sleepwalk, gets met with a kidney shot, into a Ring of Frost, into follow-up CC, Dragon's Breath there as well, and they had the damage to back it up as well. The Gators are looking hot.
You gotta feel bad for Zozo there, man. He spell wardings himself, so he's taking no damage from the mage. It's just dazed on him. It does run out at the end, but you know, Zagorn did have the trinket, had the time dilation, had the rewind ready. He could have saved him, was just being greedy until the very last second. But Gators back. I like their adaptation this game. So last game, they couldn't get any pressure going on Calvish, right? So what Z-Rated did was they went on to Dazed, and Dazed realized that from the start, the first setup on him, where he had the trinket, and every single time that Cubsy was threatened with CC, you know what Dazed did? grappling hook, get out of there, and then counter go when they pushed in, exposing the enemy team, taking advantage of the positional advantage. And then Cubsy at the end as well, you know what he does? He sleeps JWaz when there's the full Roth onto Zagorn, making sure that there's no peels, the Hunter can't contribute, and Zozo's in a 3v1 situation. Beautiful play from the Gators.
He also added in a little crackling Jade Lightning there towards the end, just to make sure that he was helping out with the damage as well, putting up the debuff there to help his teammates do more damage. You can see it there. Yeah, there's that sleep on J-Waz. And they get the resheep, and then Kalish pushes in that for the Dragon's Breath here at the very last second, managing to hit Zozo with it as well. And they get the flurry combo, they get the crackle, and they get the extra damage there. The crackle actually is the reason why they got that kill, I think, as well. So
10% increased
really
damage.
Nice.
So PvP talent from Mr. Weaver Monk. When they're soothing a teammate, it increases healing. But when they crackle an enemy, it puts this debuff on them that makes them take more damage. So Cubsy, again, getting involved in the kill, doing the cross CC, doing the crackle. Excellent play from the Gators. And man, these guys are looking super good.
Yep, the Gators are back. You know, they're looking really strong. But at the same time, Z-rated. I don't know what do you think should change here on the side of Z-rated for them to maybe turn things around, because I like the first game in terms of how they played it. I don't think they played it badly at all, but it just seemed a little bit difficult on the ground. But now we've seen it play out on Ruins as well, which is a much harder map for them to avoid the setup zone. But we still saw Dazed use that hook to get out of the danger, and they are gonna change the setup. I like this actually. Now this is looking
Oh
Windwalker
man,
Monk, hook point.
The BM Hunter does a lot of damage. So does the Windwalker Monk. But you know what that means is that the Windwalker Monk and the Red Paladin are both going to be running out into the open. They're going to be stacked. And what that means is that Calvish is going to have a ton of funnel damage. He's going to get the Frozen Orb out. Everyone's going to be stacked up. It's going to be so easy to CC Zagorn and just hit anything. And the Windwalker Monk is so squishy if he doesn't have Trinket or Karma available to him. So BM Hunter, fantastic target as well, but this is going to be a very, very brutal game. But I kind of like that Z-Rated are trying to switch it up. The BM Hunter wasn't looking too hot in that last game. They kind of got stomped. They did have some pressure on Dazed early on, but I'm not convinced that... I'm just not convinced that the comps that they have available to them are an answer to Rogue Mage Mistweaver at the moment. I think Preservoker just... You're losing on all fronts. You're not winning a mana, you're not winning cooldowns. How do you find the win con?
Yeah, not winning on setups either, but I think the Windwalker could be what they need. We'll see. At least on this map, they have, I think, an option. They could take down the Rogue in a leg sweep. They could even swap to the healer, maybe burst him down. Like, they have a lot of crazy burst damage. They just need to try to force a situation. They need to force a mistake from the Gators. I feel like if they can force a situation where they panic, they just overlap trinkets on Dazed and Cubsy, I think that something like that could be a good win condition.
Yeah, it's really hard though, because Cubsy's playing that port stone as well, so if he positions correctly, and I know he will, it's going to be so hard for Zizzy and Zozo to connect onto them. Instant Ray of Frost damage onto Zizzy. Look at this kidney shot, the damage, man. Absolutely crazy. Zagorn rescues him in, time dilation trades out. They're trying to look for Cubsy. They're going onto Daze right now. As you said, leg sweep does come down, does have evasion out, should be okay. Cubsy put into the Hodge. Can he follow it up with a sleepwalk or anything? Doesn't look like it's possible. And now Gators' back's turn to do a setup.
Yeah, that's brutal. They use the first leg sweep there. Let's table that for a second. Zizzy in big trouble.
Blind.
He's gonna try.
Karma.
Oh
Lay.
my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, they overlapped everything. What I just said that Z-rated needs to do to Gators just happened to Z-rated. They used literally the whole spell book. That's Slay on Hands. That's Emerald Communion. That's Touch of Karma, and we are still dying, ladies and gentlemen. Huge damage coming in. Calvish is just absolutely tearing into this team right now and playing that panda mage. But look at Dazed actually taking a lot of damage. Finally, some pressure. Had to trade out the Cloak of Shadows and the evasion.
Calvish.
At the same time, Calvish also taking a lot of damage. The Life Cocoon Calvish, which means Dazed now has nothing. I don't know if I like that Life Cocoon, but Cubsy knows better than I do, and he manages to keep both of them alive.
Yeah, and the good thing about Mistweaver Monk is you don't really have to cast. You can just use Shaylan's, let it stack up, and just instant heal someone to full. Replaces Vivify now. But Zizzy in a lot of trouble right now. Has no Karma available to him. Spell Warding is available. Forbearance should have fallen off by now. Is Zozo going to, use the bubble to save him? Zagorn trading out the Rewind, trading out the Time Dilation, but Daze now put into the Hodge. Cubsy trading out his Will of the Forsaken. Nice plays from Zagorn, landing some slips. But there is an opportunity now for Daze to die.
Yeah, Yeah, they have a window here, but a very short window. But Cubsy can't use his trinket right now, and Daze can't use his trinket. And Daze doesn't have a single defensive cooldown, so Daze needs to be scared in this position. They need to push forward here. Calvish getting aggressive. There's the double blind for the setup, but I would have liked to see that double blind maybe onto Cubsy, actually. We'll see if they can actually get something going with that, but doesn't look like it. There's the paralyze on the Cubsy. There's the sleepwalk. There's the full stun onto Daze. Nice double Dragon's Breath. Look at Calvish here playing beautiful defense. They don't get Cubsy's trinket, which was the main objective here in this position, to get another sleepwalk, but it's not going to be enough. But at the same time, Daze still taking a lot of damage, but Cubsy has that life cocoon available and should be able to keep Daze nicely topped.
Look at the song. The song's coming in. The repoly lands. Zagon gets Nova. Full sleep lands. Zizi, look at Zizi. He does Karma. Uses that. Whoa, oh my god, they go through it. Did he block it off? I think Calvish blocked it off.
Yeah, he did.
I need a replay on that, but he did use a block at the ending moments of that game. Beautiful plays from Gators back. Dazed, of course, with the grappling hooks. Just all over the place, realizing that Cubsy, doesn't have the life cocoon available to him just yet. Did have the trinket during that last setup, so just playing safe and playing it nice and secure. But look at Calvish's damage this game, man. And I knew this was going to happen. The double melee plus the Preservoker. Everyone is just marinating in the orb, and he's just pressing Ice Lance, shattering, and enjoying. Look at the Glacial Spike, the Ray of Frost. But this ending moment, I think sick play from Calvish. I want to see it again. I might have missed it. Nice double DB, Hodge, and then gouge onto Zozo. And look at Daze just hooking around. Just to get some distance. And then right here, they connect onto Zizi. Karma comes through at 1% health. Yeah, and the Calvish insta blocks it.
Yeah, there it is.
Beautiful play from him. And that was so fast. Like, I'm not going to lie. If that Karma's on me, I'm not noticing that for a few seconds about the add-ons these days. But Calvish, he's hot right now. He's super warmed up, and that was a sick play.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Gators back. They're showing that they have the outlaw practiced and ready to go. And I mean, Dave's got to be very happy with that as well. It's just something that he's been playing a lot. And yeah, look at him all marinating
disgusting.
There in the sleep.
I mean, this is the best situation when you're a Frost Mage. You got the orb, you got so much AoE damage, and everything's just stacked for you. The triple sleep comes in as well, and then the Karma. That's Zizi's fault. You should Karma the Rogue there, but unfortunately, he's 1% health, kind of panics. Puts on Calvish. Calvish instantly notices, blocks the Karma off so that he's no longer immune, and executes Zizi.
Yeah,
for sure.
Tough one.
And do you think it's scarier to face Cubsy on DPS or as a healer?
As a healer, for sure. I think I think healing, I wouldn't say that it's harder necessarily, but I think there are very few world-class healers, but there are a lot of world-class DPS players across the world. So it's just, I think it's a waste of his talent to be on DPS. His play on healer is always excellent. And he actually used to be a DPS player before healing. Back in MoP, he used to be a warrior and a Shadow Priest, so he understands both perspectives, and I said this earlier, right? When the healer gets involved in the action, that's when, they're very, very good. And he understands that because he's played DPS, he's played healer at such a high level. But he comes in for the Todd at the end as well.
Yep, certainly does. All right, well, that's going to be a 3-0 for Gators back, and Z-rated. Unfortunate loss for them. And I think we all did predict a 3-0, but I don't think any of us actually wanted to see a 3-0. I think we see a lot of potential in this team across the board, Zico. I don't want to speak for you, but I do feel like this is a team that, like we were saying before we head into the series, we keep continuing to improve. Do we feel like we saw that in that matchup despite that loss?
I think in game number 1, they played really well. I think they played to their comp's win conditions, but I feel like their comp maybe isn't the best in the meta, at least not against the Gators. And also, they're going up against the reigning champs. And let's not forget, this was an upper bracket game. They're not out of the tournament. They still have a chance to come back in that lower bracket. They're going to be going up against pre-hardcore a little bit later today. So we still got some more games to play. And yeah, our next matchup is going to be a hyped one as well. Welcome to the JUNG and F tier.
Definitely. Welcome to the JUNG versus F tier. That is going to be the next up series in the upper bracket. I think everyone's definitely anticipating that series, which will be coming after this break. But before we do get to that break, we've got a new mini game for us that production has been cooking up. I'm kind of excited about this. So as you guys know, The housing feature has been launched alongside Midnight. You guys have also been sending in your housing builds with that hashtag Front Door Friday. And we are also in game here on the AWC. So production has put together a house that is meant to be for a player, a specific player. And that is competing in AWC. And we are supposed to guess which player that is. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I like this. Wait, I like
it too. I know. I'm
there's
excited.
clues. There's clues,
Yes.
and based on the clues, we should guess which player lives there. Okay.
Exactly. So it could be, to do with the class that they play, or just some fun facts about them. But let's take a look at what they created for this one. Okay, so this is just one room. We're using the daylight skyline room, or just some fun facts about them. But let's take a look at what they created for this one. Okay, so this is just one room. We're using the daylight skyline room, which I believe unlocks at like level 6 or something like that, 5 or 6. Okay, this is nicely done. Okay, I'm just looking at the quality of
This is
the
this
room
is a
that they
nice
made.
house,
I
man.
know, it looks really good. I really like the
Looks like a
the
spa, like a
vegetation.
resort.
Yeah.
Yes. Ooh, okay. Let's see. There's a little bed.
I feel like it's a shaman room, no?
It's giving shaman.
Some
It's
troll
giving
stuff.
troll.
Yeah. Look at the totem on the
Yeah.
house. It's given shaman for
Making
sure.
a movie up there.
Who was in the original making
That's a
movie?
clue.
Oh, I think I know who it is. I know who it is.
Maro Valet. Is it Jamie? Well, he wasn't in making movie.
My guess would be Absturge. My guess would actually be Absturge.
Oh.
I see the move, like making a movie thing. I see the shaman vibe. You got the water is like the water totem. I see the fire, like the little fire thing is like for the fire totems, and then like just a harmonic, like it's giving shaman.
Okay.
And then that big totem on the building. This has gotta be a shaman player.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that World of Warcraft doesn't have a Mariah Carey cutout poster, but
That would give it away. Though.
yeah, that might be too obvious. Is there? I'm gonna do Zeepai.
Zeepai.
I don't know. Who was?
Huh?
I'm trying to remember.
We need some
who-
more clues.
The rest of
Yeah,
the-
is there
I
more
know.
clues? Okay, this is it.
Okay,
I'm
so,
gonna go with Absturge. I think this is
Absturge?
Absturge. This is where Absturge would live. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
that
where
might
he's
I
be-
don't
chilling.
want to say something messed up, man.
Say it.
There's no trophies in here, and Absurs has never won an AWC, I think, right?
Absurge? No, he hasn't. That's horrible.
That's why he lives in a little shed like this.
Oh my god, that's so bad. Also, shout out Absurge. He is one of our co-streamers for the AWC. If you want to check out another POV, so he's probably
need to
watching
go.
this right now. Like, what the heck, guys?
Sorry, Carl.
Okay.
Are we missing a clue somewhere?
I feel like we are. I feel like we've got to be. There's trolls.
there-
There's
There's
a
some
little movie
cauldrons.
thing. There's cauldrons. There's like a drum.
What is that?
What's up?
What is that thing on the left? Like, is that
little
like
egg chair.
yeah, the little egg chair? Is that significant?
Looks
What's
comfy.
the like thing of wine? It's like a. Oh, it's a cat.
Yeah, what is
it
that
a
wine
cat
thing?
tree? Okay, I do feel like it's Absurge.
Any
Absurge has like 4 cats. He's got a lot of cats.
What is that cauldron? What is that cauldron?
No. This is hard.
Yeah, this is tough.
This is really hard.
Who's a cat and makes movies?
Who's a cat and
Tony!
makes movies?
Tony for all movies.
Oh, Tony!
I think this is Tony.
Ooh.
But
Oh yeah,
Oh, that's a dub.
Oh,
Wow.
That's a dub.
Nicely done. Yeah, shout out Tony, our everyone's favorite feral druid. He does have
Oh,
a cat
that's
also.
smart.
He is a cat and he has a cat. Tony's cat is so cute. Have you guys seen it? This big fluffy orange thing. Another one?
That's a good game.
Oh,
that was
it's good.
fun. That was
Oh, we
good.
don't get another one. All right, well, that was really fun. We would love to do more of those. Let us know if you guys got Tony or Absurge, if you thought it was anybody else. Thank you guys so much for playing along. And we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Welcome to the Jung versus F tier. Big series. Let us know if you guys got Tony or Absurge, if you thought it was anybody else. Thank you guys so much for playing along. And we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Welcome to the Jung versus F tier. Big series. Tab in for this one. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're in the upper bracket. We've got a crazy series on our hands about to start off. We have got Welcome to the Jung versus F tier Venriki.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting for a few different reasons. Welcome to the Jung, super dominant team in North America. Unfortunately for them, last year they actually didn't win, which is really, really tough. So I'm curious to see if they're going to kind of rise to the occasion, return to their former glory, or if these new challengers in F tier are going to be able to best them. They picked up Meat Monk, who's a phenomenal Mistweaver Monk, and I think this is actually going to be a really close series.
Yeah, I think so as well. At least I hope it will be, Zico. I feel like, you know, kind of like Ven already said, maybe we didn't get to see like the full potential of F tier. Welcome to the Jung, obviously, like such a consistent team. Do you feel like F tier can rise to the occasion?
I think that they could rise to the occasion. I feel like Meat Monk has kind of ascended to the next tier of healers, I would say. Like, I feel like Meat Monk, he wasn't, you know, he wasn't on that same tier, like as the top tier of healers. But I feel like he's been putting in a lot of work over the last like 2 years, and he's gotten significantly better and better and better and better to the point where he is on a really solid roster that, you know, has made it to the finals before. And I think if Saul is in there, you know, he's got great communication, got a lot of things going for them. But at the same time, welcome to the Jung is welcome to the Jung. So
We are welcome to the Jung, and it looks like chat knows that as well. Only 6% in favor of F tier. I mean, Ven, welcome to the Jung. I feel like when they first came onto the scene, they just immediately started off being so consistent. I don't feel like they've ever faltered at all. What is it about this roster that makes them so strong?
They're machines. They're just World of Warcraft machines. Like, you know, none of them stream. They're just dialed in to winning at all times. They're a very interesting roster to me because it seems like every week they come with a new composition. Like, they just prepare one composition, and it looks incredibly good. In the open bracket, we saw them play Warrior, Enhancement Shaman, Mistweaver Monk, I do believe. So it looks like they have some cleave options available. We know they have Nick also to play the mage and the various casters. So lots of flexibility here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them just pick one composition and run it the entire way through.
Mm-hmm. And on the side of F tier, Zico, I mean, what do you want to see from them? What do you think is a good counter for what Welcome to the Jung could potentially bring to the table?
I think Saul has been playing a decent amount of LA Shaman, and we saw actually LA Shaman have some kind of mixed results yesterday over in Europe with Jamie playing it. So I think the LA Shaman could be a solid pick for them, and if they could pair that maybe with, yeah, I don't know actually. LA Shaman Windwalker, I don't know if they can bring that maybe to the table, but it looked pretty solid yesterday.
I can't wait to see your prediction, Zico. I know I was watching upstairs and you were saying that I copied you and your bold prediction of, you know, Gators 3-0.
Do you guys want to do it at the same time, or are you going to make Zico go first, Ben?
I'll go first.
Okay,
I'll go first.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
I think wait, can I predict Ven's prediction?
No.
You have a paper near you?
Because he's just going to get lucky, and then he's going to say that I copied it. Like, this is what I predict.
I don't trust either of you.
I predict 3-0 for F tier. That's my prediction.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I would have never predicted that.
Okay,
Zico,
good.
what is your prediction?
I feel like Ven's got to know something secret here.
Oh, what is he? Look, he's smirking. Look, I see it. Look at his face.
What's going on
What's
here?
He doing? Look, it's getting worse.
Is Jung Bahai like sick or something today? Is like Drake healing? What's going on here?
I don't think so. No, I think everyone's here. Everyone's fully leveled up. Yeah.
I feel like I'm being gassed.
I mean, I'm going with Welcome to the Jung. I'm going the opposite, huh? Welcome to the Jung 3-0.
I love it. Perfect.
Perfect. He's like, yes. why is he so happy? What do you know, man?
I just believe in the newcomers. Like, they've been playing so much. They're top of the ladder. Meat Monk, he has been. I feel like he's been leveled up on the Mistweaver Monk, right? He plays all the healers and they look good, but on Mistweaver, it's like he's a boy wonder. He's one of the youngest players. I think the youngest player currently playing right now. And I watch him in the open bracket. He looks like a killer. Like, calm, cool, collected. Like, he's ready to go. So I'm excited to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna do a 3-1 Welcome to the Jung, but I'm definitely kind of with you, Ven. I hope we see I hope we see.
I like that
F-Tier
I'm the
take this
only one.
win.
This is perfect. I like this. I'm against the chat. I'm against all you. This is going to be great.
I mean, that's the tough thing with predictions, right? Like, you go with what your brain tells you, what statistically maybe makes sense past games, but then, you go with what your heart is telling you. But Ben, it sounds like you are going with your brain, regardless.
I think I'll predict what we're going to see in the blind pick, too. I think it's going to be Warrior, Enhancement Shaman, Mirrors. I think we're going to see Mirrors, Warrior, Enhancement Shaman.
Warrior, Enhancement Shaman, Mirrors. Okay,
that's my guess.
Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'm thinking we're going to see Outlaw Rogue. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I hope we get to see Drake on the Outlaw Rogue. Like, that's...
I'd be into that.
Yeah. It seems pretty good.
I didn't calculate for that one. I don't think that'll happen.
He's like, wait a second.
Hold on. All right, here we go. Game number 1.
All right.
Take it away.
All right. Well, you were right about that one. Outlaw definitely seems to be quite potent right now. And, I was thinking about why Outlaw is doing so much damage. Zhang Bahai getting swapped to early on, a really aggressive push here by F-Tier. And, F-Tier, they're one of those teams. They've been rotating through defensives so well. I think they're very difficult to take down. They're kind of a brick wall. But I just wanted to comment. Outlaw and Mistweaver Monk actually have really good synergy. Because not only does the Mistweaver Monk bring in the Zen Spheres, but it also has the Mystic Touch. So it brings in 5% physical damage and 10% just additional damage, making Outlaw just do absolutely insane numbers here.
Yeah, and Saul is about to feel those numbers right now. Meat Monk getting stunned there out of the blind, and he's going to have to trinket that, trade out the Life Cocoon already here early on in the match. Drake did have to use his blind there, though, so it's going to be a bit of a window before they are in danger once again. And Nick now is going to take a lot of damage, blinking away to safety. Is he playing Shimmer, actually? No, that was a Void Elf blink, actually. Beautiful, and you look at the damage coming in onto Saul. He's going to have to use the Astral Shift, so Nick playing that Void Elf Mage. Very surprising to see, but there's the stun onto Laros. Looks like they're swapping to him a little bit in that cheap shot, taking a lot of damage, and at the same time kind of cleaving up Saul here. Good damage coming out here onto both melees on the side of F-Tier. If they can get 1 CC, by the way, it is looking very dicey right now. They have no defensives except for that burrow on Saul.
Yeah, Drake taking some pressure, though. They're trying to experiment by actually hitting the rogue here, and I like it. The thing is, if they're just chasing down Nick, Drake is unafraid. He's going to be cleaving down both Saul and Laros. That Outlaw Rogue particularly good at just doing consistent damage. It's not the most bursty spec, but the overall damage it does is absolutely ludicrous right now. And you can see Meat Monk's burning through mana. He's struggling to keep Saul and Laros alive. And welcome to the Jung. I think this is a really good pick for them here in game number 1. But F-Tier is not out of it. And of course, the Doom wins from Saul is going to be that really scary moment. Laros and Saul, they have really good synergy too. So when Saul does go for the Doom wins, normally it just gets dismantled, but Laros tries to defend that with an intervene to try to intervene the dismantle, which is actually a really sick combo.
They just get a full shift there out of thin air. Nick with a beautiful fake cast, getting that precognition. And that's another scary thing here for Meat Monk. At any time, you can just get crowd control. He needs to have full faith here in his melees to stay on Nick and get those interrupts. Saul in a kidney shot there, taking some damage, but they stun Nick. He's going to blink away to safety. Meat Monk in a paralyze from Zhang Bahai. Zhang Bahai still having a lot of healing to do here as well. Slightly ahead on the mana, and Nick just doing a good job kind of kiting, maneuvering around. They have yet to force that first ice block. There's the double leg sweep. Nick looking for the damage, not able to find it just yet. Frozen Orb is going to be popped here. There's the Ray of Frost. Huge damage onto Saul. He's going to trade the Burrow. He's going to trade the Astral Shift, and he's going to get the Life Cocoon there. Massive push from Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a defensive overlap there, unfortunately. And Nick, I don't think he's even had to use 1 ice block in this game. So it seems like he's A-okay to survive. I really like the fact that Ring of Peace is being used by Zhang Bahai as well, making it so difficult for them to get on target. Saul in a little bit of danger right now, but with no crowd control on Meat Monk, I think he should be okay. Zhang Bahai still ahead on mana, but this is not looking good for F-Tier. This is not what I anticipated here in this game number 1. Outlaw has definitely been a huge pick. I mean, look at the damage done. Drake is absolutely shredding Laros and Saul.
Yeah, Meatmonk actually had to use his trinket there on a kidney shot defensively, but Nick actually finally getting pinned down here from the spear, but at the same time, look at Drake also taking a lot of damage. Ooh, big overlap here on the side of Welcome to the Jung. Evasion and Cloak of Shadows and the Life Cocoon as well, but they're leaving Nick open here. Big damage, triple leg sweep coming out from Jung Bahai with the long legs right there, and here comes the Frozen Orb, here comes the damage onto Saul. Meatmonk, what are you gonna do? He tries to keep him alive here with the Soothing Mist, but that Aura Master, that immunity to kicks, is gonna run out, and look at Nick trying to get the damage, trying to find some CC. There's a gouge on the Meatmonk, but it's looks like it was DR there. Nick stuck in a Stormbolt now. Finally, some pressure coming out here from F tier. They need to make something happen. Huge pressure onto Nick, but looks like he's going to be able to walk that off. But at the same time, Drake as well, taking a lot of damage. No cooldowns available onto Drake. Gets paralyzed. Nick at the same time, still taking a lot of pressure, but they don't force the Ice Block. They're trying to push for it. Defensive Dragon's Breath coming out, and they managed to weather the storm. Jung Bahai, an absolute legend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, all of these players are incredible. An upper bracket game between two Titan teams. Welcome to the Jung, looking to prove something here in game number 1. It's looking good, but at the same time, it needs to be careful. Drake is low. He vanishes out to go for some cheap shots. Gets one on Laros. Now going for Saul. The leg sweep comes in. Immediately, the the Life Cocoon will trade out here by Meep to keep Saul aggressive as they continue this push onto Nick. And I like this. Keep the mage honest by just running at him, but make these tab swaps onto Drake, keeping up the pressure, making sure you're at least hitting something. I think Laros and Saul are doing a good job of that.
Yeah, but Meatmonk, 0 mana left. This could just be the end of the match. Saul is going to use the Astral Shift. Laros gets swapped to. Meatmonk going to paralyze. Big damage coming out. The Ray of Frost is channeled to full value. And Saul, how are you going to stay alive? He's got the burrow still. They're trying to turn it on onto Drake. Big swap onto Drake. One last hit attempt to the F tier, but they don't manage to get the kill. Jung Bahai blocks it with the Life Cocoon, and now Saul might have bit off a little bit more than he can chew. That burrow is going to surely be used here any moment. There it is, but the Ray of Frost is being channeled through it, through the ground, and Nick finds the kill for Welcome to the Jung here in game number 1.
Well, my prediction was definitely not correct for this one. Was it going to be a 3-0 F tier? I really think the Outlaw Rogue has thrown a huge curveball for this roster, because they're only going to be playing these cleave setups. Potentially, they could bring in an Elemental Shaman, and that might be a better line of play, but Outlaw is just such a strong brawler right now. Welcome to the Jung. I should have known. If something's good, Welcome to the Jung is going to play it, and they did, and Drake made it look really good.
Yeah, there's not going to be any cleave matchups here when Frost Mage and Outlaw Rogue are as good as they seem to be. You know, that's why I predicted for the Wolves too. I just expected Trill to see that Outlaw Rogue and immediately pick it. And you can see a lot of these rogues are starting to adapt to the meta here. And
they got buffed on Tuesday, so this is like, you know, I think it got a 15% damage buff. And I actually, you know what's interesting? I feel like Outlaw wasn't even that bad. Just nobody even tried it. Subtlety Rogue was just so strong that everyone kind of just stuck with that. But now all these rogues are like, okay, we got slight subtlety nerfs and Outlaw got buffs. Let's try it. We see Waz play like this maximum versatility build that it's kind of difficult to test for, right? Without the tournament realm, nobody wants to commit their gearing to Outlaw, but now that you can just see, okay, you know, stacking versatility seems to be like this really, really high damage mode. It makes you super durable. It seems insane. I feel like there's a lot of rogues right now that are going to be trying Outlaw, you know, after this tournament.
Yep, I think so too. I mean, it's nice when you see Waz do it and have such a good result over in Europe. And yeah, I think there's a lot of rogues left in the tournament too. And for the rogues who didn't actually invest into Outlaw, I don't know if that's going to come back to kind of bite them, because it feels like, yeah, it feels stronger even in the mirrors, you know. I feel like even in the mirror, if you play Outlaw, like this is how I think about the rogue mage meta currently. It feels like fire is better than frost in the mirror, and it feels like having an Outlaw rogue that is spamming just farming a fire mage. I would rather have that on my team than a sub-rogue who's trying to be Neilio.
The consistent damage is really nice, right? Like, I think especially when it comes to attacking a mage, like, you know, we played a decent amount of mage in Arena, and Subtlety Rogue, it kind of relies on stuns and setups to kill you, right?
Yep.
Like,
you just blink them.
It's the Shadow Dance, exactly. If you're not in a cheap shot, or you're mass invising to gap the stuns, or you're creating space, or just Dragon's Breathing the Shadow Dance, you're basically shutting down all their damage. On Outlaw, none of that matters. Like, they are just all over you. They have multiple hooks to get to you, sprints. They can Blade Flurry over to you. So there's a lot that can be done, and I am very curious to see how these guys adapt. You can see Saul as well, just maximizing his versatility. Well, look at those secondary stats. Like, it's actually hilarious.
36 crit, just like have it on by accident somewhere. He couldn't get rid of it. But I gotta say, we got the transmogs working as well on the AWC companion. So this is Salt's actual transmog. I love this transmog. You got the Muhammad Ali kind of gloves. You got the sunshades, and you got the kind of mad scientist haircut. I love it. Like on an orc, shirtless. He looks ready for combat. How do you rate this transmog, Ben?
I don't know. I would say it's like a high 7 for me. Like, I don't think I could go higher than like an 8, like a 7.8 kind of thing. Like, pretty close to an 8, but yeah, not my absolute.
You can't commit
favorite.
to the 8.
Yeah. What about you?
Okay. I think the thing is, the way I don't just look at the transmog just the way it is right now, just like on a still picture, basically. I visualize it, right? I visualize that this is Saul, and he's running at a mage, and he's just like pummeling him, just like punching him, And when I visualize it, I feel like I actually can give it an 8. Like, it's a low 8. It's a very low 8. It's like barely an 8. What?
Oh, he's waving to you. Just yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What about this? I honestly, like, for me, these are beautiful sets. So I just want to say this is a beautiful set, but it's a set. And if it's a set, it can't be over an 8, I think. That's
Really?
just me. Yeah. There's no full set that's over an 8 when it comes to
I
transfer.
don't know,
I mean,
man.
it's a beautiful set. It looks cool, for sure. Don't get me wrong, but creativity, low.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But some sets are just iconic, But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like it. He looks a bit like I don't know, like an advanced version of a Stormwind Guard. I don't like the helm that much. The horns are kind of like throwing off the whole look for me.
Oh, I like it. I love that helmet.
You like the horns? Really?
That's on Dragonflight, yeah. This is one of the raid/PP sets. So nice.
Okay. Enchant helm, empowered blessing of speed. Nice.
He's going quick.
He's got the Trax helm of the Onyx.
So I think in the last expansion, War Within, you could only craft engineering helmet and bracers, and I think you can actually craft, it's either boots or belt. So there's 3 engineering pieces you can do to just fully commit to one secondary stat. If we could look at that, I think it's the belt or the boots where you can actually just go full versatility in addition to the bracers and helmet. So these guys are going as much versatility as you literally can. Like, they do not want to die.
Yeah. I mean, Warriors. We didn't actually see. Did we see too many Warriors yesterday? Did we see any Warriors yesterday? Actually,
No Warriors in EU.
we didn't see we didn't see a single Warrior. Even Blizzard was not playing a Warrior. So this is actually our first Warrior today. Laros trying to keep the Warrior dream alive here for his squad. I don't know, man. I feel like the Warrior going up against the Frost Mage. I mean, you know how it is, man. we're both very seasoned mages at this point. We've kited a lot of Warriors in our days.
I think I do think that FTR has had amazing success into Frost Mages when it's a subtlety rogue. It's a subtlety rogue. It's not the same thing. Outlaw is just destroying you. Like, even if you outplay, there's no go. It just is killing you the whole time, right? Like, Adrenaline Rush is scary, but other than that, you're just cleaving everybody. Like, there's moments in the game where Drake was doing the same damage as Saul and Laros, and as Meep, you're just like, it's such a nightmare. Because you're on a timer from the Outlaw Rogue, but also Nick can just, if you ever give him a free cog, a precog, and he channels a raid, that could just be death too. If Nick ever lands a counterspell, that can just be death. So F tier is definitely stressed out in these games.
Oh yeah, 100%, but they have hook point, they have the uptime, and Saul is punching away here with his boxing gloves. Let's see if they can make something happen. Drake actually getting stunned up. Looks like Saul is going to be popping over onto Drake. Now charging back onto Nick, looking for an opening, but so far, slippery Rogue Mage, not having to use anything. Zhang Bahai sitting through that Warrior Fear, not having to use anything either. He actually sat it as an undead, so he doesn't want to use that Will of the Forsaken in case there is a Song of GG coming in later from Meat Monk, but at the same time, not seeing too much damage coming out from Nick just yet. Looking very low actually on that damage meter, still holding his punches for a little bit. Leg sweep onto Saul. That is going to be a life cocoon. Bit of an early life cocoon there from Meat Monk, but he did run out of mana last game, so maybe he's just trying to conserve it now better in this one.
Interesting. Meep actually went to be a gnome. So I think it's a mana play. Like, I'm trying to imagine why else you'd want to be a gnome in this matchup. I think you just get a little bit more intellect, so maybe you get some more mana, and they're literally just going to go for a straight up mana game, as that is kind of why they lost the last one. Meep just ran out of gas. They're just chasing Nick, and Nick is just very difficult to take down, super durable. Drake in that first exchange, you saw Saul, he popped Doom Winds, dismantle immediately. Look at him, he's dismantled. Anytime he pops Doom Winds, he's getting kidney shot, he's getting gouged, he's getting dismantled, and it just makes it so Saul really doesn't have any windows to burst down Nick, and that's the most important thing about Enhancement Shaman, and it makes me kind of feel like they should be playing Ellie instead. Like, Ellie to me just feels like, first of all, you're not grouped up here with Laros, but you have more range damage, and you're not susceptible to being disarmed all game, so maybe that's an adaptation if they don't win this one they can use in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be another option, but Saul at the same time is running low on options here. He might need to use that burrow as he is taking a tremendous amount of damage, but Meat Monk, not in any crowd control, is just going to be able to heal it through. And it is very interesting to see the damage. Actually, wait, hold up. Full kidney onto Meat Monk. A lot of damage coming out here with that Ray of Frost from Nick. Saul could have to use something, but no, they're not going to get any follow-up CC. So what I was going to say is, it is kind of interesting to see Welcome to the Junk playing this setup, because they do play it very differently from what we saw, for example, from Echo, where they're not trying to get those CC chains. They're not trying to go for those ghosts. They're just playing consistent. They're just trying to survive, make sure that Nick never has to use his ice block, and just make sure that they're staying ahead on damage. But Nick actually might have to use, oh my god, if that's not a casting curse, I don't know what is. But yeah, they finally get the ice block there on the side of F tier, showing some signs of life.
Yeah, it's insane the amount of damage that they're able to put out. So getting that first ice block, super duper important. And in terms of mana, Meep is still a little bit behind here. Unfortunately, just Drake and Nick are doing so much pressure. Both of Outlaw and Frostmage have so much cleave here on both of these DPS. Zhang Bahai, I think, is actually sitting down for a drink. He does. He drinks to full right in the face of Laros and Saul. That is such a nightmare. It's a very important win condition here for F tier. And welcome to the Jung, and Zhang Bahai just put his team in such a good spot.
Yeah. I mean, all they got to do on the side of F tier now is really make sure they push that second ice block, because they are on a strict time to actually win the game. And there it is, full Ring of Frost on Meat Monk into the blind. Meat Monk has to use his trinket. He gets kicked there, 0.1 from the young Drake, and they're going to abandon that push. Nicely done, though. They were able to get the Astral Shift. They were able to get the trinket from the Mistweaver. And honestly, I feel like they could even swap to Meep Monk if he overextends, or if he like pushes forward to... sometimes monks, they try to run into a Frozen Orb to preemptively be able to break CC. If Meep Monk does anything like that, they could definitely capitalize on it and try to maybe look for a switch to him. But I think on the side of Welcome to the Jung, the win condition is kind of obvious. They don't want to take any risks like that going after the healer. They have a 50% almost mana lead, and they're just going to keep pushing that lead and just try to win slowly but surely. That's a tricky thing here for Welcome to the Jung. It's kind of how they enjoy playing the game. Ooh, they have pressure on the Nick, though. Does manage to fake as a kick and get his Water Ellie out, and manages to recover. But Welcome to the Jung is kind of a team that they like to just play for the long game win condition. They definitely can like be super aggro and do CC chains, but if they can win just playing it consistently, that is how they prefer to win.
Yeah, Nick right now going for a Glacial Spike, still just kiting around. Meep down to 50% mana. Zhang Bahai way ahead. The small map, though, and keep in mind, if Saul is not getting dismantled, he can absolutely destroy Welcome to the Jung. So you really have to respect the Bloodlust Doom Winds from Saul. He is an Enhancement Shaman after all, but if he does get controlled, then it becomes really, really difficult. Nick right now throwing in a big barrier. Zhang Bahai does have the life cocoon if he needs it, and I already mentioned it. I love the fact that Zhang Bahai is playing that Ring of Peace. If Nick can ever blink, that Ring of Peace just makes it so much more difficult for Laros and Saul to really connect. And then he's kind of just stuck with Drake, who's able to cleave them up. Drake and Nick taking the pressure. Full fear here onto Zhang Bahai into a paralyze. Meat moves in, trying to get some damage rolling. Nick, don't be greedy. He's getting low. The barrier comes in. Zhang Bahai, really greedy, will end up trading out the life cocoon and the Ring of Peace to keep Drake alive. So finally some signs of life here for F tier.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at the damage done here. Like, look at Drake. He is 4 million ahead of everyone else on that damage meter. He is doing 1.5 players worth of damage at this point, and that's their win condition. Just let Drake do his thing here. And so far, it's looking real good. There's the cap totem, though, but this could be a big push onto Nick, actually. They don't have the life cocoon. Zhang Bahai doesn't have any answers here for Nick, trying to just keep him alive, but he gets caught up in a DR leg sweep. Song of GG gets casted by Meep Monk, but Meep Monk not able to get that one. Nicely done there by Nick and Drake, making sure that they can't get that CC chain onto Zhang Bahai, but that's a short window of another like 30 or so seconds where they could potentially push for that ice block from Nick. If they can do that on F tier, I think that could be what they need to snowball into a win later, but they are running out of time right now. Meep Monk no trinket, Laros no trinket, Saul no trinket, Astro Shift, and Meep Monk is running low on mana. Here's the push. Nick, what are you going to do here? Can they get the ice block? 5 seconds left on the life cocoon from Zhang Bahai. He's doing a great job just keeping him alive. I think they don't have enough damage, but Laros with the Blade Storm could be enough. Saul at the same time, though, is taking a huge amount of damage out of that counterspell into a gouge from Drake, but doesn't look like they have enough CC. There's a kidney shot actually onto Meep Monk as well. Drake trying to extend the CC chain, and with the offense there, they're able to shut down that offensive push that they had on the side of F tier, kind of just slowly strangling them out of the match.
I think Meep has completely changed his build in this game number 2. I'll look after this, but a big setup here onto Nick. He's trying to blink away, but he's got caught in the spear. Laros able to bring him back, but Life Cocoon will trade. Meat Monk gets counterspelled. Greatly done there by Nick. They end up getting the Life Cocoon off the back of that counterspell, and he's been sniping them the entire game. Meat Monk playing a more caster-oriented version of Mystery right now, playing extremely passive in the game, and you can see it in his damage done. He's just completely relying on his team. He wants to just win the long game. This is kind of a dampened strat that Saul, Laros, and Meat Monk have, and I think it's okay. Like, dampening is getting higher and higher. Meat Monk now moves in, gets the paralyze here onto Zhang Bahai. Does he have anything to follow it up? A leg sweep. He throws a Song of GG around the pillar. No one's going to be falling for that one. No one hits it. Unfortunately, it does miss, but still just using this pillar to line of sight, making it really difficult, almost impossible for Nick to land a polymorph. Like, by the fact he's playing Blink and with Meep's positioning, I don't think Nick can really ever land a polymorph on Meep, and they end up getting another ice block.
Oh, shattering throw as well coming out there on the ice block.
Nice
so
sweep.
much pressure coming out. Nice leg sweep pushing out the Zhang Bahai's trinket right there. What are they going to do here on Welcome to the Jung? Nick dropping low, but at the same time, Zhang Bahai is losing on mana. Meep Monk has somehow gotten more mana, but here comes a big push onto Saul. Ray of Frost is going to connect, but Meep Monk is doing a great job just keeping him alive out of crowd control. And Welcome to the Jung is not looking as confident. Despite that early drink they got from Zhang Bahai, Meep Monk has done such a great job keeping his mana up that he's managed to equalize it despite having to deal with more damage also on the enemy team. Drake gets swapped to as well in the shockwave. Double leg sweep coming out from Zhang Bahai. Drake dropping very low. Defensive hook is going to connect, but Laros is all over him. He could take him down, Drake, with another hook, but Saul is there. A third hook from Drake. This guy is looking like Spider-Man right now, but he manages to survive. But Nick gets pinned down. He gets left behind, and they could do it. They have so much pressure here on F tier. Things are looking really good for them in this game number 2. Laros caught up in a kidney shot. Drake trying to get some momentum here. Ray of Frost is going to channel onto Laros, but Nick, what are you going to do? He just can't recover. Always under 50% HP. Finally, Zhang Bahai is going to recover him, but it's going to cost all of his mana. They need to do something on the side of Welcome to the Jung, or this game might just be over. Nick dropping dangerously low once again. Zhang Bahai looking for a drink. Can they trade the icebox for a drink? I don't even think they can. Drake has to use the evasion. He drops very low. Zhang Bahai got a little sip there, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to cost them the match that they went for that drink?
50% dampening. Almost 10 minutes have elapsed here, and Meat Monk, his mana's looking good. He trades the Life Cocoon. Nick going for a Ray of Frost. This could be lethal. It gets shut down. Beautiful Stormbolt there by Laros, who just continues this push onto Nick. Nick in desperation trying to get away. His Water Elemental's dead. He fakes out the interrupt. Can he go for another Ray of Frost?
Drake.
Portal to the other side of the map. Drake is low as well, using the Ring of Peace. Going to be using that grapple weapon, but I think it is going to be Nick, the main focus point in this game. They get the life cocoon. Zhang Bahai almost completely tapped on mana. Drake has nothing left, and F tier is looking like they're going to be able to do it. Drake goes for the kidney shot, but Saul and Laros are still all over him. Can he hook away? Once again, he's trying to kite. Nick desperately trying to peel and keep him alive, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Drake falls, and F tier with the adaptation. Beautifully done there. Actually, I want to see if Meep was playing more of a melee build in game number 1. I think he was, yeah. So just completely switches his build, plays way more passive, way more mana efficient, and ends up winning the game in Deep Damp. What a great game.
Man, I want to know how Meepmonk was able to keep his mana so high, despite Zhang Bahai getting drinks, despite Zhang Bahai having higher overall damage on his side. It's just Meepmonk. He's just able to win on mana. He's just able to get his mana back, and his build with the casting Mistweaver seemed a lot more effective here in game number 2. But it also could be the map as well. You know, it's a lot harder to make something happen as a Frost Mage on this map. But welcome to the Jung. They wanted to play passive. They wanted to just kite it out and win on mana. But Meepmonk, the mana battery, the Energizer Bunny, just never ran out. And then all of a sudden, the longer the game went on, F tier were the ones who got the pressure. F tier were the ones who forced Zhang Bahai in this position right here, where he has to go and drink, and they have to trade out defensive cooldowns for a drink, and it's not even like a big drink. It's just like, you know, 1 or 2 ticks, and then he has to come back, and his entire team is on low HP. So that mana that he recovered, he's gonna have to immediately spend it anyway. So yeah, F tier, just 1 adaptation, keeping the same composition, and the first warrior win that we get to see in Midnight belongs to Laros.
There it is. Now we have to see, welcome to the Jung. Are they still going to be feeling confident? I feel like on a bigger map, you could still probably feel confident, but it's like I said, if you're Nick and you're playing Blink, I mean, you know it. Like, if you're playing Blink, it's a very reactive ability. And if Meep isn't, you know, in the middle of the map throwing in wind kicks, it's going to be extremely difficult to actually land any polymorphs on him. So you're basically chasing down both Saul and Laros, who are, you know, brick walls. Meep in the backline, able to maintain his mana with some adaptation to his talents. And maybe this all of a sudden put the matchup in their favor. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. And yeah, I don't know. Do you think we should see a strategy adaptation from Welcome to the Jung? Do you think they should play more for CC, play more for like setting up and just kind of more winning in ghost type of win condition? Or do you think what they're doing works and they just need to maybe change some talents and play on a larger map?
That is a very good question. I feel like the larger map will maybe allow Zhang Bahai to drink more, and also it's going to allow Nick to drag both Saul and Laros further away, forcing Meepmonk into the open. So what I would personally like to see is Zhang Bahai taking maybe some more risks to actually go for like Paralyzed Song of Chi-Ji on the Meep and pressure him that way, because I do feel like Welcome to the Jung is playing this extremely passively. They're basically just relying on attacking, surviving, and then just winning like that. And I think there's a little bit of room for setups. Like, I think they can take some risks. They can make some effort to push, especially if Zhang Bahai is going to be playing, you know, the Undead. It's going to allow him a little bit more freedom breaking out of crowd control. And yeah, if Laros and Saul are overextending, he's not going to really be able to help in that regard. So I'd like to see Welcome to the Jung just play it a little bit more aggressive and keep F tier on their toes.
Yeah, we'll see. I kind of want to see the same thing, honestly. I feel like they can afford to be a little bit more aggressive, but I feel like also their game number 1 looks so convincing that, okay, we can just sit back and attack and auto-win. We have just more damage and more burst, so eventually it's a kind of safe option where you don't really take any risk. And if you can win by... If you're the team that wins in a long game, then you don't actually need to be the team that pushes in and takes risks. But with this game number 2, how it played out, I feel like maybe something like that could be on the cards here. Welcome to the Jung, taking their time to lock in their composition here. Surely they stick with the same thing. You were talking about some mirror matchup shenanigans that you were expecting?
Well, Welcome to the Jung played this comp in the open bracket. They played this exact comp with Nick on Warrior and Prev on Shaman. So they're no strangers to the composition. I feel like they're just trying to take a more efficient route. You know, if you don't have to mirror and you can play something that's more of like a counter, that's probably a better thing to do. Because I would say F tier probably even has the advantage in the mirror match. These guys are experts at this comp, right? Like Saul and Laros have been playing together for, I don't even know, 5-6 years nonstop, all day, every day. Like going into a mirror match with them, that's like, that's a tough one.
100%. And Meat Monk too. I mean, Meat Monk has been a Monk main for a really long time. I mean, we've seen Jung Bahai flexing, but in my opinion, like in his blood, he's a shaman. You know what I mean? Like we've seen him perform like as pretty much as good as you can on Resto Shaman, on Druid, on Priest, on Monk as well. Even Holy Paladin. We've seen him on every single healer, and he looks really, really good. But I feel like it's always an advantage to somebody who one-tricks a spec. Like even if you're a really, really top-tier healer and you're a multi-classer, I feel like somebody who only plays that one thing, they're always like, that's going to be their thing, right? They're always going to know a little something about the spec that you probably haven't figured out yet. And I mean, it's in his name, right? Meat Monk. So this guy is definitely a Mistweaver through and through in sickness and health, you know? And yeah, Saul and Laros, of course, on their mains too. Like they're fighting triple mains, so I think it's smart to stick with the Rogue Mage here on Welcome to the Jung and just kind of use the large map.
Let's see what they can do. Meat Monk, he's playing a Gnome. So if you're like, why is he playing Gnome? Wouldn't Undead just be better? Well, the reason why he's playing a Gnome is for maximum mana. And if you actually look, he's not even using precog. He's basically doing everything he can with his enchants and gems to get as much mana as possible. And I think, let me just take a look here at Mana Tea. Is Mana Tea percent based? I think it might be. I want to just take a look at this. I think Mana Tea might actually be percent based, so if you have more int, it actually gives you more mana. I think that's kind of the idea between this.
Oh.
No, it's a flat amount of mana, but you just have more mana in general. So, yeah, he's if he can even ever drink, that's going to be bigger. So he switched Conduit as well, so he's going to have the short cooldown on the Life Cocoon. He's going to be able to just sit back and channel through the Pillar. He just has to play away from Nick, who's basically never going to be able to land a Polymorph on him. And that's why I think I just want to see Jung Bahai maybe take a little bit more risks with pushing in and trying to punish this.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I feel like Meat Monk's got to be pretty happy then with this setup. With this map, because what he wants to do is just stay as far away as possible from the action and just get his heals through, drink his tea, just do his monk things. But at the same time, if dampening gets too high, the one thing that I can see happening is a situation where Jung Bahai is also super far back and constantly going for drinks. And at some point, dampening is going to be really high, and you have two metas on your side who's going to have to go out in the open against the Frost Mage. So I feel like it's like the Price is Right, you know. You got to go for a big all-in push, but you can't do it too late. You can't go too deep into dampening, but you also can't go too early into dampening. You got to go high enough without going over. Yeah.
It's like the Goldilocks of dampening, you know?
The Goldilocks of dampening.
I thought it sounded appropriate.
Yeah, that's perfect. I like this mug from Jung Bahai, man. This mug is the best mug we've seen all day, by the way. This is an easy 9 right here.
You think so, huh? A 9?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
okay.
Is that a set? If it's a set, then it's a 6. But if it's not a set, that's a 9.
I think it is a set. Yeah. I think it's
never mind then.
Set, yeah.
Oh, never mind.
I want to say it is. Say it is Sinister Mass. Isn't it? I think this is from Shadowlands. Is it from Shadowlands? I think it is. It looks very like.
No, it doesn't look like a set, dude.
Really? Okay. Individual pieces. If it's individual pieces, it's gonna score really high. It's like if you can trick me into thinking it's a set when it's not, then that's really good, you know. Then it's like almost like it's bumping up to like an 8.5 minimum.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is a 9. I'm thinking this is a 9. I even like the Grease Monkey's shift stick right there. That thing is looking nice with the red like electricity thing. It matches the shoulders, you know. I feel like Jung Bahai, like if I'm going against Jung Bahai, I'm going against a Mistweaver. Even if I don't know it's Jung Bahai and I see a Mistweaver that looks like this, I'd be like, damn. I wouldn't even be that mad if I lost. Like, at least we lost to people with you know, some sense of fashion. You know what I'm saying?
I think I'd still be pretty mad with just an outlaw rogue and a frost mage running away from me all game. Like, I wouldn't be happy about it. But you are right; it does look good. At least he'd be looking good while beating me.
At least we lost to people that look good.
Yeah.
All right. So I like the little wave we get too. All right, Nick on the frost mage. What are we thinking about this? This is mid, no? This is looking real mid. What is that?
I do like
ATS
that.
and what is that? Is that a helm from Black Temple?
I think it is.
ATS,
Yeah.
Great Staff of the Guardian, and then that's the like
Caliban
season
Evidence,
3
yeah.
priest. Yeah. Looks like
Yep.
the season 3 priest helm. I don't know. Like, I'm not impressed. He's got the Kirin Tor vibe, and then he's got like the schizo helmet. I don't know. It looks a little sketchy, that helm.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't my favorite. I don't think it looks bad, but not necessarily my favorite. Drake, this is Drake's classic. He plays this on pretty much all the classes he plays on his Windwalker Monk. This is just like, you know what I like about Drake? This is his like consistent transmog. When he can play a leather class, he pretty much always looks like this. And I like it. I think those are still, to date, some of the best Gladiator tabards that have ever existed from Wrath of the Lich King.
Agreed. I like it. I like the Crown of Flame. And you know what? I like that he's not going with the Warglaives of Azeroth as well. He's going with a Warglaive because, you know, it's a Warglaive. It's badass, but he's going with his own version of it, you know? So
I like that,
I respect that. Yeah, I like that. He has a certain look, you know? And that's also very powerful, you know? Because if you don't see the name of a player and you just see, okay, he has the Drake Mog, you can already assume, like, okay, maybe I should be ready with my Ice Mog.
I'm probably going to lose, you know, like... All right, F tier, welcome to the Jung. The good thing is we're both wrong on our predictions. There's no 3-0s, and I feel like that's nice. We get to spend more time watching the games together, you know?
Yeah. No, I like that. You know, I like just seeing two top-tier teams go head-to-head, and it's not a blowout. And for welcome to the Jung, you know, this is a team that really struggled last season. Well, they came second, but, you know, for them, that's struggling. But big opener onto Saul. Ray of Frost gets channeled. Big damage coming through, and already a Life Cocoon gets traded from Meep Monk. Nick's taking a lot of damage as well, but they're holding on to the Life Cocoon for just a second. Jung Bahai not going to be making the trade there, and it looks like they're going to be pulling one cooldown ahead on the side of Welcome to the Jung.
I like that. And we did see Zhang Bahai actually push in. So I think he's going to be trying to go for crowd control in this game, playing a little bit more active. And if they do end up ever finding a Song of Chi-Ji, it could be really strong. He's actually not playing Song, so never mind. He went for just the Paralyzed Leg Sweep and ended up getting the Life Cocoon, but he is just going to be opting for that more defensive option, that Ring of Peace, to try to allow Nick a little bit more freedom in the game.
Yeah. Let's see it here. Saul taking a lot of damage. Big Ray of Frost connects there. Meep Monk in a full sheep on his trinket, actually. Saul, what are you going to do here? It's got to be the burrow if they can continue the chain. They get a cheap shot there onto Meep Monk, but still, Saul feeling confident to just stay out in open field here. Big damage onto Nick. The barrier is going to connect there, and it's going to be able to allow Zhang Bahai a little bit of time there to actually manage to keep Nick healthy in that position. Nick, once again, just kiting away from these melees, but he's running to the pillar, and I feel like the best situation is when you get to drag these melees out in open field. And Ring of Peace, I feel like that's a new adaptation. We didn't really see the Ring of Peace in that previous matchup, but we're going to see big damage coming through here as well onto Drake, getting a little bit cleaved. Good pressure. Both teams being a lot more aggressive in the matchup, but at the same time, Zhang Bahai's mana is already starting to hurt.
Yeah, and I think if Saul and Laros can be a little bit more on top of just shutting down Zhang Bahai and his drinks, that could be hugely beneficial in this match. Meep, you can see, still 100% topped on mana. And cooldowns are rotating back up. Life Cocoon will be up in about 40 seconds. Saul's going to have, of course, his Astral Shift back, and they're just playing it patient. I think they kind of know they're going to win with dampening. They need high dampening where Zhang Bahai can't really recover. The ice barriers from Nick are going to be a little bit lower. And I think they're just picking that moment. Like we said, the Goldilocks of dampening. You don't want to go too soon. You don't want to go too late, and you can't recover. There's like a sweet spot where all of a sudden Warrior Enhancement Trauma damage is really going to start adding up, and that pressure is going to be difficult for the side of Welcome to the Jung to deal with.
Yeah, and I think this is a good opportunity maybe for Zhang Bahai to sit down and drink if possible, but looks like they're going to be making an offensive push. Drake sitting in stealth, trying to look for a sap maybe, but Not going to be able to find it. Opening up to his target. It looks like it's going to be Saul once again. Jung Bahai gets paralyzed into a leg sweep. Meat Monk is going to be pulling the first trigger on that. Nice blink there by Nick, avoiding the spear of Bastion. Beautifully done there, and as a result, they're going to get zero pressure with this. Drake is going to take a little bit of cleave damage. He gets caught up in a Stormbolt. It looks like he pre-fainted it as well, and Laros, he's just going to intervene out of there. He realized that this setup is not going to happen. There it is, paralyzed coming out onto Meat Monk. Can they get any follow-up? Nice defensive fear there onto Jung Bahai. He wanted to get a triple leg sweep there, but Laros doing an excellent job there on the Warrior, shutting it down. Warriors can be very, very disruptive as a class, and Laros definitely showcasing how good of a class it is.
Yeah, Saul stalled a long time, and his burrow now is almost off cooldown. So F tier, they've got literally every cooldown, and there's a lot that Welcome to the Jungle has to rotate through. So I like the fact that F tier, they're not overly concerned about running out of mana, and when they are needing to play safe, they just actually reset at the pillar, forcing Drake and Nick to actually push in, because Drake and Nick, they don't want to do anything overly aggressive, right? They don't want to have to push into the pillar. They basically just want Saul and Laros to chase them to the ends of the earth. And I like that F tier isn't entirely falling for that. And making Welcome to the Jung actually make some tough decisions.
Yeah, I think we're going to definitely go to dampening here. I think at some point they're going to just drag them out in the open field. Oh, big damage here onto Nick, forcing out the life cocoon from Jung Bahai. Did not have to trinket though for it, so still looking pretty healthy. But as I say that, Nick takes another chunk of damage. Laros reconnecting to his target. Saul waddling over. Double leg sweep is going to connect. Ray of Frost being channeled here onto Saul, but late interrupt coming through, and there's the spear pinning down Nick. Nick could be in some trouble here. There is no life cocoon available, but Jung Bahai is going to be able to power through it for now. Meat Monk looking like he wants to get aggressive here. Jung Bahai actually Wheel of the Forsaken there on the fear, and Meat Monk takes the opportunity to paralyze him, looking for the Song of GG, not able to find it. Nick has that counterspell, but has blinked away at the same time. Jung Bahai responding with a paralyze, and then repositioning behind that pillar as well. Mana Tea being used here by both healers. Jung Bahai with a slight mana lead, but we saw Meat Monk pull ahead in mana last time. Meat Monk pushing in a little bit, looking to get aggressive maybe with his team, but it's going to be Saul met with a kidney shot and a frozen orb. Nick almost getting a polymorph there, but gets shut down by the Stormbolt there from Laros. Laros doing an excellent job keeping his healer out of CC, but still they get a life cocoon with that. They actually use the Ray of Frost through the life cocoon here. They're just cracking through it, trying to take him down, but it's going to be Drake. Actually, he might just die. Oh my goodness, Drake trinketing and managing to survive with that trinket, but that's a huge cooldown that they now got off Drake.
Yeah, second Ray of Frost used there by Nick, and it seems like Saul is going to be okay. Drake throws a kidney shot out onto Meat. Double leg sweep on Laros and Saul. Great backup there. The Outlaw Rogue doesn't have access to the most stuns. It's one of the things, used to be able to stun a ton, not so much anymore. It's just more damage, more of a brawler in this expansion from what I've seen. Nick now still on the run. Meep in the backline, channeling out the Soothing Mist, being very efficient with his mana. And this is the part in dampening where Saul and Laros are really going to start putting out some pressure. I love the setups onto Drake. They opt not to go onto Drake in that stun, but just making the occasional swap onto Drake, I think, can be absolutely lethal. And he was the one that fell in that last game. So definitely something to look out for in this match.
Yeah, Jung Bahai sending through a Stormbolt into a Warrior Fear right there. Does not have the Wheel of Forsaken for this one, as he had to use it on the last one. Laros, though, stuck in a Nova, not able to connect to his target. Nick has to blink there, though, towards Laros. Laros going to get some uptime here onto Nick. If Saul can reconnect as well, it could be some trouble here onto Nick, but a nice fake cast from Nick. Going to give him that precognition. Gets a little bit of distance for a second there, but he's going to be able to blink out of that stun. Swap to Drake. Big damage. Nice defensive Dragon's Breath there by Nick. They force the Life Cocoon onto Nick, and then they immediately swap to Drake, forcing out Jung Bahai's trinket there in that exchange. Full blind onto Meat Monk. Now looking to take down Laros. Laros had to use his trinket there as well. Saul now in a little bit of trouble as well, getting cleaved down here with Laros by Drake. But Nick and Drake both taking a lot of damage. Jung Bahai sitting down for a drink there, just trying to get a greedy little sip, and do manage to get away with it too by the looks of it.
Yeah, but look at Drake and Nick. They're both just starting to take a lot of pressure here. Zhang Bahai struggling to kind of top them off. Finally willed, but dampening's up to 36%. Nick into his, I think, second ice block, maybe first ice block of the game, but very unlikely he'll get a third in this position. So if they can get one more out of the way, that's going to be great. That will be, you know, some big healing traded out by Zhang Bahai at the same time. Saul down to about 50% health. Meep is falling behind on mana, so I don't know how much Mana Tea he has available, but if he can ever sneak away for a drink, which seems really unlikely, it would be hugely beneficial for his team. But it seems like, yeah, the Mana Tea is basically burned out. Zhang Bahai and him are relatively even, and this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, Nick now gets caught up in a leg sweep. Meek Monk doing a great job there. Bastion is going to peer. The spear is going to pin Nick down, but huge damage coming out, and he is going to have to use the life cocoon there from Jung Bahai, and Jung Bahai also had to use his will there again, so the next Warrior Fear could be trouble here for Welcome to the Jung. 41% dampening, big damage here onto Drake as well. He's getting cleaved down. He has the evasion though, and the trinket, so he should be fine for now, but at the same time, they have to polymorph Laros. This is not what they want to do. They want to cleave them down, but big Ray of Frost is going to connect onto Saul, but still has that burrow as well. Both
CS.
teams have defensives. They get a full CS. There's the burrow as well onto Saul, and Saul might just go down at the pressure of that CS. They're pushing in here on the side of Welcome to the Jung, looking for the kill. Full kidney shot onto Saul, but nice defensive peels coming in here from the side of F tier. Looks like they are going to recover here at the pillar. What are they going to do here? Jung Bahai pushes in, gets caught up in a leg sweep. They're trying to turn it around. Beautifully done there, but Laros charging out with half HP actually. Gets caught up in a cheap shot, has to trinket out, and he might just die right now. He could regret it. Full leg sweep on Meek Monk. He's going to trinket that, and Drake has a full blind van. I am so scared for Laros here. There's the full blind onto Meek Monk, and there's the full Ray of Frost. I think that is going to be it. Do they have enough damage to take him down? And they do. And Welcome to the Jung is going to take game number 2.
Oh my god, that was so close though, really back and forth, but Welcome to the Jung. Nick managed to just land a beautiful counterspell, which forced an absolute panic, and that's the scary thing about being Meep. If you're playing this caster build, you're opening up your tree a lot more often in the match. It seems like Saul and Meep still want to go for it, but there's almost no way they win this. Nick has Ice Block back in 15 seconds. I guess they don't want to give up early. You use this time to kind of just talk about strategy, but yeah, I don't think that there's any way F tier comes back in this one against Welcome to the Jung, barring like somebody DCing or something like that. So that counterspell was beautiful, and I feel like Welcome to the Jung, they just capitalized on that momentum so well.
Yeah, they immediately just snowballed it, and that was Jung Bahai as well. He immediately realizing, okay, we have good pressure here. I'm just gonna push in. He pushes in. He gets the leg sweep out of that counterspell on Meep Monk, forces out the trinket, and then they just have that full blind as a win condition. Get the Ray of Frost as well before he can kind of get around the corner. So that was also well sniped by Nick, and they're able to snowball that into a win.
Nicely done. We take a look here at these final moments. Let's see where the counterspell lands. It's very back and forth. This is where Laros kind of goes into the middle of the map, but I don't entirely blame him, because it's like you can't let Nick just sit back, because if he does channel a Ray of Frost, you're probably just going to lose at this point in dampening, but inevitably he does manage to snipe it. You can see the Ray connecting right now. Wind Shear comes in a little bit late there from Saul, but yeah, ultimately interrupts it, but the damage had been done at that point. Dampening's too high. Meat Monk was getting absolutely swarmed, and Welcome to the Jung is able to capitalize.
Yep. Beautiful stuff here. See Laros on his final moments there, trinketing out. There's the leg sweep I was talking about. Trinket comes out from Meat Monk. Drake just pushing in, gets the blind, and at this point, Saul in a Dragon's Breath Sheep. Trinkets out, but it's too late. The Ray of Frost is doing what it does. The Wind Shear comes back off cooldown, gets it off, but at this point, it is too late. It's too little, too late. I think it was a touch of death, actually, that took him down there. So still, I would say, even on this large map, a very, very even match here. And I think this series could actually go the distance. I feel like both teams could stick to kind of what they're running. And yeah, I think F tier could take us to a small map and just lock this in again. It looks good enough.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I do think we're going to a small map. But how small? Like Dalaran Sewers type of thing. And then Meat Monk will always have a pillar that he can channel through. So I think that's definitely a possibility here in this next game. But I feel like either side can win on any map. Like, I do get that feeling. It does feel like either side can win regardless of how big the map is. Probably a slight advantage to Laros and Saul on the small map, and a slight advantage to Drake and Nick on the large map. But yeah, some interesting compositions. I mean, Rogue Mage, not super unexpected, I would say. They're going to Ruins of Lordaeron, so there'll be lots of line of sight opportunities here for Meat.
Yeah. I feel like this is a good map though to get aggressive. It's not a lot of not like you said, not a lot of room to hide on if you are Welcome to the Jung. And I think also Jung Bahai has been able to sneak away for drinks in pretty much all of these games, and I think that is something that is very unlikely on Ruins of Lordaeron, because I think on a map like this, F tier are not going to be looking to kind of run back to the pillar and hide the way they do on Tolvir. They're going to be looking to get aggressive the entire time and kind of just stay in their face. So we'll see if that map change is going to be enough here for F tier. What I want to see from Welcome to the Jung is the offensive style Rogue Mage on this map. I want to see them actually look for those setups. Look for those sheeps. I mean, you saw, like, okay, sure, it's in deep dampening, but one counterspell, you can immediately snowball that into a win. And we've seen that from them before, where they are so good at these, like, little micro CC chains, you know? That's basically what they got most of their success with, you know, when they play, like, Feral Shadow Priest and things like that. The Outlaw Rogue Shadow Priest, all those comps that they've ran in the past has been kind of, okay, we get an interrupt, we get a gouge, we get a kidney shot, and then, like, all of a sudden we're taking somebody down, you know? So that's what I want to see from Welcome to the Jung.
I feel like Welcome to the Jung, this is kind of like their playstyle a little bit, where they just bring you to the deep waters of... I think this is something that Drake is particularly good at, is he's just all about the counter goes. Like, when you try to get something going, that's when he's going to stun you. That's when he's going to dismantle you. That's when he's going to gouge you. And they're just going to slowly wear you down with how good they are. They're just very efficient at doing damage, also shutting down goes, trading defensive cooldowns, and then they can flip a switch, right? As soon as they do land that counter spell, as soon as dampening is high enough, that's when they decide, okay, this is when we're going to win the game. And I feel like more so than any other team, Welcome to the Jung is kind of just masters of, like, tempo in a match. They just know how to flip that switch. But at the beginning of the game, they're typically playing super defensive like we're seeing here.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's maybe a strategy for mana as well, because it is, you know, very expensive in terms of mana to kind of push in like that. But we're going to see an early stab here onto Saul with the reset, but Drake does not want to open. His team was not in position, but Nick actually fake casting early, getting some good pressure here. Double Frozen Orb coming out. Nick blinking out. So Nick had precognition there when the Spear of Bastion dropped, and he just blinks out of the spear while he still has that immunity. But actually, they pin him down now. So he blinked out of something else. But Nick not feeling too much of that pressure. Easy Life Cocoon being traded out here from Meep Monk as well. Good pressure so far from Welcome to the Jung.
Yep, both Mistweavers just making efficient trades at the beginning of the game. Full kitty shot now onto Meep. Shutting him down. Laros is going to be throwing in an intimidating shout onto Drake. And this is just all a pressure-based matchup. And this is a very, very small arena. So Meep making a push here, going for a Song of Chi-Ji. Zhang Bahai will actually immune it. So he trades out the Restoral just to immune that Song of Chi-Ji. And I feel like if you're Meep, you're happy. You just went for a Song. And Zhang Bahai trades out a 2-minute cooldown to stop it. Like... that's definitely a good exchange there for Meep.
Yeah, he had the Widow for second too, but I guess he wants to maybe save it for that next Warrior Fear, but full blind onto Meep. Meep is going to have to trinket that one, realizing it's a very dangerous situation. Gets actually paralyzed. Nick looking for the polymorph, but nice interrupt there from Saul. He's going to shut down Nick. Blinks away from the Cap Totem as well. Zhang Bahai now in a potential full Song of GG now. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to go for it. Afraid of the interrupt there from Drake maybe on the side of Meep. But Nick taking a lot of damage still. Just kiting with the Orb and the Blizzards. Just keeping them slowed. Trying to keep distance here from the melee cleave. Meep Monk doing a good job repositioning around that corner. Just making sure that he can't get crowd controlled here. And he's using this like little small pillar excellently. Nice leg sweep coming out here onto Drake as well. Doesn't look like they want to swap to him though. Maybe it's a defensive leg sweep there as Laros was in a kidney shot. But now here comes big pressure onto Nick. They're going to pin him down there for a second with the stun as well. Nick taking a lot of damage there, but Zhang Bahai out of crowd control and able to keep him topped.
Yeah, Meep just weaving around this pillar, doing an excellent job, trading out the manatees. Crackle comes in. Crackle will put up that very precious Zen Sphere that makes Nick take extra damage here. He needs to be careful.
Whoa.
Goes into the ice blocks. There's a large burst. That was not Bloodlust, and that was not Doomwind. So Saul could actually just completely delete someone here. Drake has 0 cooldowns. They could make a swap onto the Rogue, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Drake is on the run. He's down to 10% health. There's not much healing here for Zhang Bahai. He gets caught in a paralysis. Drake is just harpooning around the map, avoiding these two melee, and that's the thing. It's very difficult to chase down an Outlaw Rogue, so you do have to kind of take them down in swaps or when they've overextended themselves, because that mobility is just sky high for that spec.
Yeah, really, really good evasive maneuvers there from Drake, but definitely a scary situation. I feel like F tier has great offense in this match, and it is starting to show here. Mana slightly ahead for Meep Monk here, leading by about 10%. You can see a shockwave connecting there onto Nick and Drake, taking a decent amount of damage. Nick is going to blink away, use the mass invis, gets a Dragon's Breath onto Laros. Fake casts the kick here, and here comes the Ray of Frost with that precognition, making the most of it, but Young Bahai in a Stormbolt. Meep Monk meanwhile pushing in here with Celestial Conduit, looking maybe for a Paralyze on to Zhang Bahai, doesn't manage to get it. It's going to be Zhang Bahai who finds the first Paralyze. Defensive Fear there onto Nick though, which means that Zhang Bahai is going to be able to just will this Song of CG.
Nice spear.
He gets full Song of CG'd, and a spear swap onto Drake. Big damage coming in here, but a bit of a blunder, honestly, that Warrior Fear. I did not like that onto the DPS. Allows Zhang Bahai to just trade out his will there in that position.
Yep. Not looking too bad. Meep still ahead on mana, which you will expect. Zhang Bahai is going to have to sneak away and find a drink, but this map, like you mentioned, Zico, is going to be basically impossible for him to do that, or at least very difficult. I think it'll come down to Sol and Laros kind of making mistakes to allow that to happen, but the pressure on Welcome to the Jung is high. We're only 4 minutes into this game, and Zhang Bahai down to about 50% mana already, as Laros and Sol continue to make the push. Huge damage, and they get Nick's Ice Block. He does have another one rotating back up, but Drake now is on the run. A panic situation here for the side of Welcome to the Jung, but they do recover. But man, Sol and Laros, they have their burst so nailed in. Like they know how to do it really, really effectively in this match. Meep Monk going for a double Song of Chi-Ji, and now Nick is all alone. Great play by Meep.
Yeah, and Nick is feeling the pressure from that play. Zhang Bahai had to trade out his trinket in that exchange. Meep Monk making some excellent plays here on the Meatweaver. And oh my god, Nick is just dead! Huge damage coming through.
Yep.
Like you said, they got that damage rotation. They got that synergy of when they coordinate their damage, just perfectly timed. And they're going to feel it on the side of Welcome to the Jung here. Nick is going to get absolutely evaporated out of Ruins of Lordaeron, and we're going to go to game number 5.
I mean, this is so nice to see. I mean, I guarantee you we're going to the biggest map on the planet. I don't know what that is, but we are going to it. And yeah, but this game I felt was pretty convincing for F tier. I think they're getting more comfortable in the match, and on this small map, it just seems like they have a really big advantage. This final burst here on a Nick is absolutely wild. We'll see it here in a moment, but you can see he has 2 seconds. 2 seconds on his Ice Block, and Dismantle comes in on Sol.
And Life Cocoon as well, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, but look at this, man. Sol, he gets dismantled pretty quick on this go, but it's just not quick enough. Sol just does 1 billion damage. I don't even know who this was. I think it was Sol. And now Nick, I was looking at his build. Actually, no, his build is fine. I was going to say there is a talent that allows you to get your Hypothermia off cooldown, but it was just the Ice Block that was actually on CD for just 2 seconds. So look at Sol.
So sad. Look at the Zhang Bahai as well.
Comes in a little late.
Look at Zhang Bahai there as well. 4 seconds on his Life Cocoon, and then it's like 3 seconds on the Ice Block. It's just both big defensive CDs that would have saved you are just seconds away.
I mean, yeah, F tier's got to be happy about that, though. They're probably celebrating. I mean, this is as intense as it gets, right? Because we talked about it. There's only 3 cups. There's 3 cups to make it, into the gauntlet/finals, and it's a lot of pressure. Stay in the upper bracket for as long as possible. Especially, I feel like if you're F tier, if you can beat this team in the first cup, that is a huge, momentum pickup for you. Kind of a new roster coming together. You're bringing in Meep. Welcome to the Jung. They are absolute titans of this region. So being able to take them down with your main composition, I feel like is just such a huge victory for them.
Absolutely. I think F tier, they're feeling pretty good about this, but I don't know. That last game looked really convincing. I don't know what changed on F tier, but it felt like they did just twice the amount of damage, But at the same time, maybe it's just map diff,
The map shrunk by 10 times.
The map shrunk by 10 times and their damage increased by 10 times. Yeah, I guess it checks out, but... So, I don't know. The Maldraxxus Coliseum... I feel like Meep Monk also, though. I don't think it's only the map. I feel like Meep Monk was making some crazy plays, actually.
I think he's getting more confident.
Yeah. Maybe he was like nervous in the first game or something, because I swear in that last game, he was pushing in. He was getting double songs of GG. He was getting he was always getting the first punch on Jung Bahai, and he was making offensive plays with his team. And I feel like that was a big contributing factor in that last match.
Yep, agreed, totally. So we'll see if he has that same level of confidence when the map gets a little bit bigger. Maldraxxus Coliseum, it's large. Let's just not let's not pretend any other way. Like, this is a huge map. This should be a big benefit here for Welcome to the Jung, but I would not count F tier out. We're tied up. Loser of this game going down to the lower bracket. Winner will be moving on to play against GATORS back, which is another story. That's a story for a later time, but let's just take this one match at a time.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, both teams are locked in. 66% of the chat thought Welcome to the Jung was going to walk away here with a W. We'll see if you guys are right, or if Van is right, because Van is the only one who predicted in favor of F tier here. This is your chance, Van, to climb up on that prediction board. So,
been trying to be a little bolder with my predictions, you know?
Yeah. I mean,
I like it.
I was nervous. When I saw your prediction 3-0, I was like, this guy knows something.
I just believe in this team. I've been watching them play. I watched them in the open bracket. The vibes feel good. Like, they're extremely skilled, and I think the composition that they run is actually pretty good right now. So I'm feeling it. All about the F tier hype train right now. So we'll see if they can take down this team. It's a close series. It's going to be a close match. It's Welcome to the Jung's map pick, which makes it a little bit scary, but we'll see if they can rise up.
All right, game number 5 between F tier and Welcome to the Jung. Who is going to be knocked down to the lower bracket, and who is going to secure their spot in Championship Sunday? It is game number 5 here on Maldraxxus. I'm still feeling confident in my prediction. Ben, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel great. I mean, either way, I feel like a winner for just watching the match, you know, and being able to hang out with you. But I do feel like F tier is going to take this. I don't know why. I'm just getting that vibe. Sol and Laros, their damage is looking dialed in. They're taking advantage of these opportunities. Meep's playing a little bit more aggressively. He's trying to showcase Mistweaver dominance, and I'm still feeling good about it.
All right, we'll see if you're right. The gates are finally open. Somebody is going down to that lower bracket. Meep Monk following the rest of his team here, looking for a potential good opener here, but Drake also finding a sap onto Sol. Gets the resap. No, Nick is going to get in combat here onto Sol, and an immediate spear is going to drop there onto Nick. Big damage potential here from the side of F tier, but looks like they won't be getting too much work done with that. And Nick already dragging them all the way to the starting room, which I really like here. But at the same time, look at Meep Monk charging in, looking for the confident place here. Gets the paralyze into the Song of GG, fake casting the counterspell of Nick, and doesn't manage to find the Song of GG, but still a nice attempt there from Meep Monk, just pushing in and challenging the mage like that. It's exactly what he needs to do. The Void Elf ratio coming through here from Nick, fake casting the Wind Shear, and gets himself a nice Glacial Spike, forcing out that early Life Cocoon. Here comes the Ray of Frost with the second precognition. Nick is doing a great job fake casting here, and they got a full blind onto Meep Monk. Can I get the full sheep follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Hitting shot onto Laros. Celestial Conduit coming out from Meep Monk. Jung Bahai now in a full sleep.
Nice
Beautifully sniped there by Meep Monk, but no damage here. Nick is doing a great job just keeping his distance.
I love these aggressive Meep Monk plays, just in the middle of the map, not afraid whatsoever. Nick potentially goes for a polymorph, gets immediately shut down on that one. As Sol takes a little bit of damage. Nick just going to be blinking away, gets the Tiger's Lust as well from Jung Bahai. So really good teamwork, just trying to keep Sol and Laros away. Meep in the back line, maybe wants to go for a drink. No, just channeling out a Mana Tea. Moves in, gets a paralysis into a potential Song of GG. Does he fake out the interrupt? I think he might have. He faked out the interrupt. The song. Oh no, he didn't. He get counterspelled. But the Life Cocoon trades that. That was a really weird exchange there of cooldowns being used. Nick gets a counterspell. Meep does get the Life Cocoon. Sol's getting a little bit low on health, but it is going to be Nick in the spear. The champion spear, taking quite a bit of burst. Full Ray of Frost gets channeled, and Sol will just continue to make a push. He is unafraid, and now it's going to be Nick in trouble.
Yeah, let's see. Nick, what are you going to do here? But Sol also a little bit behind. Meep Monk manages to pick him back up. Nice mana tea coming out there from Meat Monk as well. Full mana on Meat Monk somehow, despite the fact that Drake and Nick are at the top of the damage board. Saul is taking a tremendous amount of damage here, waddling towards his target here in Ghost Wolf. He's about to connect here onto Nick. Big damage potential. Can they pin him down though is the question. Doesn't look like it just yet. Nick is doing a good job just kiting. Nice Ring of Peace coming out there from Jung Bahai as well. Polymorph trying to get sniped there by Nick, but not able to find it just yet. Meat Monk doing a good job just line of sighting. Gets it onto Laros instead. Kiting away. The orb is dropped. There's a full paralysis onto Meat Monk. Jung Bahai gets counter paralysis. Song of GG instantly CS there by Nick, and now Saul could be in a little bit of trouble. Has to trade out the Astral Shift and respect the damage.
Yep, definitely. Wife Cocoon trades out. Double stun onto Saul and Laros. Drake moving forward, but he's caught into a root. And roots are actually quite annoying for the Outlaw Rogue. Saul's been very consistent with that Earth Grab Totem, just keeping Drake rooted up at moments where he wants to go for control. Dampening getting a little bit higher here as it's starting to ramp at the 3-minute mark. Mana in favor of F tier, and that has been a deciding factor in some of these games. But I don't know if it'll end up mattering in this one. We'll have to wait and see. Big Ray of Frost, as it looks like Laros will leap over. Nick just decides to cancel the cast. He knows it's going to get interrupted either way. Gets the precog, but it looks like Saul will end up being fine.
Yeah, and now Nick is going to have to deal with this pain train. Huge damage. Barrier is going to be popped there for Nick, but still taking a tremendous amount of damage. Nice wind shear on the Jung Bahai. Can they take him down in a wind shear? We've seen that happen before from these turbo cleaves, but looks like Nick is going to be able to stabilize. Doing a good job just moving and kiting these melee cleaves so far, but Jung Bahai is definitely feeling the pressure in terms of mana. Glacial Spike gets casted and connects onto Saul, but Meat Monk only in a paralysis. Going to be able to come out and heal that back up. Meat Monk now going for the Song of Shiji. Not able to find it. Double leg sweep is going to connect Song of Shiji. Getting casted once again, but not going to be able to connect that one. Now counter leg sweep coming out as well. Big damage potential here from the side of Welcome to the Jung, but and the Ray of Trust actually gets interrupted there as well by Nick, so he's not going to be able to find too much burst. Snipes a full sheep though onto Meat Monk. This could be an opportunity here for Welcome to the Jung. Can they get some pressure with that? It doesn't look like it. They don't have the Ray of Frost. They don't have the damage to really force a defensive cooldown. And now once again, it could be Drake actually in big trouble. He's getting cleaved down pretty heavily here from the side of F tier.
Look at the mana difference. It's just absolutely massive between these two Mistweaver monks. Zhang Bahai is way behind. He's trying to stay ahead of the damage. Looking for a drink. They need to stop this drink. Do not let Zhang Bahai drink Meep. This is your responsibility. No, he's drinking. We need to not see the drinks. They might get an ice block out of the way, but why? Why are they just letting him drink?
What?
This is so much mana. They got full mana. That's a blunder by F tier. I mean, I don't know. That seems like a huge mistake. Maybe they're just trying to get the ice block out of the way, but that puts Welcome to the Jung back in the game. I feel like that was a huge misplay.
They don't even get the ice block. And I mean, yeah, I can agree more. Drake still has all his cooldowns. Nick still has all his cooldowns. Maybe they can force the ice block still with this kind of after pressure, but still, Zhang Bahai can get Song of GG. No, nice counterspell there, sniped by Nick. And Saul is taking some damage. This was the Bloodlust. This was the Doom Winds as well. Not able to find anything. Nice fake cast here by Nick. Gets a full Ray of Frost there onto Saul, but Saul is going to be able to walk it off. But still, even despite that drink, Meat Monk is still ahead on mana. So Zhang Bahai might need to find another drink like that to really utilize this large map. And F tier, they really have to be on the ball here and make sure that they stop it if that happens again.
Yeah, and Meatbug, he actually changed his talents, so he's playing Absolute Serenity in this game, which allows him, when he does get that Celestial Conduit off, it's uncrowd controllable. In previous games, he was playing the Port and Stun, but I think he's realized he's not going to be a target whatsoever, so having that immunity to CC and that save for later on in dampening is actually really, really important, and I like that adaptation. Nick still on the run, Zhang behind there, and he's still burning through mana, so all of a sudden mana is equalized once again, which makes me think if Zhang Bahai actually can't drink again, then Meat Monk could still just be in an advantageous position as this game goes on. Not only do they get the Life Cocoon, they get the Ring of Peace there, and now Nick could be vulnerable coming up.
Yeah, and it's going to be about dragging this one out to dampening. Can they do it here? Nice. Spear of Bastion is going to pin Nick down. He blinks away, but still in a lot of trouble there. There was a massive swing of damage coming through, but it has been weathered for now. Zhang Bahai, once again, though, burning through all of his mana. Meat Monk being so efficient here on the Monk. Defensive blind onto Laros. And when you start seeing the Rogue Mage teams do defensive blinds onto the DPS, that's when you know what the win condition is. We're going to just try to survive as long as possible, get our start damage off and not take damage and try to win a long game with pressure from dampening or just on mana. But right now, Nick in so much trouble. Saul gets caught up in a kidney shot, though. Zhang Bahai might be in trouble. And no, they interrupt the Song of GG there. Once again, Nick has been on point with his counter spells, shutting down Meat Monk's aggressive pushes, but still, they need to find some aggression of their own. Nice pre-life cocoon there coming out from Meat Monk, but still a lot of pressure onto Saul. Can they manage to force him to actually burrow? He's going to use Astral Shift at least. Big push here from Welcome to the Jung, netting them 2 major defensives.
Yeah, I like that, though. Celestial Conduit comes in, and now Nick still once again in danger. Look at Meat Monk right now. He gets the Paralyze. Unfortunately, he gets counterspelled, but Nick is still low on health. He gets out of the Ice Block. They get the Life Cocoon as well, so that is a 2-for-1 bargain there for Laros and Saul, getting the Life Cocoon, getting the Ice Block. A great offensive push. F tier might be able to do it. Nick is in trouble. He's on the run, but Laros is just all over him. The leg sweep comes in. Zhang Bahai in desperation, trying to keep him alive with the Ring of Peace, but F tier looking to make a statement here in this game number 5, but a full Ray of Frost. Nicely done there by Nick. Meat Monk seems like he can handle the situation. Drake's low, Nick's low. This could be another Ice Block. Hypothermia is up. Demolish comes in from Laros, and that will be the Ice Block, potential final Ice Block of this game. It is a race to the finish. 43% dampening here, Zico.
Yeah, I don't think they have too much time left. F tier has pushed through every single cooldown, and they are looking to knock down Welcome to the Jung to the lower bracket. Can they do it? They just need a little bit more uptime. Jung Bahai has no cooldowns left. That revival is coming back up in just a second, and that is the last line of defense that they have for the foreseeable future. Can they take him down? Nick right now, fake cast the interrupt. He gets the Ray of Frost. Huge damage onto Saul. Saul, what are you going to do? Here's the Bloodlust. Here's the Doom Winds, but he gets kidney shot on it. Big pressure coming out dismantle there on the trinket of Saul there as well. Big plays coming out from Drake. Has the evasion active as well. He could be a target later on, but right now another Ray of Frost, but it's on a D-Arch stun, so Saul comes out, gets the wind shear, but Nick now in big trouble. Life Cocoon actually gets overlapped there. I don't think Nick needed it just yet. They need pressure on the side of Welcome to the Jung. F tier pushing for the win after this Life Cocoon. They could take him down, but at the same time Saul is taking so much damage. He burrows underneath the ground, but he wants to stay on top of his target. He's going to knock Nick up. If they can actually get something going here, this could be it, but Laros in a kidney shot as well, taking a lot of damage. Saul gets the Life Cocoon. They managed to truck through it immediately, and now Nick with no blink. If they can just connect to him, they can take him down. They swap to Drake, but it looks like Drake is just going to be able to trinket out, and there's so much pressure onto Saul. F tier could fall right now. They got nothing. Meat Monk is in a full counter spell, but Saul defiantly stays alive.
I can't believe they're still alive. Saul, how are you going to survive? He needs to get on target if he can. He's in Ghost Wolf right now. Nick could fall. They just get off time. Saul gets dropped right in the nick of time. That was the Doom Winds as he went down. F tier, I think, is going to try to potentially tap out. They might just go for it. I mean, dampening's pretty high, but Zhang Bahai's drinking. What a close game that was. Welcome to the Jung just would not die, but this really is as close as it gets. I think F tier, even though they lost this is still like quite a statement from this roster.
Oh yeah, I mean that's as close as it possibly can get. Huge performance from F tier. They almost had him, but Nick just too slippery there towards the end, and Zhang Bahai with his last little bit of mana managed to actually keep him in the fight. It makes you wonder though, if they didn't get that drink, would they have just won with mana? I feel like they would have. I feel like that drink was a huge blunder from F tier, but in an otherwise like really well played series. I think that was just don't let Zhang Bahai drink, and you had that one, F tier. You know, but still a really nice performance.
The one thing I will say about this matchup that makes me a little bit scared for F tier is there's a lot of teams that can run this. Like the lower bracket, you know, you've got some teams. The upper bracket, you've got some teams. Like if they can't figure this composition out, I feel like they might just be toast. Because yeah, Outlaw, Frostmage, Mistweaver Monk is basically what every single team, in this tournament pretty much can still run, you know, with Liquid and with Shrill and Direwolves. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this continues.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of teams that can run this, but I feel like Welcome to the Jung also played it really well defensively. Did a good job just staying alive. I mean, it's in these like final moments really where you know, they just managed to get that snowball, and this was that drink as well that happened earlier on in the match. Zhang Bahai managed to get basically like half his mana. I would say that drink was about 50% mana, and look at when the game ends here, look at Zhang Bahai's mana. Like, he is completely tapped as they get that kill. He has like maybe 2-3 spells left that he can press, you know, before his character is just CC'd. So, yeah, that drink definitely hurts, but still, I think F tier. I think it's going to take a really, really strong Rogue Mage team to actually beat F tier, because this Enhanced Warrior is looking really deadly.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we saw how many people kind of underestimated this team and were rooting in favor of Welcome to the Jung, except for Ven, of course. But F tier, like you guys kind of already covered, did have a tremendous series against these guys. And that's not the end of them as well. They will be moving down to the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against Dire Wolves also, Ven. How do you feel like they're going to be doing against that team?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Dire Wolves, they have the same comp, right? So F tier, they had practice into it. As Zico mentioned, it's not a free win, right? Like, you have to play exceptionally well as the Outlaw, Frost Mage, and Mistweaver Monk, but I feel like this is a strategy that they're going to be able to pull off. So I do wonder if Saul, Laros, and Meat Monk make any adaptations or how they're going to handle this, because this is now their, like, kryptonite, I feel like.
Yeah, we will certainly have to see that. Series is going to be played out on Championship Sunday, so if you're curious on the result of that, definitely make sure you're tuning in into that for the second half of the day. But incredibly well done from Welcome to the Jung. They just continue to stay on top, starting off Midnight Season 1, the Cup 1, with another win, and this team has been consistent for so long in North America, and they came to prove that they are still that team, ending the series in 3-2. And that means that our next up series, I believe it is the last, not quite the last one of the day, but Z-Rated versus Pre-Hardcore coming up next, Zico.
Yeah. Z-Rated, they had a pretty rough beating in that upper bracket earlier against the Gators, falling 3-0. And Pre-Hardcore on the opposite end had a pretty convincing victory to start off the day. So, I don't know. Momentum is definitely in favor of Pre-Hardcore, but also for the Gators, there is a similar comp there as well, you know, Pre-Hardcore running that Rogue Mage. But I feel like they ran it with a sub-rogue, right? If I'm not mistaken, in that game number 1. I feel like Naj was a sub-rogue. So, yeah. I feel like Naj is always that guy who loves to play that sub-rogue. Even when sub-rogue isn't considered, you know, the most viable or the best spec, when it's all about outlaw or assassination, I feel like he always sticks to that. So I don't know if we're going to see Naj actually roll the bones, or if he's going to stick to the sub-rogue.
All right, well, if you're in chat, let us know what you want to see from them. But we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, we are heading down to the lower bracket once again for that series. Z-Rated versus Pre-Hardcore coming up next after this break. Stick around.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is Z-Rated versus Pre-Hardcore. We've seen both of these teams already today. Z-Rated, of course, is unfortunately they did drop down here 0-3 Z-Rated, but they're also the ex Fortnite pros. Super T's. They're kind of always playing like off meta compositions. What is your take on this team? Do you feel like they can take on Pre-Hardcore?
I think it really depends on how much they're beating themselves up after that last series. Like, are they just writing that off? Obviously, they were fighting the reigning champions from AWC last season, so that's already kind of working against them. The Preservation Evoker in a lot of these rogue matchups is incredibly difficult to pull off. So hopefully they're not beating themselves up too much, because I feel like they got kind of close with the BM Ret in that one game. So the fact that they were getting kind of close there, and they also don't need to deal with a Mistweaver likely here from Pre-Hardcore. Mason is probably only going to be playing a Priest. I think that actually helps them out a bit with their matchup on their Hunter. So there might be some opportunities, but at the same time, Pre-Hardcore are coming off of a win, and I think a pretty seriously big win. I wasn't expecting them to blow out the Death Knight Hunter. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than that, so they're obviously hungry for this. So hopefully Z-Rated can keep their spirits up, despite maybe F-Tier inspired them a little bit, like F-Tier got so close to actually upsetting that Rogue Mage matchup, which is likely going to be what we expect here.
Yeah, especially given what we're looking at right now with the chat predictions, Ven, only 5% in favor of Z-Rated. So obviously the underdog going into this, but I mean, in your mind, what do you want to see from Z-Rated to beat Pre-Hardcore in this series?
The power of teamwork and friendship. So it's what they need at this point,
Sure.
right? They've been sticking together for such a long time. They've been trying to level up. This is their opportunity. I mean, for Pre-Hardcore, the one downside for their team is they're kind of locked in. Like, I feel like Naj will only play sub. Hansel might play fire, but very likely only going to be playing Frost. And then Mason will only be playing the Holy Priest. So you've got this one variant of RMP. It's not going to be the Hydra variant that, Chan was talking about earlier, where you can bring in the Mistweaver Monk, where you could switch over to Outlaw. Like, I don't think Pre-Hardcore is going to do that. And I think that's an advantage for Z-Rated, because one of the things is Outlaw is kind of the new kid on the block. It got buffed on Tuesday. Nobody was playing it on the ladder. It's a bit of an this thing that's underrepresented. I think we're going to start seeing a lot more. But for Z-Rated, they actually have a lot of practice into Subtlety Rogue, so I wouldn't count them out of this one.
All right, well, given that, what is your prediction for the series, Ben?
3-1 for Z-Rated.
You're just betting against the obvious option to try and catch up to Zico now.
No, I really think they're going to win.
I feel like he's been a guy, rooting for the...
I'm not just rooting for the underdogs, all right?
The way you're thinking right now is the same way that I think you were thinking in the last series with Pre-Hardcore, where like the Hunter team would win, and I was thinking the same thing, and I'm kind of thinking that too now. Like, the Ret Paladin can kind of help with the Subtlety Rogue a lot. I think the Beastmaster Hunter will have an easier time into the Priest than the Mistweaver for traps, because he has to deal with the port traps. But can they go all the way? Because I feel like Hansel and Naj they're looking so good. They've had such good games in the open bracket. They're actually looking so strong.
Go with your heart, Super T's. Like, if you think the Rogue Mage is going to win, just say it. That's what Zico's going to do. Like,
yeah, but we have to not do what Zico's going to do if we're going to pass
I'm not playing that game. I'm just choosing what I want.
I'm Z-Rated, wins 3-2.
We're in trouble.
Oh, now you're flipping the script. Now I back you up.
I feel like
now
when you and
I
choose the same thing, we always lose. Yeah, every time. But we got this. We got this.
I feel like Pre-Hardcore wins this 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a safe bet going with Zico and Chan. Honestly, like, really is.
Is better. What, in game and predictions now? Like, what is this?
No, the thing is, like, I feel like, I don't know. I'm more willing to like take chances a little bit. I want to see the underdog get the upset.
Now you do want to see
it.
the underdog.
It's not that,
let's
but it's
be
like
clear. Like, what we want
I
versus what we predict is very different. Also, sometimes I feel like then.
I'm more of like a heart. Like, I'm going with my heart.
Okay.
More than like Zico is just crunching numbers. Which team has the highest win percentage? Who's playing the most OP comp? I'm not like that. So. If you want to go with the obvious pick, go with the Rogue Mage, probably.
Okay. Well, we're certainly seeing, I mean, it looks like chat is a little bit more believers in Z-rated now. They've caught up, or they're catching up, 28%. So they've certainly got a lot stacked up against them. I do love that we get to, continue seeing them. They did drop down from the upper bracket, which means that they did have really good open bracket games on Wednesday. I feel like they also had a pretty good season last year, Supatees. I don't know if you want to comment on that at all, because we were saying the beginning of the day that like this is a team that keeps improving from their last series or the last time that we saw them.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams have players that are in a similar boat when it comes to improvement. And Z-rated, they've been playing like obscure compositions. I feel like almost every AWC, they come in with like Demonology Warlock. I think last season when it wasn't really considered to be the meta, and they still put on a show, which I think is impressive, because a lot of players kind of feel like if you're not playing the top 0.1% composition option, then you may as well not even try. But there's a couple teams that come in here and they really do put on a show. So I am kind of hoping Z-rated will be able to do that for us here with their Preservation Evoker, the only one competing right now. And it's super tough to play that healer into all the rogues that are available.
I mean, look at Big Mix, right? Like last year, finally it paid off being a survival hunter. Like it took a decade, it took a decade for it to happen, but it finally paid off. And that can happen. Like if rogues and mages aren't the best, some of these teams that are sticking to their guns, like they could really pay off big. So we'll see what Z-rated can do here. But they're a team that's really impressed me. Like phenomenal on the ladder, phenomenal in solo shuffle. They've been getting better and better every year, and their focus is on improving. And it seems like it is paying off for them. So let's see how this one goes.
Certainly will. Game number 1, Supatees.
All right, we get what we expected here. The Frost Mage, Holy Priest, Subtlety Rogue. A sap on Zagorn. Are they just going to open on the Prez? I think they are. It's a 100-0 attempt on the healer. Is he going to drop? Zozo lay on hands, heals him to full, and he's right back down to 50%. And they're making a swap onto the Hunter. He's getting eradicated. I regret my prediction. I'm never betting against RMP ever again. It's never happening again. I'm not making that mistake. My God, they just got absolutely lasered down by Hansel. That has to be the highest DPS I think we've seen of a class, 70,000. It's almost like he's doing Mythic Plus. Although Mythic Plus I'm going to be on the low end, but in PvP I think that's on the high end with DPS here. My God, they've just full sent it. They're like, it's a Prez Evoker. I'm a sub rogue. I think we know what we're going to do healer. They just immediately open on the healer. They got Zozo's Trinket. He Trinket blinds, tries to turn it around, and then there's like, they immediately swap on the Hunter. He probably used Roar of Sacrifice if he spec'd it. Some Hunters choose not to spec it because it's not as strong as it used to be. It used to be 100% crit reduction, and now it's like a passive damage. I think it's like 15%. It usually doesn't feel like it's enough, but no Trinket here, no Trinket wall. Like he doesn't really want to Trinket, right? Like, and Zagorn uses Communion. They don't want to like overlap too much, otherwise it's just lights out on the next one. But okay, well, pre-hardcore. They're not switching to Outlaw. They're not bringing in the Mistweaver, but they look so flashy and stylish on this variant of Rogue Mage Priest.
Well, what I like, Hansel's playing Shimmer, so much more aggressive style of mage. I think for Zagorn, I think they could have rotated a little bit different here. Like, I think I would have preferred... I mean, it all happened so fast. It's, you know what I mean? You're just getting Power Infusion, Ray of Frost. You're just instantly panicking. Maybe, just maybe, if they get like a perfect opener like that, you just go for the Emerald Communion early, and then Zozo can hold on to like the Sacrifice and the Sank. But I mean, it's really hard to fault anyone here. It's just such an unbelievable amount of damage. And pre-hardcore, they're doing something we're not seeing often. Like, they're getting beautiful setups. Everyone is invis. Hansel's using the Mass Invis aggressively. He gets the crowd control on Zozo. Zozo, unfortunately, even though he gets off the Sacrifice, still has to trade out the Lay on Hands. I mean, it is possible that Zagorn maybe can do his stasis a little bit different, so he can defend himself by using Cancel or Stasis on himself. But yeah, that's a nightmare. Hansel did 1 billion damage, and that was a quick game 1.
All right, these guys are fired up, bro. They want to get into Championship Sunday. They want to show North America what they've got. It's just a 3-player roster also, so that means that they're going to be really polished at this specific setup. So if you don't have a counter for it, in some senses, I think Z-rated are playing the reverse of that. They're playing what's weakest into their comp. Like, this is worst case scenario basically for them, and they're coming from the upper bracket where they got kind of thrashed around as well. from Gators back. So Z-rated, it's like you got to somehow just overcome this, and it's going to be so tough. I don't know if there's a better way to play around the flare at the start of the game to try and prevent like all the saps that Naj was able to get. If there's some way to rush combat from the Hunter, just something. They're going to go to Ruins of Lordaeron, so they're picking a hyper aggressive map. They're not backing down in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, what do they do? Maybe they stay in the starter room and flare the entrance and just try to avoid that setup. Like, that could be okay. Because the thing is, Hansel and Mason's, their stealth doesn't last that long, right? I'm pretty sure Mass Invis is like 10 seconds or something like that, 10, 15 seconds. So there is a window where you can try to stall it out, and then they don't get that picture-perfect opener, because if they get that opener, it's basically you Emerald Communion, or, you know, Zozo's going to have to blow everything to keep you alive. There's just no way around it.
Yeah, they wanted to use the Ret Paladin CDs. I think the logic there is that the Ret Paladin can wall while stunned. So if he trinkets the opener and they swap to him, he can still use wall and survive. So I think the Ret Paladin trinket is not necessarily the worst option. It's just how do they react when they swap to Hunter, right? Like you've got to be anticipating, like, if they start this target, they're going to switch. Like, Subtlety Rogue is not just going to stop attacking after their initial target. They're just going to switch to the next guy that's off the R, switch to the next guy that's off the R, and constantly rotate. So you have to be anticipating that. So the Hunter probably has to pre-wall, I'm guessing, after the Ret Paladin trinkets and saves the Prez. Like, they're obviously going to switch to the next thing. So then we got to see Hunter pre-wall, try and get into a better position. And maybe that was just a wake-up game, you know, like, okay, this is Subtlety RMP, like, we got to shift gears here. It's not Outlaw. This is very setup based. We have to anticipate their attacks and deal with them preemptively.
All right, let's see what pre-hardcore is going to be able to do. Is it going to be a quick 3-0, or is Z-Raid going to be able to battle it back? The last game was 20 seconds, so it literally lasted 2 Ray of Frost, and the game was over. Let's see if they can deny some of that damage from Hansel. They are in stealth once again, and Naj just waiting for it. He managed to find the sap here onto Zagorn, but Zagorn, he may have used his stasis. So if he actually has a stasis here, he might be able to survive. He just is going to use that stasis. They get the Sank off. That was a much better start here for Z-Rated.
Yeah, they swap over to JWaz, but not nearly as much pressure that time around. The Trinket Sanctuary was a great reaction, and we could see them survive what caught them off guard in the first game. So already an improvement, but it's going to take more than that to be able to win. They do secure a freezing trap on the healer. They're targeting down the mage with a Hammer of Justice. I like that, using the Ret Paladin stun on the mage and using the Hunter stun on the healer. That way they can lock 2 targets down at the same time and prevent the mage from escaping. And it looks like because Hansel's playing Shimmer, they can guarantee those Hammer of Justice. But here comes another attempt. Zagorn and JWaz are low. A full fear is secured. No sanctuary available. JWaz dips lower. He can't really afford to be too greedy here. He's going for a trap, actually. The double binding shot. Lay on Hands will recover the Hunter amidst that chaos, and they really need to try and get a block here. They don't have enough damage. Mason will recover, and it does feel like pre-hardcore are just burning down one cooldown after the next.
Yeah, beautifully done there by Zagorn, getting on top of JWaz in that smoke bomb and rescuing him to safety. Full Hammer of Justice onto Mason. JWaz potentially going for a trap here. Doesn't manage to find it. He does. He manages to snipe it, just playing right on top of the enemy priest. And now Hansel's in trouble. This could easily be the first block. Hansel is not going to mess around. And keep in mind, because he is playing Shimmer, that mobility is a very long cooldown. I think it's 28-second recharge, so takes a little bit of time, even though it's very effective with Ray of Frost. There it is. Big Ray of Frost once again, but that will get denied. Hansel gets the follow-up sheep, though, and JWaz still in a little bit of trouble. Emerald Communion will be traded here by Zagorn as Z-Raid is looking to push for that second ice block.
Right, that Emerald Communion was a big pull from the side of Z-Rated for pre-hardcore. It's a 3-minute cooldown, and with how fast-paced this is, you might not likely see another one. Shadow Dance available, Ray of Frost available. We see Hansel retreating with Mason back to the pillar. Naj building up combo points. Here comes the engagement, but they get triple Blinding Light by Zozo. Perfectly timed Blinding Light into a sleepwalk, likely a freezing trap. He was not able to secure it just yet. He's getting polymorph spammed. He's trying to get in position, but now he's feared, and they're reversing it. They're switching onto the healer, Zagorn. Is he going to be able to survive this? Sanctuary breaks his stun lock, and he gets a big Dream Breath off. That Ret Paladin support paying dividends at this point in time. Mason in angel form. JWaz trading the wall. Likely trying to snipe a trap here off the Dragon Stun. An interesting combination of crowd control between these two classes we don't see playing together very often. Unfortunately, not enough damage, though, to take Hansel even down a centimeter of health. And now a polymorph is found on Zagorn, and Zagorn trinkets it to rewind JWaz's health back to full. But now he doesn't have Emerald Communion, and he doesn't have a trinket, which does make him a liability if they don't get pressure, which they do at least get pressure. They get the second ice block. But Naj has a checkmate position here. They can absolutely close this out on Zagorn. He knows it, so he's activating Obsidian Scales before the attack is launched, and Naj has to wait for the Obsidian Scales. He's just poking Zagorn. He's waiting, biding his time, waiting for the Obsidian Scales, and then he's going to go for it. Can they save him? Full blind, Ret Paladin bubbles to assist, uses the spell warding. This is a great play by Zozo, but they mass dispel both.
Both, yeah.
Not enough to... They can't win, though, and Hansel has no blocks. Unfortunately, Mason does have a trinket, though, even if they get the freezing trap here. Can Z-Rated pull this off with basically nothing left for their healer or Ret Paladin?
Yeah, this is really tough. JWaz might have to go into a preemptive turtle. Goes for the Beast Mastery. Trying to play aggressive with that Bestial Wrath, and that will be the aspect of the turtle, but I'm very afraid right now. Zagorn could go down.
Hansel.
Blessing of Sanctuary will trade. Hansel at the same time has 10 seconds left on that ice block. Zozo's just all over him. Zagorn just rescues in, uses a big burst with that Fire Breath onto Hansel, but Hansel just shrugs it off quite easily. Ice blocks back, and now all of a sudden pre-hardcore is looking like they're in a great position.
Zozo's rampant. Here comes the Hammer of Light, but he's met by a cheap shot. Zagorn free healing, though, with no crowd control. He dealt with that attack perfectly, but his mana, man, every time I'm looking at these Preservation Evokers, it looks like they're out of mana. Mason is still at
Communion
a very
soon,
healthy margin, but he's in a freezing trap. Hansel is kiting back to the Tombstone, rebuffing to protect the heal over time effects, and he is able to just immediately return back to his team with an amazing alter time there, I believe. And he gets right back, or maybe it was a Void Elf. Now a Ring of Frost hitting everybody. That isolates Zozo. Can they drop him through Divine Protection? It's reducing damage with that glowing icon below his health at the moment, but as soon as it stops glowing, he's going to lose it. Oh my god, Emerald Communion came off cooldown. Zagorn recovers. He gets some mana. He's actually back in this. He's got his medallion. He's got 2 time dilations. This might be it. Hammer of Justice is down on the mage. They need
Sleep
it.
block.
They get the block. He's blocking high. He doesn't want Mason to have to panic to recover him. He can sit through that ice block. Maybe they should switch Naj a little bit more is the only thing I feel like from Z-Rated. I like to see a little bit more swaps to the Rogue. Dragon flies through the air. He tried to immune the blind, but he didn't hit it. Naj was patient. Zagorn trinkets out of the blind to time dial, but a Polymorph is lined up already from Hansel. But Beast of Wrath is up. He has to alter back. It's a race to the finish. Who is going to fall first, Zozo or Hansel? Another round of pets is launched, but Zozo's in so much trouble. He uses Sanctuary on the stun lock to break his healer free. He goes for a Hammer of Justice, but Mason trinkets immediately. Hansel breaks the crowd control. They have them against the ropes, and they are looking to close.
Yeah, beautiful sleepwalk on Mason. Is there anything to follow it up? Hansel is just so incredibly low on health. He can't make space. A full kidney shot lands here onto Zozo, but Z-Rated looking to put a point on the board. Hansel goes down, and Z-Rated strikes back, and they played this one really well defensively. I feel like they had a much better plan. Game number 1, they definitely got caught off guard, but you can start to see it, right? Like, they have the cooldowns to trade. If they don't panic and they don't overlap, they use them and just respect the incoming Ray of Frost. Z-Rated definitely has a shot in this series.
All right. Great defensive juggling from the side of Z-Rated. I really think they stepped their game up here. Their initial game plan was awesome. They're making a lot of premeditated plays as well. Really good allocation, knowing like, all right, this next setup, our healer has nothing. So who has an option? Well, Zozo has bubble and bop. So he'll just bubble next setup and bop that one, and we'll survive it. And we'll just figure out what we can do on the next one and deal with it as it comes our way and just keep trucking as much damage out as possible. So even though Zozo is low health getting attacked here, their healer is JWaz is just going for the win. He's dropping the Stampede, laying down that line of pets, and just absolutely ripping into Hansel. So Z-Rated will strike back. You know, there might be Z-Rated. We got F tier and Z-Rated in the lower bracket, both fighting these rogue mage menaces, the meta compositions. Who is going to win this day? Is it going to be the meta, or is it going to be the anti-meta in this lower bracket? That's where we're fighting to decide to see in the lower side. And right now the anti-meta has come back on Runes of Lordaeron, but with map selection in favor of pre-hardcore, it might be getting a bit tougher from this point onward.
The anti-meta, you love to see it. The Ret Paladin, Prez Evoker, Beast Mastery Hunter, and yeah, I think it really comes down to just defensive cooldown usage. I think the offense for JWaz and Zozo is pretty straightforward. It's just, can you live? You just have to live long enough. Inevitably, you will kind of find the crowd control on a Mason, especially if Zagorn can find those sleepwalks. But yeah, it's a really impressive game. I think on a larger map, it might be a little bit more difficult, but I think as long as Z-Rated kind of sticks together, they'll have a good opportunity. You don't want to be spread out too much. And you saw it in that game, right? There's moments where JWaz was really far away. Zagorn's just like, hey, we need to get in there. And as someone who plays a lot of Prez Evoker, that's exactly what you want. You want your team grouped up so you can cleave, your Dream Breast really easily. You're in range to land Sleep Blocks and get off Flame Breasts and stuff like that. You want to play as kind of like a close unit, and that's what we saw from Z-Rated that game.
Really good teamwork. They were able to kind of like blockade together and build this wall of defensive cooldowns to rotate through effectively. On a large map, though, they might end up getting spread out a lot more is maybe what I'm concerned for them. So Ashamane's Fall has been selected. We don't see either team backing down on composition. Z-Rated has some support. It's not nothing. It's sitting at 19% from the chat. And if they end up winning, you're going to get a big payout on points of 2.9 million in favor of Pre-Hardcore. Pre-Hardcore with a really fast game number 1. But Z-Rated, probably just a warm-up. It's like a wake-up call. Like, oh, wait, this is subtlety. We got to be like really on it with our setups as opposed to Outlaw, which is a lot more sustain oriented. That second game they were much more on it. Looked like they'd shifted gears, they'd woken up. Can they come back, take the swing match away from Pre-Hardcore here on Ashamane's Fall as these gates are about to open, and there will be no turning back. Now Naj has been able to find a sap every single game, and I feel like it's very critical. But now that they know the opener, they know Zozo will trinket Sanctuary, how do you think they adapt to that?
I don't even know. The thing is, like, Zagorn, he can, like I said, he can stasis, Verdant, Dream Breath, Verdant himself, and it'll be much more difficult for them to take him down. Like, as long as he just gets the sacrifice, that's enough. So, yeah, Zozo, he might want to trinket. Maybe they try to just bait out the trinket, and then they immediately swap on him with, like, a blind on Zagor or something like that. Just try to punish Zozo for that early trinket. We'll see what they do.
Well,
Sap on Zagor, but a stun! Beautiful. They stunned Naj out of stealth. Trap on Mason. JWaz doing an incredible job turning around this pressure. The Hunter, MVP in that situation, but now into a full stun, a blind onto Zagorn. Hansel's out of line of sight, though, and I don't think Naj is going to be able to solo this.
Really good opener from JWaz. Zagorn recovers the team. That was the Blades, but no Ray of Frost committed just yet. And we've seen how deadly that cooldown is for Hansel, but they are just standing on top of the mage. They're trying to put him into the dirt. They're getting prepared to trap Mason as soon as possible. We see the fly through the sky. Where's the stun? Mason pre-fades it, but he gets the blinding light instead into the freezing trap. And they're so... I love this playfulness from Z-Rated. You can't anticipate what they're going to trap off. You expect a stun, so you try and fade. They wait, they blind. But here comes that Ray of Frost. And it looks like they disrupted it at least for a moment. Hansel's getting out of the stampede. He does not want to stand in that line of animals. It's going to do a lot of damage towards him. But he is getting polymorphs with Ring on the Ret. And even though Hansel is facing a lot of pressure from this Beast Mastery Hunter Ret Paladin, he's getting great control on two players at the same time consistently here. We see Mason pre-fading, but doesn't find the Intim stun. JWaz secures the freezing trap. Hammer of Justice is down. Mason is forced to trinket. A major exchange. Z-Rated looking better and better in the series, but hold that thought as they do another setup on the Hunter. He just looks so flimsy every time they catch him, but Zozo is there with the Divine Shield. They overlap. That was JWaz's trinket and Zozo's Divine Shield on the Smoke Bomb, which means now Ret Paladin is a possibility for a target, but they're looking to get aggressive. As soon as they trade that defense, it's gas pedal to the floor. Let's get on the mage.
Yeah, so Zagorn actually made a big change in this game. He swapped off his Obsidian Metal, and he's playing the Time Stop instead. So I don't think we've seen too much value out of that Time Stop just yet, but he can use that to immune incoming crowd control on himself if Hansel's going to land an inevitable poly. And I'm curious to see if he can make some plays. They do get the ice block out of the way on Hansel. In the meantime, JWaz and Zozo keeping up the pressure, which is something you definitely love to see, punishing that mage.
Oh, counterspell on Zagorn again. Hansel is just getting so much good control this game. If he can stabilize himself here, he's going to be a key playmaker for the team. But JWaz is moving in. Beast Wrath is up. He's getting a lot of Dire Beast, but Naj is there to peel with a cheap shot. It's Shadow Blades. This is a lot of damage. Zagorn trades out the time dilation immediately to remedy that situation and manages to recover. Hansel grip back to the pillar. Zozo is charging in with freedom. Zagorn wants to support, but he's crippling poisoned at the moment, trying to hover in here on top of Hansel. It's a massive wave of damage. Another line of stampede that Hansel has to make the decision to cross or stay on this side. He decides to stay here. Full blind on the healer. Another setup on the Hunter. Ray of Frost, but JWaz pre-walled it. That was a nice predicted play from JWaz right there, anticipating the stun, and he was able to reduce damage. Now Zagorn is making a prediction that they're going to swap to him by using his Obsidian Scales, but they decide to double fear it. They're going into the Scales. They don't care about its damage reduction. They're trying to cut him down through it, but it doesn't look like they have enough damage. And this preemptive wall activation from Z-Rated is buying them more time. Enough time to get an ice block. Now they swap to Naj. They get evasion. They get a sleepwalk. Z-Rated have leveled up their play. However, their defense is shaky as far as cooldowns at this point. Trinket comes up for JWaz in 12 seconds. If they get that set up before that window, it could be deadly. Zagorn knows it. He immunes by flying into the sky. They use the counter shot on the polymorph. They're shutting the mage out for a moment, but he novas him with the water elemental, clutches him into a polymorph, and here comes the kidney shot. JWaz's trinket just came up, but he's stunned on his trinket. Will he get the cooldowns off? He exhilarates. He probably needs to turtle. He's gambling it. He manages to get away with the gamble, and now we see Mason into a stun, into a trap. He trinkets it right away. He doesn't want momentum swinging against him, but he gets sleeped on his trinket by Zagorn. Naj into a stun. JWaz and Zozo are moving in. They're all 3 players on top of him. They're looking to take the swing match. Mason wraps around the corner right at the last second of that freezing trap to connect some massive heals. They're still overwhelming him. They're killing him. If he runs out of serenities, he's not going to be able to heal this. Benediction spam. Smoke bomb comes in, but Zagorn is there to support JWaz and survive this. And I think the next freezing trap wins the game. Can they land it? They do. And Hansel likely to crumble. He gets a triple Dragon's Breath. He's desperate. He goes for the Ray at 1% remaining health. Communion answers it. Zagorn survives. Hansel survives, but for how much longer?
What a play by Hansel. I mean, in that situation, 99% of mages just choke and die. He just goes for the Ray of Frost after the triple Dragon's Breath. He stays alive. Beautifully done. Full polymorph now onto Zagorn, as it looks like pre-hardcore still looking to make a play. Hammer of Justice, though. Are they going to get a full trap? They sap up Zagorn. Can they take him down? He just decides to trinket. Turtle as well. They're all over the place. Z-rated is in trouble. Zagorn finally stabilizes them, but they trade out a ton of cooldowns there.
All right, Zagorn, no trinket, could be a target. Kidney shot comes through onto the Ret Paladin, but Zozo has his Divine Shield coming up. He might be able to save the day here. Mason's running lower on mana, but a full blind on the healer, no trinket. Triple crowd control engagement. Divine Shield just came up. He's going to trade the spell warding. JWaz is immune to magic damage. They get the double blind. They're looking to push Hansel over, but he has a block available. He's silenced at the moment. Is he going to be greedy with it? Here comes the Bestial Wrath. He's lining up that Stampede, that row of pets. Hansel blinks towards the end of it, but he's taking so much damage he has to block. It's overwhelming pressure. It's coming down to the wire. Such an important match for both teams to maintain the swing match for pre-hardcore. Another setup comes through. Zozo sanctuaries it. They swap onto Zagorn. Will he be able to survive? Deep breath available. It looks like they've survived another attack from Naj, and their cooldowns are pretty limited. Blades comes up in 10 seconds. This is going to be 10 seconds of free reign on Hansel. Can they kill him in 10 seconds? They're trying to ramp their damage. Zozo's getting polymorphed. Hansel is buying time, knowing that they can win if they don't die here. They can't get the trap. Mason doesn't get trapped off the stun, but here comes the wings. Wake of Ashes. They have to win. Mason trinkets. Can they win the game right now? They get blocked by the Dragon's Breath. JWaz survives another stun somehow, some way. Unbelievable. Zagorn uses the time stop, anticipating the fear and likely the polymorph. Hansel is taking a beating. No ice blocks available. Mason's Apotheosis, the last call. Zagorn flies, but he gets caught in a polymorph at the end of it. Ray of Frost. JWaz, not a lot of answers. Sacrifices up. No sanctuary for the fear, and JWaz likely to fall in the smoke bomb. And pre-hardcore, hold on. Just moments ago, Hansel was at 1% health, and they stay in it. They maintain the swing match advantage, and they move to match point.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that they're still alive, and they managed to pull that off. Beautifully done. Zagorn and Hansel had a little bit of a moment there right before the game ended. Hansel was going for a polymorph. Zagorn managed to immune it with the time stop. After the time stop, he used the deep breath. Hansel played it cool, ended up getting the polymorph eventually after that deep breath, and that was enough for them to close it out. Here's the triple Dragon's Breath, and Hansel just goes for it. He gets the polymorph. He's just going for the Ray of Frost, and they end up getting that Emerald Communion, which is huge. I think Hansel had a phenomenal game here, but all 3 members of pre-hardcore as well. There were moments where they overlap, but still just working through all of Z-Rated's defensive cooldowns and eventually finding a win here with this Ray of Frost. Just really, really impressive.
I think Hansel's team is the most entertaining to watch so far.
Yeah.
I think out of all,
it's a super aggressive RMP.
Yeah, I feel like
Shimmer style. Like,
all these other RMPs, like, let's just do damage and not die. And, you know, I've seen that.
That's just Outlaw versus Sub, though.
I've seen that a million times, you know. But Naj, Hansel, like, they're just going for it. It's just go, 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 go again, go again, go again, go again. I like that. I like the NA aggression. Okay, the NA aggression. This is what I want to see go head to head.
But is it really NA aggression? Because we're seeing the Outlaw style in NA as well. So this is just, I think this is just a Hansel and Naj thing, right? I don't think this is an NA thing. This is just Hansel and Naj.
I'm trying to create rivalries, okay? I'm trying to create some tribalism, okay? I'm trying to
I would rather just hype up pre-hardcore. Like, you know, Hansel's just listening to metalcore right now as he's channeling this Ray of Frost at 1% health, like headbanging, like, you know it, I know it. And that's why I think a lot of people in chat went for this team, is because they are a very likable team, right? Like Hansel and Naj, been around for a long time. Mason joining them, fun team to watch. If they could pull this off, I mean, that'd be a great start for them.
Just one win away from getting to Championship Sunday. A great position to be for the first cup of the season. We got map selection for Z-Rated. They like the runes. Runes Lordon look good, so they're going to go to a small map. They're going to go to Hook Point, try and get on top of the mage as much as possible. This map can backfire, though, because, you know, in that last game, they had a lot of, like, pre-walls, which just means they've activated their defense a second before the attack came. Because their defense can't be activated while they're stunned, they have to anticipate it. And they were able to do that, but they get more space. But maybe the space doesn't matter that much with a Prez Evoker. You can't, like, play, you know, you can't play 40 yards away. You have that limited range, so maybe it actually is just a necessary evil to go to these small maps because you're stuck in short range anyways.
Yeah. Z-Rated, Hook Point, nice small map. They just want to work together as a unit. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Hansel to actually get away, and I think he was utilizing the space quite well, so I do like the fact we mentioned that Hansel's playing Shimmer, which is a much more aggressive mage talent over Blink, but it can definitely be scary because if Mason gets caught into a trap and Hansel eats a Hammer of Justice, that's a really lethal moment for Z-Rated where they basically guarantee get a trinket or an ice block or they win the game. So yeah, pre-hardcore has to be careful of that, but I think Hansel, he's navigating the situation well. He's using Shimmer super effective for those Ray of Frost, and it's working out nicely.
Okay, we've got it set up here. Z-Rated, are they going to make a change? They brought in the Windwalker last time. Do you think Windwalker is at all an option here, or is it just it's game over? If they
what would you do? Like, would you get rid of the Hunter for the Windwalker, or what?
I think you get rid of the Hunter.
You don't have Trap anymore, which is kind of sad.
Paralyzed though. It's Ret Windwalker with a paralyzed. I feel like it's not that, you know, it's not that much lost.
Yeah. Yeah, you lose your ranged interrupt, which is a little bit scary. Windwalker Monk obviously packs quite a punch, but there's just something about the Beast Mastery Hunter. You know, you land a trap, you press your Bestial Wrath, and the damage is just going crazy. They're gonna.
Oh, he's
Zagorn goes Mistweaver.
He abandoned it, bro. He was. We're hyping him up. They're the anti-meta. They've just sold out to the Mistweaver.
They're still playing Red Hunter. Like, come on.
Okay. It's like
you got to give them a little points.
That's. I mean, then are we gonna say, you know, pre-hardcore are playing RMP, but it's not with a monk, so it's like, you know, it's not.
What do you mean? They're playing RMP, but not with a monk? RMP by definition is with a priest. Like, what are you talking about,
but it's not the
man?
most meta version right now. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, it's like it's kind of the meta, but not the most meta.
If you're playing Rogue Mage, like, yeah.
Well, this is
nothing else to say.
Elite set. I think I got this on my mage, and then it randomly doesn't exist on my character anymore, and I'm really sad about it.
Yeah, this is when you had to hold on to the gear. I got this as well. I got rank 1 in the season, and yeah, I have the rank 1 title from the season, and I don't have the transmog, and it makes me very sad
to this
day
because
I think it's so cool.
Even if you link the achievement, it's like I can link them 2200 from that expansion. Nope, not gonna give it to me.
I have screenshots of me wearing it too, and I still can't get it, so it's a tough one.
And we're looking at the talents here. We're running through with the Shimmer, that 20-second cooldown. Hanso likes that because he can use the Blink Ray, or the Shimmer Ray. So you can start the channel and then shimmer around a corner. And that's how he's getting a lot of these little shimmy ice rays and absolutely catching people off guard. Downside is that you get caught in stuns, and they are taking advantage of that. So it's double-edged sword. You get more aggression, but you trade off on your escapability from stun locks. So interesting build from Hanso. A lot of the other mages are opting purely for Blink Stun. But he likes being stylish. I personally like Shimmer too. I hate when I have to play Blink Stun, even though it feels like you have to play it. I just like the little shimmy around the corner with the Ray. But here the gates are open. It's match point. This is the last chance for Z-Rated. So if you're a fan of the Ret Paladin, Zozo is your representative here on this team. It might be the final one, depending on how this goes. They're going to test Zagorn. They open on him. He immediately ports. He's already like, I'm glad I'm a monk. If I was a Prez Evoker, I could just port while stunned. He is going to survive that first engagement, basically scot-free.
Yeah, but it is a comfort thing. Zagorn obviously is significantly better. Well, I want to say he's probably significantly better on that Preservation Evoker, so there might be opportunities here for pre-hardcore to exploit the fact that maybe Zagorn isn't the most experienced on Monk. We'll have to wait and see. Looks like he will get the sacrifice there. He will hold on, and he can continue to make a push here onto Hansel. And the one thing about the Mistweaver Monk, we don't talk about that much, is they bring just a lot of damage through that Zen Sphere, and it will be the Life Cocoon. A lot of defense, but as well as a lot of offense. So Hansel should be under fire as long as that Zen Sphere is on him.
All right, Zagorn's moving in here. He gets caught into a polymorph. I think JWaz is on stun DR though, so they're gonna have to go Rep Paladin. That's not a great target. They're gonna get Trap on Mason, I think. No Trinket, could be a block. He's in trouble. He's got Alter, he barriers, he gets stunned, he uses the Void. It doesn't matter, he has to block. He tried to preempt that. He had the Void Embellishment Shield, he had the Alter, but that's stunned. Because he's Shimmer, he couldn't access the Alter time, and he had to use Ice Block. So it's a nice punish from Z-Rated. They still hold on to Zagorn's Medallion. They paralyze the healer. It's on DR though. You have to wait a little bit for the trap and a double or a Fear Polymorph. JWaz is isolated, so he activates Survival of the Fittest, that green glowing icon. It reduces damage. So as soon as he saw his healer was crowd controlled and couldn't heal, he pressed that right away, expecting to get stunned. And that's how he can predict that situation and survive. Bestial Wrath is up. They're trying to get the pets out of the Novas and get them back onto the mage. You can see the dinosaurs running at Hansel. Every time those dinosaurs are chomping away, you know Hansel will be in trouble, but another ray comes through. JWaz looks like he was able to feign death it. He goes for the freezing trap. He gets it with no trinket. Can they push Hansel over? It seems like momentum is still in favor of pre-hardcore, but he blinding lights the whole team. Zozo is trying to be an MVP here with Sacrifice up as well, redirecting damage. Hansel finally free, looking for polymorphs. Zagorn is line of sighting. Glacial Spike, going to be interrupted. Hansel takes a huge hit. He blinks in. He gets the polymorph on Zagorn. They gouge JWaz to set up the stun, but he pre-walled. JWaz, that green glowing icon. Anytime you see that glowing, right when they send a stun, it means JWaz has outplayed the opposing side, but he still might die. Big heal comes through with the revival, recovering the entire team, and Zagorn just has so many more options on the spec with Mistweaver to deal with stuns. He can port stun, he can revival while stun. He gets the leg sweep. The leg sweep gets an ice block, and I mean, Z-Rated looks so good right now with the Mistweaver, even despite it, you know, seemingly his first game on it.
First game of the tournament, I think, but yeah, it's definitely not looking bad. But Chastise into a fear. JWaz isolated. Looks like Zagorn will trade out the trinket and Life Cocoon. Now they're on top of him. He portals, and the Sanctuary comes in. So good defense there from Z-Rated, trading out the cooldowns. Now it's going to be Hansel with no ice block for another 45 seconds, and he might just get absolutely destroyed. Mason right now into a stun, into a diminishing return trap. Do they have anything to follow it up? It doesn't look like it just yet. A defensive blind there from Naj on Zozo slows down the damage and keeps Hansel alive. And now pre-hardcore is going to be looking for a setup here. Ray of Frost is coming up in just a few short seconds, and that could be enough to close out the game. Zozo's going to have to save the day.
Is he gonna get the spell warning? Hammer of Justice, nice Intim cross. They're going for the kill. A one-hit KO. Hansel is getting obliterated. 2 health bars in 2 seconds, but he's turning it around with a Ray of Frost out of nowhere. He's facing death, and he trades his life to go for the win. But unfortunately, it will cost him his life to not get it. We are tied 2-2, and this Mistweaver pick. Was he just sitting on it? Was this his final form this whole time? He had a Mistweaver, but he wanted to like one-up everybody. Like, I can win as Prez Evoker. I don't even need my final form. You haven't even seen my full power. Is that what was going on? Because the Mistweaver was looking very good from him here in game number 4, and now pre-hardcore. This is not going to be a free series whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, I think there's a reason why we're seeing so many Mistweaver monks. It's a little sad for Zagorn because he's so good on the Prez, but I'm not going to lie. The Mistweaver monks seem just way better in this matchup. You have answers for stuns, right? Like, instead of, you know, kind of just having to trade your Emerald Communion or die in a stun, you can restore all, you can port in stuns. It just gives you way more freedom in the game. And that's not even the best part about the Mistweaver Monk. The best part about the Mistweaver Monk right now is, like I said, you bring 15% physical damage for JWaz on that. 15% damage. Like, that is a huge number. You bring 10% damage for Zozo. That Zen Sphere also reduces the damage that Hansel does. So it is a huge swing of momentum to have that in the game. And you could tell Hansel was really feeling the pressure in this one. And I think this game we saw JWaz and Zozo do their highest damage overall.
You think we need to see Blink stun?
I don't know. Like, if he plays Blink, then it's going to be a lot more difficult to get the sheeps and stuff like that. He's just going to have to fake interrupts. But Shimmer, it just feels like it's such a long cooldown. Like, I personally, I'm with you. I would, like, if Shimmer was a little bit more of a lower cooldown, I would love to consistently play it. But when you just get, it's, you know what I mean? Like, instead of having to ice block here, you just blink. Like, I think it's the safer pick.
Even the first ice block would have also just been a blink.
Yeah, you just blink. And then out of the blink, you just ice nova and they're stuck. Or you use your ice barrier and you're going to live. Or you invisibility and you're going to live. You know, it just gives you way more options. I think this is one of those situations where you want to pick the safer route. Because, yeah, it's inevitable Mason's going to get crowd controlled, and if every single time that happens you get stunned as Hansel, you're just burning through cooldowns so fast.
All right, big map here, Maldraxxus Coliseum. That game 1 quick win, that quick kill might be what Pre-Hardcore need if they're going to be able to take this series. It's coming down to the wire. We still have one more series after this for North America. Every team, every matchup is so exciting and back and forth. It's been awesome to see these teams level up throughout the years and now really giving it a go with BlizzCon coming back. This is the best time to have it happen, basically. You do not want to miss out on this year's program. I think that this is going to be one for the highlight reels, to say the least, with how it's starting at this point. Z-rated, the last Ret Paladin, the final Ret Paladin between both regions. Will he stay alive? Zozo, Jwaz, and Zagorn, as we are loaded into Maldraxxus Coliseum. Be hardcore, running that rogue mage priest, and they play flashy, they play aggressive, and they take risks. But those risks are not paying off right now. Will they continue to make those risky gambles, or will they opt to go more conservative? Do they double down, or do they change direction?
That is the question. Let's see what they can do here. The gates are open. And this is like where I think Zagorn will be tested. He's going to have to keep track of his port because he can easily be dragged out from his port range. This is just an easy port here. And also a Trinket Sank. I actually don't like that Zozo Trinket Sank there. I think just the port would be more than enough, but he's opting to go for the super safe route. But Chastise now into a full fear on Zagorn. Now he doesn't have that Sank available, so a little bit of a defensive cooldown overlap. They get the Will of the Forsaken too, and the Life Cocoon, so I would say it's a bit disastrous, although Hansel almost just outright dies in the opening stages.
If we're looking at Jwaz and we're trying to debate the trinkets and the sanctuaries, and Hansel almost dies. Polymorph looks like it broke early there. They set up a cheap shot. They don't have stuns for Jwaz. He's going to kite away here. Likely be able to escape, but a full blind on his healer. They're leaving his healer out in the open at the moment. Zagorn needs to get back to his team, using the rushing wind kick on his way over, trying to fake a counterspell, going for Crackle to get his sphere up. Another rushing wind kick, trying to assist the team. They go in for the stun. Where's the trap from downtown? Jwaz lands it, but he's gouged. Gouge breaks a bit early. Jwaz is trying to get in line of Hansel, but look, Hansel has taken the opposing pillar. This is what I mean by risky plays. He's infiltrating. He takes the enemy's pillar, gets the polymorph, survives at the same time, sets up the double fear. Jwaz trinkets. He's still in trouble. He turtles at critically low health, and Zagorn now in a cheap shot. They drop the smoke bomb. They swap to him. He ports back behind the pillar. They're in hot pursuit. Hansel is already there. Hansel's gas pedal is already through the floor and into the road in this game.
Yeah, really aggressive start here for Pre-Hardcore, and doing a really good job with his map. However, Hansel looks like he finally is getting caught here. Some damage incoming. The double Dragon's Breath. And Jwatt doesn't really have much. It's a gouge. It's a cheap shot. Is there a smoke bomb? Doesn't look like it. Double Ring of Frost. And Zagorn is forced to trade out his Trinket Life Cocoon. It's a totally fun. I think that's a great trade there, but needs to be careful. With no Trinket nor Restoral, Zagorn is now a great target that they can go after.
All right, will they be able to find it? Zozo has options, though, to trade. It's not over right now for Z-Rated. They get a double Blinding Light. Where's Hansel? He ports back to his team, but it's a full trap. He blinks around the corner and gets a polymorph. They're setting up on Hansel, and he still goes for the win. He just goes for the win no matter what. He's risking it all. In game number 5, is the risk going to pay off? He barriers the attack here, the assault from Zozo, surviving the Hammer of Light. They keep Jwaz pressured. They swap on Zagorn. They might have to kill him without stunning. That could bait him to not use his port. He's trying to reposition, but they get the block nonetheless. The risk is slowly not paying off. They keep whittling away at Hansel's cooldowns. And we can see Jwaz repositioning with Zagorn across the map. Zozo's playing aggressive because he still has his Divine Shield, but there's the blind. No Trinket. Are they in position? Can Zozo get there? He gets chastised. It's match point. Hansel, can he deliver the win? Fear onto Zagorn. He wills out of it to connect some heals, but he's kidney shot on his will. Bubble comes from Zozo. He goes for the stun. He's trying to win the game on Hansel. Despite all of the pressure put towards his team right now, the entire tournament on the line. Hansel is getting blasted. They're just trying to win with raw pressure, and it's almost working. He has to ice block while Mason is free casting. They time the song. Mason deaths it and manages to avoid it. He keeps his team top, but suddenly Hansel has nothing. But the polymorph is secured before they can land anything. Jwaz pre-walls, anticipating the stun at a critical moment. Zagorn has Trinket available again. He can Trinket Cocoon. They're actually in a position where they can win this, Ven. Z-Rated can pull this off.
Yeah, they might be able to do a full Hammer of Justice here onto Mason. Nosh trying to eat the trap, but he doesn't, and Hansel is stuck, and he might get dropped, and he will. Z-Rated battle it back. Zagorn proving that he's got the Mistweaver too, and this matchup looked a lot better, and they did it. They managed to take down the RMP and prove the haters wrong.
Hey, I wasn't one of them, okay?
I didn't say you were.
I bet on Z-rated. All right, I knew this whole time that Zagorn was going to play a monk. I just knew him. I talked to him ahead of time and knew that he was sandbagging on the preservation. He was just
Oh,
sitting
insider
You
trading
had-
then is what
No,
I'm
You had
hearing.
insider trading, yeah,
No,
insider information, huh?
It's not insider information, okay? It's just an advantage, all right? I actually didn't know at all that he was going to do that. But now that he's done that, I'm like, maybe they can actually go maybe the distance in this turn. Maybe like a top 3, maybe possibly from Z-rated here, because like this was, I feel like it was so good. The Mistweaver felt so much better. They had options to deal with the stuns. They kept their momentum. They had some just general strategies that they stayed consistent with. Naj tried to eat that trap. Oh my god, that is tragic. Can we watch that again on the replay? Naj just sweating. He knows he loses the game if he doesn't eat this trap. He's standing right on top of Mason, which freezing trap is launched at an area on the ground, so allies can soak that area and absorb the crowd control. So like Naj right here tried to eat the trap. Jaywaz snipes it and he lands it. And then Naj again in just a few seconds, he tries to eat. Look at him, he's standing on top of Mason. Naj is right there. He's like, I got you, bud. I'll eat this trap. You'll heal him. We'll win. And Jaywaz snipes him. Like what? There's not even a pixel of space. There's not even a pixel of space, and he gets the trap that wins the game. If he doesn't land that, Mason puts Guardian Spirit up and presses Serenity, and Hansel's full health.
Jaywaz doing a good job with the traps, no doubt about that. He literally stands on top of them. A lot of hunters will just use like a macro to drop their trap on their feet, so they can just run on top of the enemy healer. But here, I think Jaywaz, he steps to the left. If we look at this again in like slow-mo, he steps to the left of where they're grouped up, and then he throws the trap to the right. See, look at this. And he throws the trap on the edge to the right. And that's where it goes off. So Naj is just, I think, a little bit too far to the left, and Jaywaz managed to snipe that.
Left.
Yeah. JK to the right.
Man, do you guys feel like Z-rated should have played Mistweaver against Gators back in their series earlier today?
I'm not gonna
probably.
I'm not. Let's just be honest. If you can play Mistweaver, you should play it. That's just how I feel right now. Like,
Yeah,
just
preservation hater.
no. In fact,
Huh?
I love
He
Prez.
loves
It's my favorite
preservation.
healer. I play it all the time. But
Yeah, but he
It's
also
just-
thinks Assassination Rogue is like really good. So sometimes
I think there's
you know,
potential. Hey, man, I've been talking about Frosty K's. They got some wins in the tournament. Like, it's still my dream to see an Arcane Mage played, but I feel like, yeah, mages.
0%.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying.
Your dreams are not going to happen this
Look at
time.
this
No one will
banter
play
is
with
killing
me.
me between you two.
No one will play with me.
Oh no. Do you
Not even
wanna-
a Mythic Plus, bro. If you sign up for my group as Arcane again, no.
Oh my gosh, that's so. All right, you know what you do, Ven? You just you queue as the meta, and then you just switch to Arcane. They'll never know.
Last second, yeah.
Yeah. Just don't. they'll
Countdown
have
timers going down.
Exactly.
You time your respec with it.
nothing.
That's a
they
good
can do
idea.
about
Okay.
It. Yeah.
I
yeah.
will be doing that.
Yep, there you go. That's what I did when Frost was meta. All right, so pre-hardcore, well done to them, but unfortunately, that is the end of the line for them. Z-rated going to be moving forward in the lower bracket, and they're going to be playing either F tier or Dire Wolves. We've got that lower bracket series. It's going to be the last series of the day. Also, we've seen both of these teams play already, so I'm curious. I'm curious how these two teams go. I feel like it's kind of strange to see them in the lower bracket event. I feel like especially F tier, but I think this is going to be a solid series nonetheless.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting to the point in both regions. There's a lot of good teams. So, like, if you're making it to the quarterfinals in the lower bracket, I feel like literally anyone at this point is if Gators back. Like, I feel like Gators back, they're the new, like, absolute kings. But F tier versus Dire Wolves, it's going to be an interesting series. Dire Wolves can play literally exactly what Welcome to the Jung played to beat F tier. So we'll see if F tier makes any adaptations or if Dire Wolves just isn't going to be able to pull it off the same way we saw Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, we certainly do. So now to get these guys a little bit more time to get their team ready to go, because we know CD really likes to run that timer. We're gonna play a little bit of a game. We're gonna play Who Spell. You guys ready?
I'm ready. I'm
My first one.
I was 2 for 2 last time.
Oh, okay,
Oh, I'm
okay,
fighting
all right.
the goat, am I? I'm fighting against the
We're not
goat.
fighting, but
Okay.
I feel like we work together, and if you want to deviate, you can, but
It's Aya who's the betrayer. We need to stay together. She has been a trade. She betrayed Liquid too. She's like, what is
And
that?
I was wrong, and I paid for it in my predictions. I'm sorry, Trill.
Are you
I
cheaters
deserve
never,
that.
What is it? Traders never win.
I have no idea. All right, let's see the spell that we're gonna be guessing here for. Whose spell is it anyway?
all right.
Oh, geez, that's nothing. Okay, so that's definitely not a 3.
It
That's like
could
an
be.
8. You think?
But what
oh,
is
yeah, they
8?
could be pretending that it's It could be pretending that it's not a 3 when it's actually a 3.
3. What is 3? Okay. And
There's poison and disease effects.
Maybe it's like some sort of sacrifice talent. Poison and disease. It could be dispel from monks, right? Detox.
It could just be cleanse or whatever. Yeah.
Detox. Could
I
be
think
cleanse.
a detox is the only one that's default poison disease, isn't
What
it?
about-
Or do they have to talent for disease?
What about the Holy Paladin talent? Cleanse the weak? Could be that
I think
too.
it's a talent. You think they're throwing that much of a sweaty one at us for the first one?
I guess
You think they're
normally it's an ability, right? I don't
It's
know.
whose spell is it anyways? Is it whose passive anyways?
I don't think we see. Yeah, you're right. Okay, good call. See, working together.
We get like another reveal? Do they slowly drag
Give us the
up?
options.
We need that. Yeah, we're ready for
Give us
the
the
next phase.
options. We need more information.
But this is where we zoom in a little. That's not.
Oh,
Okay.
Fireblood.
Clears
Fireblood.
magic and poison and disease effects. Bleed, magic, poison, and disease
Survival diseases?
effects. Revival does not get rid of unless you
Thing
have the
is,
talent.
it can't be revival because Restoral's also on there. So like it can't be both, right? Because they'd both do the same thing, I'd assume, right? If they should both do the same thing.
Yeah.
So it can't be either of them, and it can't be Will of Forsaken because that doesn't clear diseases. So it has to be Fireblood.
Okay, Fireblood. Yeah, I agree. Wait, I
That
think
sounds good. I'll go with it. You guys sound.
Yeah,
Sure.
maybe it could be Restoral or Revival.
Yeah, but it can't be both.
That's...
Like, does taking Restoral alter it to dispel?
But we don't know. We
additional
don't
things?
know. Maybe the tooltip in Secret says you can use, dispels magic effects, or you can use it while stunned. So
No,
it
it's
actually could
Fireblood,
be.
bro. I'm not letting you talk me out of this. I'm not letting you talk me out of this. It's A.
Wasn't he the one that originally suggested Fireblood?
No, I did. He's
Yeah?
questioning it.
Okay.
Oh, well, it's
I'm
definitely not
locked in
Will.
on A.
Okay,
I
I'll go.
refuse to change. I'm taking my hands off the buzzer. They're here. I'm not locking in anything else.
I feel like they're tricky. I'm not gonna lie.
They are tricky. They are tricky.
Poison and disease effects. It does. Restoral. Revival. I'm gonna. You know what?
Melody.
I'm gonna go Revival. I'm gonna go B.
That's a risk, bro.
You know what?
Should I go
am.
C?
Because you know what? I
I mean,
Restore.
one of us will be right if
hold
you
up.
do that.
I'll
Hold
go
up, hold
C.
up. I actually
Huh?
don't think it can be Revival and Restoral because Restoral doesn't remove effects. You can just use it while stunned, I think. And Revival actually
I
does
don't think
remove
it
the
can be
effects.
either of them because they're both the same ability. So if it's one of them, it would
No,
be
that's
the
not
other.
true.
And it
They're
can't
not
be
the same
both.
ability. They're not the same ability. One of them you can use in stuns, and one of them actually dispels things. And that Revival dispels, Restoral you can use in stuns. I'm pretty sure.
I'm using Restoral. I don't
I'm
know.
go- no,
A,
no.
B, and C?
You want to go
It's
B?
One
either
of it-
A or
we
B
can't all be
now.
wrong.
It's either A or B. I don't
I'm
think
going
I
B.
is wrong if she goes C.
Yeah, C's wrong for sure, I think. I think
It's
it's A or
Actually,
B.
on
now
board. I'm
Fireblood
allowed
doesn't
to-
take diseases off. Wait, I'm going to say
Oh,
I'm saying B.
Okay.
B. Fireblood doesn't
What-
take diseases.
hand
That's why
off
you
the
play
buzzer.
Stone Form.
Hand
That's why
off
you
the
play
buzzer,
Stone
huh?
Form. That's why you
locked
play
in
Just
B.
lock
Stone
it
Form
in.
is
Just
for
lock it in.
diseases.
End
It's B.
our suffering. All right, B. Then you're going B also?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go B too, whatever. All right, let's see the end.
It's
What?
not B. It was restored.
No! Oh my god. I'm never
Revival-
listening
wait,
to
wait,
you
wait.
again. I'm never
Revival?
listening to you.
Wait,
Oh my
Revival
god.
removes magic and Restoral does poisons and diseases. Oops. Oopsies.
You know what? They did
You're the
make it
monk
look like
player,
it
man.
wasn't
What
a
is going
3.
on?
Look. I said they're making it look like it's not a 3 when it's actually a 3, and that's exactly what they did. Sneaky production.
You should have kept your answer.
I know.
Yeah.
Not that it was for any reason.
doubted
based
myself.
in- it was just picking it because we didn't, but it would have
I
been.
mean,
right.
yeah, I was, but it worked.
I forgot
Um,
that. Oh, I know this
Oh
one.
god.
I know this
Do
one
you?
for sure. Oh, yeah.
Is it?
D.
They're all just green dragons.
No, the one on the left is Jade statue. C is revival.
I know this one for sure, so I'm
And
going
it's
to let you
either
play.
it's B or
Then
it's
tell us
D,
what it
but I
is.
feel like D is what it. I'm leaning into D.
Wait, you want me to just tell you? Is that
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, I do, Vin.
It's D. For sure.
Okay.
100%. Okay,
Then?
so do you know what they all are, though?
Watch there be like a hidden icon that's been like micro-sized in like
This-
the logo somewhere, and it's the real one.
Let me tell you that this is how. Okay, one is A is serpent statue, B is flying
Okay.
serpent kick, C is Revival, and D is Restoral.
Okay, Van Fuki.
And let's see if I'm right.
Alright.
What if I'm wrong? That's
Yeah, let's
embarrassing,
do it.
but I think
Do
I'm
it.
right.
No, let's see it. Now I want to see.
I've been a monk since,
Right?
you know, as long as you can be.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. All right. Nicely done.
Thank you,
I'll
thank
give
you.
you a nice golf clap for that one.
That is nice. Like, differentiate the green dragons. I feel proud of myself.
No, that's good.
Yeah, I did that Insta. I logged D Insta. What is this?
There was no, you know, did you? I didn't hear you.
I literally just first, it was like,
I
that's
don't
D.
think so. I don't
You
think
sure?
you did.
Check the VOD.
I don't think you did either.
Pull
I
up
don't
the
know.
VOD, get the replay, instant replay.
Is somebody talking then? I feel like
I'm gonna
So
start
weird.
playing the flute if this keeps going on.
okay. It's you're gonna write a sonnet about being betrayed by your own coworkers. I feel
Both
it. I
of
feel
them.
it.
Now it's
I
both
feel
of you. I
some
can't
beautiful
trust
art
anyone on
coming
this
out of
desk.
this struggle. All right, we're gonna head to a break. We got the last series coming up next. It is F tier facing off against Direwolves. We'll be right back. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome to the last series of the day. We are down in the lower bracket, and we've got F tier versus Direwolves. Both teams facing elimination. F tier dropping down from that upper bracket earlier today, Zico. Direwolves also having another game, or having a game today already, and now they're facing off against in the lower bracket, and neither of them want to go home.
Yeah, F tier had that long battle against Welcome to the Jung. They almost had it. They tripped on the finish line. Meanwhile, Direwolves had a pretty convincing kind of start of the day, showing some new tricks that they picked up with the Outlaw Rogue. And yeah, I mean, I feel like Direwolves have good momentum. F tier, they kind of need to bounce back a little bit from that loss earlier.
Yeah, they're going to certainly have to, especially if you look at the chat predictions. Direwolves overwhelmingly the choice here in terms of where chat thinks the series is going to go, 88%. And after once again, Super T is finding themselves the underdog. Do you feel like that's deserved, though? I'm kind of surprised by this pick from chat.
I mean, they're probably going off of Direwolves' momentum in the last series that they had and just Trill's performance. Like, he was just 1v3ing the enemy team. So I feel like him on Outlaw Rogue has been like a big highlight. Although this is a bit different of a matchup. You know, he was actually not even playing Subterfuge on Outlaw, which is very like strange in Rogue lingo, right? Because it lets you stun when you vanish, basically. But against a mage, it makes sense because you can't stun him anyways. But in this matchup, you can stun. It's going to be a warrior. It's going to be a shaman. So this is a bit of a different playstyle than what he just had against the mages. So it might not work out the same way. They're also higher armor targets. So it might not work out the same way. I'm starting to make people question, you know, their investment here in Direwolves. Basically, they're so invested, but I don't think it's as certain for them to win as it was for Welcome to the Jung. And even Welcome to the Jung was sweating in that series.
That's true.
And Jung is not a team that sweats. Jung is usually the team that's just nonchalant, casual, just walking through the bracket in the upper side. So the fact that they could make them sweat is a completely different matchup for the Direwolves. I don't think it's a free win for them.
Definitely don't. So I do kind of wonder what Direwolves will be cooking up for this blind pick for game number 1. But while they get ready for this matchup, Zico, I would love to hear your predictions on this series.
I'm going first again? That's crazy. Yep. I'm going to go with the Wolves. I'm going with the Wolves. So I feel like F tier, they had a pretty rough game against Welcome to the Jung. But I think the Direwolves are going to play it a little bit more differently. I feel like the Direwolves, they're going to play aggressive, and they're going to try to win with just like big offense and maybe some CC chains. Whereas Welcome to the Jung, we're playing a bit more consistent. And I feel like when you play the game, like you try to play a long game against Meep Monk, that is where he gets a chance to shine. He gets to utilize, you know, all his Mistweaver experience and his little gnome Mistweaver tricks. And pull ahead. So yeah, I think the Direwolves, they're gonna have a more aggressive style, and I think F tier is gonna struggle with that.
All right, Super T's, let's hear your prediction.
Disagreements in the European caster lineup here between.
Yeah.
So that was Venruki's prediction as well. So Chan decided to go for F tier, leaning into that. I'm kind of on Chan's side with this. I think that it's a completely different matchup. I don't know how much experience they have in that matchup. Not a huge amount of teams are running the Turbo Cleave. And I think it could catch them off guard. I think Sam's going to be really tested in that type of matchup, although they do have, you know, the example that was just presented in the previous series that they could have observed and try and copy that. But can they copy it, you know, with how much time is left? I'm actually leaning into F tier for this one. I'm gonna give it to them 3-2.
3-2. All right, I think we're a little bit split on the caster's desk. Also, I would like to say real quick, hello if you are from the Hearthstone channel, if you are rating us, hello, welcome in. Thank you guys so much for being here. They just came in from their Hearthstone Masters Tour for the Winter Championship stream. You guys came at a wonderful time. We are in the last series of our day. We've got two big dogs that are competing against each other right now, and both of them are facing elimination. And right now we're deciding where we think this series will go, and it's proven to be a little bit difficult to predict because I am gonna go with F tier. I think it's gonna be 3-2 F tier. I feel like I'm kind of surprised though, Zico, that all of the casters are, well, not all, but most seem to be with the underdogs of where chat thinks it's gonna go. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm thinking 3-2 for the Wolves as well. So I feel like we have a pretty even split here.
Yeah.
On the desk. I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard one to call, right? Because F
It
tier,
is.
they looked so good in the open bracket. They looked so good in that previous game as well against Welcome to the Jung. But at the same time, the Wolves, I feel like they got the meta on their side. They looked really good in game number 1. It's tough to call. It's tough to call for sure.
All right, well, let's hope that neither of these guys miss lethal. Haha. Get it? Okay. Never mind. F tier versus Direwolf game number 1 could be starting out in a grand arena. Both these teams facing elimination.
All right, let's see what's going to come out of the gates here. Is it the expected? It is. Trill, Outlaw Rogue, Sea-Doo, Mistweaver Monk, and Sam I Am on the Frost Mage on the right side of your screen. That is Team Direwolves on the left. F tier, Meat Monk on his main Mistweaver Monk, Laros on his main Arms Warrior, the only warrior right now in the tournament at this level of play. Saul on the Enhancement Shaman as well. So it's mains against mains here. Gates will open in 3 seconds. There is no going back. Will F tier be able to rain down the pain with their double melee composition? They've really got to get into the mix. Saul and Laros together on the purple team, moving in on Sam. They pin him with the spear. They're looking to move in, but they're having trouble connecting as Laros finally gets close by for a double shockwave. Sam blinks right at the end of the spear. Laros charges in pursuit. Saul is trying to make his way over as well, but he is dismantled. Laros is leading the charge, but Sea-Doo is there to back him up. Double leg sweep. Ray of Frost wind sheared instantly by Saul. A great reaction. They double fear. It looks like Sea-Doo uses will to break out from fear to get a paralyze. Are they going to go for a kidney shot out of this? Doesn't look like they're going to. Meep is playing very aggressive right now in this matchup, getting a stun on Trill. Saul still on Sam. Laros still attacking Sam right on top of him. He blinks back to Sea-Doo to get some heals, but Sea-Doo gets stunned. Sam is tossing out Ice Lances, looking for a Glacial Spike, making a decent chunk of damage on Saul, but Meep will recover that. He's conduiting in, realizing the pressure on both of his teammates. That pressure is continuing to mount. Look at Trill's damage in the bottom left. 44,000 DPS is shredding 2 of these melee to pieces at the moment. If he can keep this up, I think it's going to be tough for Meep.
Yeah, and I really like Sam I Am's positioning in this match. He's kind of dragging the melees behind the pillar. He's doing a great job just keeping up the pressure, landing the counter spells as well. And now once again blinking back here, but he gets caught up in a stun, gets dispelled out of that one though with the cap totem. Sea-Doo out of crowd control, doing what he can. There's going to be the life cocoon immediately. The swapping to Trill. He's taking a lot of damage as well, dropping low. Had to use his trinket in that exchange. Saul is dropping very low as well. Trill caught up in a DR leg sweep to try to go for the kill on the Trill. Not able to find it. Laros dropping low, gets the life cocoon there as well. Meat Monk now though in a full sheep. Sam snipes it, gets interrupted on his Ray of Frost. You're looking for the resheep. Laros not having an interrupt for that one. Do they have the damage though to push through? It's going to look like Sam is going to be the one pinned, but Saul in so much danger as well. Has the burrow, but he's going to continue to just stay aggressive. Sea-Doo in a half fear there. Sam might have to use his ice block here if they can get a little bit more uptime. There's the storm bolt, big damage onto Sam. Can they push for the ice block? Sea-Doo not in any crowd control, casting out some soothing mists, managing to keep him somewhat safe for now, but still down to 50% HP. Ring of Peace, counter Ring of Peace coming out there as well. Very aggressive play coming out from Meat Monk. Can they find the sheep? It doesn't look like it. It's going to break the paralyze on Meat Monk as well. Both teams will stabilize, but once again, it is going to be big pressure here on that next setup. No life cocoon available.
Laros and Saul just tag teaming on top of Sam I Am. Sam I Am uses Alter Time and blinks to the pillar. He can reverse time and go back to his original position, but he's getting blasted. He has to ice block, and Laros is playing Shattering Throw. He can shatter that ice block, remove its immunity, and continue to lead the charge, forcing further cooldowns from Sea-Doo with this life cocoon. They're switching some damage on Trill. They have him at 50% health. Both healers struggling to keep their teammates alive. Meat Monk now committing his life cocoon. Laros will restabilize Trill evasions to dodge all attacks. We are evenly matched here in game number 1. It's a game of uptime. Laros and Saul, those purple health bars, every time they are close to Sam I Am's health bar, he will start to get shredded. So he is trying to kite with Novas. We can see that Nova right now hitting Saul and Laros, pinning them in place for a moment. He can use Dragon's Breath here, that red icon. They can use Leg Sweep, that yellow icon, to lock down the melee attackers, but Sam is pinned at the pillar, getting bounced into it by that Ring of Peace, the red circle, knocking him into the wall. Laros and Saul looking to reconnect once again with a shockwave holding him in place. He's speared on his blink. He's unable to retreat. He's getting absolutely smacked, forced into his second ice block, and it may be the last one of the game if F tier can keep up this pressure. A smoke bomb in desperation. It does nothing. Trill's smoke bomb gets no value. He's almost falling over as collateral damage. Sea-Doo is struggling. He activates Life Cocoon, and F tier are in a phenomenal position.
Yeah, they got no life cocoon now. They got nothing going, but a big ray of frost here onto Saul. Takes him low. Nice fake cast there by Sam as well. Gets the precognition. They shred through the life cocoon immediately. So they do manage to pull at least that from Meat Monk, but Meat Monk ahead in mana somewhat, and no cooldowns left. Anyone could fall right now. This is the setup.
Triple.
There's the stuns. Big shockwave connecting here. Kidney shot onto Saul, though. Sam is going to need to do something here to stay alive. 52 long seconds left on that ice block. Still 5 more seconds on that life cocoon. Can they push him down? Can they take Trill down? Trill also just dying here with no cooldowns available. They could easily just try to swap to him. Sam gets stunned behind the pillar. Nice leg sweep coming out from Meat Monk as well, but Sam is going to be able to blink, reset his blink actually with alter time, and then blink back to
Sam.
open field. Get some sheeps here onto Saul, but still not feeling too confident. Sidu has the life cocoon though, but he doesn't have a lot of mana. Finally, a full sheep here onto Meat Monk. Can they get some pressure with that? Even when they land the CC, they have to play defensive, and things are not looking good for the Wolves.
Here comes a blast of damage from Saul. Trill dismantles it. He's popping Adrenaline Rush, trying to ramp up that glowing eye icon, but he's the one who's dying during his own cooldown activation. He has to use evasion. Saul finally taking some pressure. Has to trade out his Astral Shift as we see that icon below his health start to glow. It reduces incoming damage. He's doing what he can to stabilize and stay on the mage, but Sam has survived long enough that he has another ice block, but he may need to press it soon as he's pinned by this spear. He blinks away. Saul leaps after him. Laros leaps after him. Is he going to be able to get distance? He fakes the kick. He channels a Ray of Frost on Saul, chunking Saul's health down to half, but now Saul connects. Sam blinks away. Meep repositions, looking for crowd control, but he gets counterspelled. That counterspell could be deadly. Very costly moment here for the team. The Ring of Peace is dropped. Sam is using that to try and gate away from Saul and Laros. Meep, where's he going to go? He looks like he wants to make a move. He's sidestepping on the right side of the screen. Sidu sidestepping on the left side of the screen, getting ready for the next engagement. Trill taking some cleave. Double fear. Sidu breaks free with his Will of Forsaken. Sam drops down a Ring of Frost to protect himself. Meep is rolling in. Trill gets swapped to. Life Cocoon has now been forced. They cut through the Life Cocoon. Trill is getting annihilated, but a triple stun from Sidu stalls the damage for a moment. He grapples away from the attackers. Sidu gets swapped to. He's caught in a shockwave. Is he going to be able to survive the swap? Critically low. He cheat torpedoes to the pillar. Trill is moving in. Sam is going for the win, but his entire team is in shambles. Sidu is trying to recover. He pulls Sam back to 80% health. Is he going to be able to pull up Trill here in a moment? They're going to swap to him. He doesn't have anything. He's popping the feints to reduce damage. They're slowly staying in this. Life Cocoon on Saul, trying to keep him on target. This is down to the wire. It's going to be ending any moment at this point. Double stun comes in. Sidu trinkets. He's getting chunked. Everybody's taking damage. They force him into the ice block. They shatter the ice block. Demolish. Pre-channeled. Sam blinks away from it. He gets wind sheared on his poly. Meep is there for the touch of death if they can get Sam low enough. But now he's in the paralyze. They're just going for the win. It's a blade storm. It's a spear. Sam can't go anywhere. They get a double leg sweep to try and stall it out for a few more seconds. Glacial gets wind sheared. They run into the ring. They drop the wind rush totem. Saul is going for the win, but Laros can't follow him. He's caught in a ring of frost. They purge the barrier. Laros leaps in for the dunk. Shockwave connects, and will Sam stay alive? Sidu blocks the kill just before the fear with a Life Cocoon, and now they get the triple Dragon's Breath. Sam is repositioning. Absolutely down to the wire. 7 minutes here into game number 1. A swap on Trill. Evasion pops. He can dodge the attacks of these melee players unless he gets caught in a stun. Full polymorph, no trinket. Saul is able to stay alive. Trill is still low. Sam is getting lower. Sidu is almost out of mana. I think F tier have survived the gauntlet long enough that at any point Trill or Sam is going to fall.
Demolish on Trill, huge damage. Sidu in a leg sweep. Samayam defensively behind the pillar, hiding for his life. Trill kiting back and forth with the hooks, but look at Saul. He's taking a lot of damage. Finally a sheep onto Laros. A little bit of time being bought here by the Wolves. They're looking for the finish onto Saul. Smoke bomb in desperation here from the Wolves, but Trill is the one on the run on his own smoke bomb, trying to kite away, but Laros is right behind him. Saul connects as well. This surely is going to be it. No, Trill once again grapples away, trying to hide. Gets the vanish actually. Beautifully done there, and now they're going to swap to Sam, but he's got an ice block. Sidu might have pulled a miracle out of his bag of tricks, and it looks like they might be able to survive, but where is the damage? Where is the opportunities? Full sheep onto Meat Monk. They need to get pressure here. Samayam pre-blinks the spear. Beautifully done. Sidu, Celestial Conduits. Saul in big trouble here. Trinkets out of the kidney shot. Tries to get back to Sam. Sam gets interrupted though. He still has another ice block. He could use it at any moment. The Life Cocoon comes through. Sidu trinkets out. Glacial Spike is going to connect. Samayam caught up in a stun. He blinks away behind the pillar with his trinket there as well to reposition the camera angle, but still Laros is right behind him. Here comes Saul. This has got to be the ice block surely. Sam trying to hold on to it for now, but how long can he do it is the question.
Sea-Doo, oh, he drank some mana tea. He got a little bit of mana to keep this going. Laros charges in, looking to force the block. Leg sweep comes in, Meep into the paralyze, into a kidney shot, trying to close, but Sam is low. He's trying to go for the winning polymorph. He's not able to find it. It gets grounded by Saul, and now Sam is in trouble. Stormbolt on the healer. Ice Block has been forced. Does he have Shatter? He doesn't have Shattering Throw. They're switching damage onto Trill, trying to keep their momentum on 2 targets, while Sam is immune in the Ice Block. They might be able to drop him, but his evasion comes up in 2 more seconds. Saul is low. I can't believe it. Direwolves do it. They turn it around. They survive the gauntlet and manage to finish Saul, even despite having nothing for seemingly the last 2.5 minutes. Laros doesn't want to give up just yet in this 2 versus 3, but I do think it's highly unlikely that he's going to be able to get to his target. Laros will fall, and the Wolves howl in victory for Game 1 in the Grand Arena.
This is the Wolves. It's almost midnight here in Sweden, and you can tell by the gameplay here. Sea-Doo giving us some heart attacks, as he tends to do on the healers. Keeping his entire team alive in this position here where Trill is just grappling around, trying to stay alive. They drop the smoke bomb, and they have to run on his own smoke bomb right here, just blinking away with the grapple. I thought for sure he falls right here, but nice defensive plays from Sam as well. Keeping him alive, and they're just kiting. It looks so hopeless the entire time, but then Meep Monk gets counterspelled, and as soon as that happens, immediately they start locking in the damage. Trill follows it up with the gouge, and that's all you need. When damaging is that high, when the game has been going for such a long time, that is the win condition. Just get any interrupt and just finish the game. And they're able to do that on the side of the Wolves. So they take game number 1, but I feel like the series that we saw with Welcome to the Jung against F tier, the games looked very similar to what we just saw here. So F tier, I don't know. It's gotta be, they gotta stay locked in. They gotta keep their focus, and they can't kind of let that deter them, because I know if I played a 3-2 game series against the exact same comp, where I eventually lost after playing for like an hour, then I dropped down to the lower bracket, and then I played this game, and the exact same thing happens in the first game. I know my mental would not be in a good state.
This is the brutal work of the dampening meta here between these two teams and the strategies they're employing. They're just so good as well. They just can't take each other down. I was thinking it was over for F tier when they had swap on Trill and no cooldown, so he's just grappling. You called him Spider-Man, just going from one building to the next to escape from the warrior, and the warrior's just furious, throwing his axe on the ground like, I just want to execute you, stop moving around. And he can't finish him. We're going to go to Hook Point. They want that small map. They don't like the mage's movement patterns on those larger maps. So I think this is correct from F tier. Direwolves have the opportunity to change their composition now that the map has been locked, so they can pick any of the specializations. They have to have, you know, ideally a healer and 2 damage dealing specializations, and they're going to do the same ones. The Mistweaver Monk, that green icon there for Sea-Doo, Sam I Am and the Fire Mage with that big fireball, and Trill with that kind of rapier sword icon there. That means that they're going to be running the same setup that they just did. F tier likely to lock in now in response the same thing. It seems like that is their best comp, and even though Laros is losing, I feel like he's putting up a fight at least in a lot of these cases. So I don't know if they would really want to switch him out at this point. They do have other comps. They could maybe try to run an Ellie Shaman, but I feel like an Ellie Shaman just would get run down by this Outlaw Rogue. At least the Enhanced Shaman has instant healing, and the Enhancement Shaman is more threatening on a more consistent basis. So I actually don't think the Elemental will work. I don't think that safety net of trying to play an Ellie Shaman here will actually work, especially on a map like Hook Point. So I'm imagining F tier, they're going to lock in the same setup that they just did. So we're going to see the exact same matchup. However, it's a smaller map on Hook Point, which means Laros and Saul will likely get more uptime, like we were talking about. Every second that they're in range of that mage is a second closer to victory on their side. So I think this is wisely set up on their part for the lock-ins, and there's no going back from this. You can't just change it after the fact. And we got our predictions. It's straight down the middle. It almost looks like Christmas lights with the red and green rotating back and forth here. This is an elimination series. It's the last series of the day, when it means that one of these teams is completely out of the competition. The other will advance to top 4 for Championship Sunday, which is a very exciting day with all of the names that we've got between Europe and North America going head-to-head, and both these teams really want to show that they've got what it takes. This is the most important year for AWC with BlizzCon qualifications on the line.
Yeah, even the chat is completely evenly split there on the vote, 52 to 48. So everybody kind of can tell that this is, no matter what happens, we're probably going the distance. It's going to be a close series here, but you can see the same map actually being selected as in the series where F-Tier played against Welcome to the Junk. So same comps, same map selection here. They lost on the ground, then they went to Hook Point, and they won on Hook Point. So it makes sense that they lock it in again. They had a good result there. And then they won on Ruins of Lordaeron as well. So we'll see if F-Tier can clean it up. I feel like this is going to be a series that kind of comes down to the swing map. They're going to need to win on these larger maps at some point on the side of F-Tier.
I was incorrect.
Oh,
Sam's
Fire
actually
Mage.
Fire. Yeah, he's Fire. He's not Frost. So he's not going to have to rely on those Ray of Frosts. But he also loses the Water Elemental and the extra Nova from that going Fire. So he gets more instant cast damage, more guaranteed burst, but he trades off some durability and crowd control. So that trade-off is a bit of a risk on the side of Direwolves. Let's see if it pays off. Trill just gets pulled out of stealth immediately by the Blade Storm. He's just going to rip a kidney shot here on Saul, hold him in place, and try and delay his assault towards Sam. As we see Saul reconnecting, there's the spear, and he's going to be a lot easier of a target to smash as Fire, as Sea-Doo has to use Life Cocoon to absorb damage immediately, and they've almost cut through its absorption effect. That white part of his health is a shield absorbing damage temporarily, as they managed to actually smash through it so fast. They're getting Cap Totem stunned on Sea-Doo, but here comes Combustion, that glowing icon, but Sam gets stunned on it, and now Saul taking huge pressure. Meep has to trade out Life Cocoon. You have to react so fast to the cooldowns of a Fire Mage, as Saul is still just holding on by a thread at 50% health. He should likely recover here in a moment as both sides stabilize. Trill pops his Adrenaline Rush, that glowing eye icon. It's going to amplify his damage at this time and enable him a lot of energy regeneration to get combo points faster. But he's caught in a shockwave. I really like Laros' stuns. He's locking down those cooldown windows and limiting these finishing blows.
Oh, I really like what Meat Monk just did there. He trinketed and paralyzed Sea-Doo on his T right there. Sam almost proccing right there. Manages to stay alive, I think. Sea-Doo is going to be able to keep him alive in that position. And they do get a sheep there onto Meat Monk, but unfortunately it did look like it breaks. But Meat Monk did a really nice play there. Because I was wondering, how is Meat Monk pulling ahead of these healers? He trinket paralyzes the T of the other monk. So he's being very active in the match, trying to interrupt those T drinks. And now here comes a big setup though. Laros with no trinket, smoke bomb, big damage coming through, but it is going to get blocked there by the Restorer of Meat Monk. Can use that to heal through the smoke bomb, but the Fire Mage so far definitely taking a lot of damage here. Sam might have to use his Ice Block right now. He might get procced. Can they stay alive for a little bit longer? It looks like Sea-Doo is going to come out of that crowd control. He's going to be able to top Sam for now, but here comes the Pain Train. They connect once again. Sea-Doo with the Celestial Conduit trying to hold on to that Cauterize, but it doesn't look too convincing right now. Sam really struggling here, being at 50% HP. Can't really play too aggressive. They sheep Laros finally. You got a DR Ring of Frost on the Dispel there as well. A little bit of damage onto Saul, but here comes the Spear of Bastion. Sam, what are you going to do here? Sea-Doo's going to paralyze. Surely he's going to have to trade something here. Blazing Barrier comes through. They don't purge it, and Sam is actually going to trinket out of that stun there. Fake cast, gets the precognition, looks for the polymorph, but Meat Monk avoids it around the corner. Now instead sheeping up the melees, gets one onto Laros, but this Fire Mage, I don't know, man. I am not liking it. Look at Sea-Doo. Looks like Mana Rift is back in the game. Sea-Doo's just going trying to keep Sam alive in this position.
The only advantage is this Combustion, which he just used right now, and Meat Monk anticipated it. They broke his Life Cocoon, potentially able to penetrate even further here as they blind Meep. He's going to trinket. Laros uses Die by the Sword. They should survive with that exchange, but it is an overlap with that glowing icon from Laros reducing damage and Meep's Medallion to escape crowd control. They switch their attention onto Saul. Those Combustion, they have to just survive to the Combustion windows, but can they? Double Dragon's Breath, holding them in place. It breaks early. Ring of Peace bounces Sam back into the fence. Sam blinks away, trying to get distance. And he is playing Shimmer, so he is unable to blink from stuns. These shockwaves are going to be even more threatening. The leg sweep hits two players. Sea-Doo is there, throwing in some rushing wind kicks from the distance to keep his team stable and doing a great job to avoid the wind shear at the same time. Sam popping Barrier, baiting Saul, baiting Meep. He counterspells Meep. He can't heal for 2 more seconds with that blue icon next to his health bar. Saul trades out his Astral Shift, and they switch immediately onto the Warrior Laros. Meep is ready to answer. He drops the Life Cocoon right before the Polymorph connects. Great cooldown anticipation from F-Tier. They make great exchanges, and now they can continue their attack. But here comes Combustion, round number 4, I believe, and Saul burrows immediately into the ground. so that he cannot be a target. They switch attention to Laros for a moment. Meep isn't in any crowd control. Can he deal with the damage? They drop the spear. They're going aggressive, even despite so much pressure facing them. Saul has to retreat. He line of sights on one pillar, Meep on the other, trying to heal him with soothing mists and get him back to full so he can go for an attack, but he's just going after the rogue instead. Meep rolls in with a double. He punishes Cedus positioning. They knock Trill around the corner, but they can't stay committed. They're trying to get back onto Sam. A big demolish hits Sam right there. Capstun, 1 second. Is it enough to proc the cauterize? Sam reflects his sheep on himself and blazing barriers as soon as it breaks, but he gets purged instantly on his barrier. Saul with a great timed purge right there. Sidu aura masteries to avoid the wind shear, guaranteeing his healing, but Sam is still struggling. 50% remaining health. His map is working out excellently for F tier. Momentum is heavily in their favor. They've really started to build a lot of advantages. They broke his life cocoon immediately with that blade storm. Big sundering. Saul is ramping. If he can get uptime here, it could be trouble. Sam knows that, so he's going to shimmer away, and Saul gets stunned. He's unable to connect. Sam I am fakes an interrupt. He's looking for a polymer potentially. He's just shoving the combustion. Can he kill Saul with no crowd control? Meep on that pillar to the back right. Line of sighting, left to right, just peeking around the corner to avoid crowd control and heal his teammates. He's repositioning now. Conduit to avoid crowd control and stay aggressive with his team. Keep them top. Triple leg sweep from Meep. He makes the play. Is he going to get the game? Sidu walls. He recovers. He repositions. I really thought that leg sweep was going to be it, but now a paralyzed from Sidu on Meep, preventing him from healing Saul. Ring of Peace is holding Laros, or Ring of Frost is holding Laros in crowd control. He intervenes over. They swap over to Meep with a kidney shot. Saul is on the run, trying to get back to Meep's side, but he's in trouble. It's so much damage, he just dies. Direwolves crush him. Even despite the volatility of the Fire Mage, they just crush him, leading this series 2-0.
Man, this is what I was talking about in the pregame. I was like, I don't think Direwolves are going to play the same style that we saw from Welcome to the Jung. That is just not how Samayam operates on the mage. Samayam is not a dampener mage. He likes to go for the plays. He likes to go for the CC chains. He likes to go for those burst window kills. The Fire Mage, I'm not going to lie, it looked a little bit sketchy. The first, 4.5 minutes, but Sidu did a fantastic job just keeping them up, keeping them alive, keeping Sam from having to use that ice block and keeping him from proccing. There were so many close calls where they almost got that cauterized proc, but because they didn't, Sam could just keep playing aggressive, like right here where they get that kidney shot defensively, they get the Nova on Laros, Sam sheeps himself, and then he manages to just stay alive for a little bit longer, not proc the caught, and then here they get that big CC chain, they get the full kidney and the triple DR sheep. It's such an awkward kill, actually. If you're Meep Monk there, you have your trinket, but you don't want to trinket the kidney, obviously, because that just doesn't feel great at all. And then you don't also want to trinket the sheep, because it was like a triple DR sheep that he ended up, like they won with a kidney into a triple DR sheep, basically. You want to save that trinket for the next blind, because the next blind combustion is going to be what really, ruins the game for you. Like, look here, he's in that kidney. Saul thinks he's completely fine, and then look, Sam pushes in, gets the sheep, and it's a 1 second sheep, and then Saul just gets absolutely evaporated without even the combustion being active there. So it's such an awkward position to be in as the healer, because when you look back at it, you're like, oh yeah, I could have trinketed, but like, even if you trinket the kidney there, the next time you get CC'd is going to be brutal, because there's going to be combust, there's going to be a full blind as well, and maybe even like a sheep or a ring of frost out of that. Like, it just it doesn't feel good trinketing that. Like, blind was up in 15 seconds. So for sure, the next kidney, he's just going to get blinded.
It's a tough choice, and now they're on match point, F tier, facing elimination, and Sam can win his Frost, he can win his Fire, even if it's more volatile. On the small map, he's just matching volatility with volatility, and the combustion window is just so terrifying. Unlike on the Frost, where your Ray is just getting wind sheared, it's getting shut down, you can't really prevent the combustion nearly the same way. And it synergizes so well with the Tricks of the Trade from the Rogue, which is a buff that they apply to their partner, which increases their damage. So that combustion window is even more terrifying. F tier are flipping. I think they're changing comp. I think they're going to do a Feral Elemental Shaman. I think the F tier are going to make a switch here. There's no way they would lock a big map and run the turbo.
I don't think they're doing exactly. The big map is definitely a huge signal here that we're seeing something change. But I feel like Direwolves could have taken the big map and just locked in the Frost again. Just to kind of cover their bases, but maybe they're kind of calling the bluff here. Maybe they just want to see, okay, what do you have actually for us? So Let's see if F tier actually has something that can deal with this Fire Outlaw. I feel like we might see LA Shaman. To be honest with you, I kind of want to see the Shaman out of there. It's so hard though, because when you watch F tier like on their streams, I always want to see Saul in the game. Saul has the best comms. Like, this guy is leading the team. He's always talking about our win condition, their win condition. I will stop next. Like, he has really, really, really good comms with the rest of his team. So I always want to see him in for that reason. He's, you know, obviously insane on the Shaman, and he's just like a pillar of the team in a sense. But at the same time, when I look at like Shaman against Rogue Mage, I don't know if I want to see an LA Shaman tagged in here. Like, maybe it's Feral Warrior angle for F tier. I don't know, actually. I feel like...
Feral Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to see an Enhanced Shaman on Imperial Domain. I don't want to see an LA Shaman that much. Maybe the LA Shaman could work, but I feel like you're on a timer for sure.
Comps that I've seen from them have been Feral Ellie, Warrior Ellie, Enhanced Ellie. I don't know about Feral Warrior. Maybe it could work. I mean, the Feral, you know, theoretically would get better uptime. So Feral Ellie is the one that I've seen them practicing a lot, and that is what they're going to go for here, bringing Dallas in off the bench. And Laros is going to go to the bench, substituting that Warrior in for the Feral Druid. More consistent damage, bleed based. It's a bit of a slower composition with Saul alternating to Elemental Shamans. So they're going to focus on just staying alive, building up their damage over time effects on multiple targets, and trying to win later in the game. It's almost like a triple healing strategy, because Ellies can heal, Ferals can heal, and Mistweavers obviously are healers, so they can heal. And they're just going to be healing each other, trying to keep dots up, which are damage over time effects, and win in the late game is going to be their strategy. We have Sam over here flexing the power of the Void here with this transmog. What is this set?
That's a good question.
Is that
Voidbreaker Flames?
It's the set.
No, it's
not.
Natty?
Voidbreaker's Leyline. I don't know if that's the set. This is the last thing goggles transmogged into Voidbreaker's Diadem. Wait, that's the mage set?
Voidbreaker's robe. I feel like it looks a bit Shadow Priesty.
I don't think that's the mage's set. It does. It looks like Xalatath's blade too.
Yeah, right. It does.
The
It does look. Yeah.
I need the wings though on the back. I want that for my transmog. The little cloth shadow wings coming off to the side here. I haven't seen this set before. It looks like a set, but I haven't seen it before, so I'm very in awe of it at the moment.
Those wings are kind of nice. I don't like the helm though. I like the offhand a lot. The offhand looks really nice.
Yeah.
The weapon looks nice. The shoulders look nice, but I feel like you could do more. I feel like Sam could do more here. Different helm, and if he has like a chest piece or a tabard that matches. And you know, I'm gonna say something that's like maybe a bit controversial, but I've never been a big fan of the robes. I always like to wear like a vest and pants. You know, I don't like to be a mage with the robes. Yeah, I feel like
the transmog competition. You're the judge. Only pants.
Yeah. I feel like there's too much wind going on. You know, on my legs. So
you're like that
I
character
like that.
that's like no capes for superheroes, except now it's no robes for casters. We see a sap on Saul. Dallas right next to Trill in stealth. They don't see each other. Meep into his sleep, and they're going to open on Saul. Dallas immediately on the mage. Sam trinkets right away into an end cap. I love that play from Dallas right here, but they're still connecting damage, and it's match point. And they cannot afford any mistakes at this point. Saul immediately launches his Bloodlust, that glowing icon, to give himself a lot of haste and an ally as well as his ascendant. So he's going to be able to get a lot of lava bursts here. We see him launching those towards Trill and Sea-Doo, but with no crowd control, a Mistweaver Monk will heal through these damage over time effects so easily. So Meep rolls in to get crowd control, but Sam blinks in to push him away with a polymorph. Now he's blinking in again to find a polymorph. Ooh. He's not able to just yet. Meep ports back away from it. Meep with really good positioning. Sea-Doo pre-life cocoons the mage. They may have to swap on the rogue. They're getting at least decent momentum, I will say, at this point. They're keeping up somewhat on the damage meter. But if they can't beat them on the damage meter in the bottom left, if the purple bars can't beat the yellow bars, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
Things are looking very sketchy right now. Meatpunk just used his life cocoon and trinketed the blind before combustion. If they get a setup on Meatpunk now, if Sam gets the sheep, for example, it is going to be very, very cooked here for Saul. We'll see what they can do. Fake has to interrupt. There's the sheep. That's what I'm talking about. Saul, you're going to need to burrow. You're going to need to do something. Still get Cyclone. Can they get it? A stun onto Saul would be huge. There it is. Full stun onto Saul. What are they going to trade here? Leg sweep onto Meat Monk. They might just kill him right now.
Dallas.
Huge damage coming through. Dallas also just a victim of tab targeting at this point. Just getting cleaved down by the Phoenix. Getting cleaved down by just random damage from the Outlaw Rogue and the Fire Mage. But it looks like they are going to be able to survive that position without even using Saul's Trinket. And now Sam is in trouble. Here's the Bloodlust. Big damage on him, but Sea-Doo is going to respect it with their Life Cocoon.
All right, good exchanges so far here, but Trill and Sam are building a lead on that damage meter, and Saul and Dallas are playing a damage-based composition. So if they can't out-damage them, and then they obviously can't out-control them, in what department are they going to be leading in this match? Maybe they can win on mana. We'll have to wait and see as this plays out. A big burst of damage on Sam, but Sea-Doo's in a great spot to just recover it. Meep rolls forward. They win shear Sea-Doo on his sleep. Sam is launching fireballs, but it's really all about that combustion, which has a 2 on it right now, a 1, and that orange circle icon is available now for Sam. When it starts glowing, you know somebody is about to take a lot of damage here, but he's low health at the moment, unable to press it. He's hiding around the corner. He pops out the barrier, and Sea-Doo trinkets to try and recover. Sam gets purged on his barrier, but Saul's in a stun and can't follow up. Here comes the combustion, grounding totem. Saul moves it to the back corner to try and buy time, redirecting spells to the totem rather than his teammates. Meep in the position to heal up the team. Sam didn't get, honestly, nearly as much value as I was going to expect from that combustion. He's actually on the back foot. A startling amount of damage is coming up from Saul's Bloodlust here, but a sleep hits the whole team. Saul is now falling behind. Meep has to Trinket and Life Cocoon, and it is such a startling match, just ping-ponging back and forth from full health to 20% health during these cooldown windows. Dallas is in bear form, anticipating the attack, charging in towards Trill, rooting him in place with the bear, but Trill will just immediately blade rush back onto Dallas, and he's right on his back. Is Dallas going to be able to survive here? It's so much pressure mounting. Meep saves him, staying in the back, keeping the heals going, trying to see if they can make it to dampening, and trying to see if they can win with a conservative strategy. Meep Chi torpedoes across the map. Dallas is caught behind the pillar. In-cap roars Sea-Doo. He's looking for a Cyclone. He doesn't get it. He gets counterspell, but Dallas re-stealths for a rake stun. But now he's put in a gouge. He just wants to get a Cyclone, but he can't do it. Now he walks into a leg sweep behind the pillar. He's in enemy territory. Meep repositions. Dallas looks like he's doing okay. Sam is getting low. Bloodlust comes off cooldown. Can they get the caught? They need to get a cauterized force here if they can trigger. But here comes combustion. Saul, no grounding totem this time, but it seems like they're not taking any damage. This combustion not getting any value. Meep ports away from the sheep. Meep with a really good port there. He ports right back in. He Chi torpedoes to the nearest pillar to line of sight Sam, and Sam just can't get a polymorph. Meep is just too slippery of a target. You see him on that left pillar just rotating in and off of that pillar. Sea-Doo is trying to chase him down now, but Saul is dying at the same moment, but he pre-life cocoons. Meep anticipates the movement. Saul gets a barrier activated. He's looking for defensive hexes. They clone the mage. Trill is soloing Saul, but Meep is out of control now. He should be able to keep Saul in this fight. Sam and Trill on target. Vortex pulling them away on that shimmer, stacking them up for bleeds. Stormkeeper getting loaded from Saul. That enables him instant cast lightning bolts if he finishes it. And then he can pop Ascendance, combo those together for a massive hit of damage, but he gets blocked by a leg sweep. He's not able to connect it just yet. Meep in a full blind, but Sam misses the ring. He's not able to find the polymorph either. Meep escapes to the back line to avoid crowd control. Combustion activates. Where is Sam going to go with it? Dallas into the ring, baiting him there with the Skull Bash. Blinking forward towards Meep, but Meep is just so good at avoiding Sam's sheep on this map. Just so good. Any of these sheeps land, and it's a trinket or maybe a loss. So Meep is just navigating this map so well, even though it's such a large map and small pillars. We see a song around the corner. It's Saul. Trill just going for damage, just trying to overwhelm Saul with pressure at this point, and not even going for the kidney shots on Meep. Sam blinks in, Dragon's Breath, polymorph, not able to get it. Saul shuts it down, wind shearing him, knocking him around the corner, but Meep's in a Frost Nova. He can't escape. He's caught in a poly, but Sam had to commit a lot of mobility to get it, and he may get punished.
I feel like the Shimmer has not paid off too much right now, but as I say that, they might be actually getting a lot of cooldowns off of that sheep. Nice chain coming out there from the Dire Wolves. They get the full sheep, they get the kidney shot as well. Here's combustion, huge damage onto Saul. They're letting it rip right now, but Meat Monk not in any crowd control. I feel like they could have, actually that combustion is going to be back off cooldown soon enough, and maybe they can make a different push with that blind. They get a sheep into a Song of Chi-Ji. Do they have a Tremor Totem? Do they have anything there? Looks like they're going to just break it there with the Meteor. Meatmonk is going to survive, but Sam I Am is taking a lot of damage as well. Huge heal coming out there from Cedu. The restore all was committed. Full cheap shot now onto Saul. Kidney shot onto Meatmonk. Can they set up? Sam I Am trying to find the polymorph, but they have interrupts here. Was not able to capitalize on that during that window. Wanted to get that angle, but Saul came out of that cheap shot, but instead it's going to be a full blind there onto Meatmonk, but they don't have combustion. They don't have damage here to combo with it. They're just going to pull the trigger anyway. Big damage onto Sam, but had to use the life cocoon. Meatmonk does get sheeped finally. There's the full leg sweep. Huge damage now onto Saul. Meatmonk is going to commit the life cocoon. So did Cedu in that exchange. All cooldowns have been used here from both sides. Mana not looking good on the side of Cedu. Dampening ramping up. The next combustion could be deadly. No astral shift here for Saul. Sam I Am has it ready to go.
All right, Dallas, what are you going to do here? How can he get something done with his incarnation? But here's combustion. Grounding totem from Saul. Is he going to push it behind the pillar to hide it? He's been really cheeky with his grounding totem placements, and he's hiding at the pillar, but Sam wraps around the side. He burrows the next Pyroblast. Dallas goes into bear. Dallas should probably just trade something here. It's deep into dampening. He's trying to be greedy. Double Dragon's Breath. Sam blinks away. Polymorph secured, but it's on diminishing return. Saul gets kidney shot. He thunderstorms Trill away on the back of the pillar. Sam gets vortexed away. He can't connect anything, but the damage from Trill is overwhelming. Sam is going after Dallas. Trill is going after Saul. There's two targets taking damage, and Meep has to heal both at the same time. Cedu's in position to get aggressive. He's on top of Saul, and the Direwolves want this. They sense blood at the moment, but Meep rolls in for a triple sweep, possibly turning this game around. Cedu gets interrupted by Dallas. Can they close it out? He's caught into a leg sweep. He barks skins to reduce damage, and Dallas ducks into bear form, looking to find a target. Where is he going to go? He wants to go on Sam. He knocks him away on his cast. Cedu is free casting, but dampening is high. A full stun on Sam. Big damage incoming from Dallas right now. Lava bursts are incoming from center field from Saul. Patrol is there with the blind. Saul walls it. Meep trinkets. They have to commit many cooldowns. Here comes the combustion. Dallas has survival instincts. He pops it, but he's already critically low on health. Is he baiting them to attack him? Saul has been free casting in the backline. That Cedu blocks it with the Celestial Conduit channel right there. Tops his entire team. Meep is repositioning away so he can't get polymorphed. Dallas into a kidney shot. They're targeting the Feral Druid. They drop the smoke bomb. It's match point, and Dallas isn't trinketing. He goes into bear form immediately after the stun lock, and Meep is somehow keeping him alive, trying to pull off a miracle, trying to stay alive in the tournament right now. If they lose this game, it's curtains for them. They will be out of the competition. They'll have to come back for cup number 2. Can they stay in it here? They've survived almost 9 minutes against Cedu and the Direwolf. Sam has no block for 20 seconds. It's a race to the finish, a race against the clock. They have to get a kill soon if they're going to close this game.
Yeah, combustion is ticking back up. 8 more seconds for Sam. He's going to need to make it count. Here's the adrenaline rush from Trill. Can he get something here onto Dallas? He's immediately running away in bear from. They're going after Saul. Saul has cooldowns to respond with, though. He still has that trinket. Sam looking for the polymorph. Blinks into the middle of the map. Meep with the mana tea as well around the corner, avoiding the crowd control. Dallas is feeling confident. Here's the full kidney shot. Dallas is going to trinket Sam in big trouble. Is he going to block? There it is. Finally, the ice block comes through. Saul is in a gouge. They counterspell Dallas. They're going after Saul. Here's the combustion. Big damage onto Saul, but he has burrow. He could use it. Full sheep. No, he gets interrupted there at the last second. Beautifully timed there by Saul. Saul caught up in a cheap shot now. They're just trying to kill him with raw damage on the side of the Wolves. I don't know if they're going to be able to live for another combustion. Defensive blind actually onto Saul into a sheep. Just trying to stay alive here for one more combustion. Can they do it?
Ascendance. Saul is getting polymorphed. Saul can carry the game right now if he connects whatsoever. Sam is at a sliver of health. Cedu's trying to get there. Earthquake around the corner. Meep is there for the touch of death. They want to trigger the cauterize first. He doesn't want to do it, but Trill is dying. They catch Trill in the middle of the map. They've done it. They stay alive on match point. Facing elimination, they bring Dallas off of the bench. They bring Saul on the Elemental Shaman, and they get a victory. They get a second chance. They have to win 2 more games, though, if they want to make it to Championship Sunday. And this one was so close. 10 minutes, 0 mana remaining, 0 cooldowns left. But Dallas, man, he kept up with Trill on the damage meter, barely on his heels here, which is a tough thing to do. He's raced a world first champion Trill on Team Liquid there for that. And now in the AWC, he has a worthy opponent with Dallas on that Feral Druid, clutching it out absolutely to the bitter end. I was thinking that Sam's team's probably got this. He lived to this ice block. He can reset the dots, but ultimately they clutch it out. They don't chase Sam. They just switch targets and immediately go after Trill, and they find an opening, and they are able to dunk on him. Almost a double kill at that point in the game. So their deep dampening strat, their do damage, kind of triple hybrid composition actually pays off. It gets them a point. And now Direwolves have the opportunity to respond if they want to change anything on their composition. It is now on their side. It's on their table. They have the advantage for the rest of the series. So F tier have an uphill battle, to say the least.
Yeah, the Direwolves definitely put themselves in a good position so far, but man, I feel like Dallas was the MVP. What a great performance. His team is about to get knocked out. He gets tagged in, keeps up with the damage, but also before this, when they did that smoke bomb attempt and he just had ice in his veins and he held that trinket, I feel like that was the moment where the game kind of started to shift in favor of F tier, because in that moment, Dallas, if he didn't have trinket for right here, he was dead. So the fact that he actually held that trinket there, despite, you know, deep dampening smoke bomb attempt on him as a feral druid, I think he also didn't even have bark skin when that happened. He just popped survival instincts, tanked the stun, and just held on to it. That was a big play, and that's ultimately what kind of gave them the confidence to stay aggressive later on and actually finish the match. So Dallas, big player coming in, but I don't know, man. How easy is that to replicate? You got a feral druid and an LA shaman who needs to survive a constant assault from rogue mage. Also, I don't know how I feel about the shimmer. I feel like if we had blink stun, like against feral, there's two comps. Like I love playing shimmer, but there is two classes that I absolutely hate shimmer against, and that is sub rogue and feral druid. I feel like they have so many stuns. It's brutal to try to go for anything against that. And also LA Shaman. It's like the hardest comp to actually make plays against as a shimmer mage, I feel like would be LA Shaman, feral druid. Like the only way to make it worse would be like if there was a Resto Shaman healer as well. Yeah, outlaw also, or outlaw LA Shaman. It's really hard to get value off the shimmer against those type of comps. I mean, there was that one time where they got a sheep into a kidney shot and they forced a lot of cooldowns off of it, but I feel like more so than anything else, if they just get to deep dampening and they're in a better position on the side of the wolves, they could probably just kill somebody in a kidney shot combust, because they have two really squishy targets on the side of F tier. They can even go after Meep Monk. He's also a squishy target, you know? So, I don't know. It depends. But Direwolves could, of course, also just go back to Frost Mage. They could go back to Trill on the Windwalker, too, something they've been playing a lot in the open bracket. They have a lot of options. This is not their only option. Plus, they have Mez also chilling on the bench on his DK as well. So they...
Poor Mez, man. Poor Mez. Like, DKs are looking good going into Midnight. He's thinking he's going to have a spot, you know, on the broadcast for the team, but it seems like maybe it's not going to be the case here, unfortunately. So Lord Mez, I think, remains on the bench, but the Windwalker switch, I think, makes more sense here. It's just more finishing power. The Fire Mage and the Windwalker together is just a lot of burst damage, so Trill will be making that adaptation. Both sides forcing each other to change their compositions in this series, going up head to head, but there is no room for F tier. So now they know it's the Windwalker Monk. How are they going to deal with this type of pressure that he's going to be dishing out? Saul flexing from melee to ranged is also a very big like playstyle change. Melee DPS, you're always aware of like where you're pushing, where's your positioning, and I also think this transmog is pretty sick.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Saul swapped from his enhanced shaman. He swapped from his enhanced transmog with the two
with
like
fist weapons.
Yeah, from his like boxing
armored
match. And now he's like, okay, I've ascended. This is my fire transmog. This is my Ellie shaman transmog. It looks, yeah, I agree. It's a very nice looking transmog. I like that shield a lot.
The flame shield. What is that mace? I don't know if I've seen that. It looks like it's from the War Within, I think, this mog, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
Oh, it's a Forged Aspirants. It's literally the PvP set.
It's literally the green gear PvP set. It's literally the entry-level PvP gear you get.
Why does it look so good?
It looks insane. Like, I need to go back and get that. I don't think I bought it because I didn't need it. So, yeah, I have to go back and get that. Ooh, Dallas has this is the elite set from WoD. I have this one. This one's a good one. The Primal Gladiator set. The Watermelon set.
Tabard of Frost.
Although the weapon is like, bro, what did you forgot or something? I feel like you just forgot.
The weapon and the tabard, what are they doing here? What are those, dude?
I think it's just the blue with the tips, okay? Like the frosty tips on the shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, I see it, but I feel like we're really, really pushing it. I feel like the blue. I feel like you know what would go good. What's it called, Scythe of the Unmaker, that red pole arm.
That would go.
That would go
I think
hard.
I got
with
that from Legion Remix. Wait, I might make that Mog. You might have just. I think I can do that. I think I might yoink that. I'm yoinking your predictions. I'm yoinking your Mog ideas. I'm just taking all the credit, but the gates are open. F tier face elimination. Can they win with this Feral Druid Elemental Shaman? The only team running this composition in the competition. Trill comes in on the Windwalker Monk. I would say for most people, we consider this his main specialization. So this is what he spent the most time throughout his history in multiple AWCs. What is he going to be able to get done here? He's already connecting to Sol, ramping up, utilizing that hit combo. He can't repeat an ability on Windwalker if he wants to maximize his damage. He's popped his Zephyr. He starts glowing green and just launches a Fist of Fury, really trying to amplify his damage. And he plays this whirling Dragon Punch to knock enemies up in the air. But Sam is just dead. He's just dead. He's literally just, that was everything. They got his Cauterize, they got his block, and they got Sea-Doo's Trinket, and Trill is dead. What just happened? What just happened? F tier, completely dominating. The Direwolves do survive, and it is the Ascendants, so Sol will have to wait 2 minutes before he gets that explosion of burst again, and now he's on the back foot from the combustion, so he's going to burrow into the ground, duck for cover. They swap onto Dallas. He's just charging in anyways, but he's a bear. He's going to be very durable. Nice leg sweep from Meep. They're just looking for the win. We just played a 10-minute game, and F tier are coming in here trying to win in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it might be able to do it, but Sam with a nice counter here gets a full Ring of Frost onto Meep Monk, followed it up with a Sheep. Dallas cross crowd control there in that position as well. Trying to slow things down here. Sam trying to get some damage rolling. Trill doing a good job as well, but he gets caught up in that route. Actually teleports right on top of Sol, trying to stay on his target as much as possible. Gets knocked away into a route once again. Here comes the Bloodlust though. Sam, are you ready for it? Big damage potential. Double leg sweep though. Sol could be in trouble. He might just die right now. Full paralyzed. Trill missed the World of Warcraft, but at the same time, Sam also taking a tremendous amount of damage. Is he going to be able to stay alive? Sea-Doo's got no trinket. They are paralyzed onto Sea-Doo. Their life cocoon will connect there. Scary position for both, but I feel like that was still in favor of Direwolves. They got Meep Monk's trinket. Sea-Doo's trinket is going to rotate back up, but they had to use everything here. This next combustion is going to really need to make it count. They could swap to Meep Monk with the next combustion, but Sam is stunned. He's taking so much damage here. I don't know how he's going to be able to survive here until his ice block comes back up in another minute.
Dallas is just chomping right now, dominating, stunning Sea-Doo, stunning Sam, in-capping them both, full bleeds, complete control, complete domination. Dallas playing out of his mind right now, keeping momentum for the team, but Sam fakes an interrupt. He's spamming polymorphs on Sol, but guess what? Sol's Ascendance is up in 1 more second. That Ascendance with no ice block and no revival to immune it is going to be scary. Here's the Bloodlust. Sol wants to win this. Sam barriers and ducks for cover behind this pillar, but Dallas is keeping bleeds up. He's getting clones defensive. They're swapping back on Trill possibly. No, they're going to clone him and push in for the win, but Sam has this Ring of Frost protecting him, but an Earthquake is sniping him on top of it, and it may stun him in position. They use the Mass Invis to try and stop crowd control, but they Earthquake Sea-Doo out of it. Dallas jumps over back onto Sam. He's got a 10-second window till Ice Block comes up. 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Can they actually win the game? 8 seconds. They're actually doing it. They've done it. F tier move to match point. They are 1 win away from reverse sweeping, and they do it so fast. It was 3 minutes. We just watched them play a 10-minute dampener, just brutally dragged out long match, and Dallas is BMing Sea-Doo a little bit there with bear form, and oh my, they've actually done it. They've actually done it. We're going to game 5. They're staying in it with the Ellie Shaman, with the Feral Druid. We saw Z-rated. They were the underdogs with their Ret Paladin. They made it through to Championship Sunday. Are we about to see F tier do the same?
Man, I feel like I just sat down in my chair and like
you were getting ready for a dampener.
Yeah, I was getting ready. I was getting comfortable, and then all of a sudden, it's like, okay, they got every CD in the world. All right, what is going on now? Sam is actually gonna die here. It's crazy, and they knew they were dead too because Sam, he played so patiently, played so defensively around that corner, but he just wasn't able to buy enough time here in this position. It just needed a couple of more seconds, but not gonna happen. They managed to get the stun onto Sea-Doo, they managed to get the stun onto Sam, and they are able to finish the job. F tier with the Ellie Feral looking like a new team. Direwolves, what are you going to do here to respond? What are you going to do? Are you going to keep Trill on the Windwalker? Are you going to keep Sam on the Fire Mage? Is he going to go back to the Frost Mage? I got to be honest, I am not really liking the Shimmer. Like, especially not with the Windwalker. Like right here, he trinkets and then blinks in. He does the same thing that a normal blink would do, but he has to trinket for it, you know? Like, Did he get any sheeps this game on Meat Monk? Did Shimmer get any value? Or was he just stunned the whole game, just dying? I feel like that would be a good adaptation for him to make for sure. But I do like that they're going for the playmaking. But yeah, when you have a tough start like that as well, it's rough for Sam to actually get something going. So I don't know. I feel like Direwolves. Yeah, I don't know. I think Blink Stun is probably the play here.
All right. Are they going to make the correct adaptations? Because I don't think they expected to die that fast. That was a quick one, 3.5 minutes compared to the 10 minutes. And Dallas beats Trill on damage. Things are looking good. He was just waiting in the wings, ready for the team, ready to go. And imagine that, like, you're facing elimination from the tournament. They've just been brutalized as Turbo. Their morale is probably low. They've just been playing 10-minute slugfests for the entire tournament and losing. And you've got to come in off the bench. You've got to raise the morale. You got to keep them on the edge of their seat, ready to go to be able to pull off the wins. And Dallas is here to do it. And Meep and Saul, of course, are playing excellently. On top of that, we're going to Tolver on another large map selected for the Dire Wolves. Are they going to make any more changes? Do they go back to the Outlaw Rogue? Did the Windwalker not actually look that great on their side? I feel like the Outlaw Rogue, I'm kind of leaning into that as like the main melee when you're playing with the Mage, at least off of that game. But then the Blink Stun as a huge debate. It's just Sam is just such a liability. Every stun, he's just a liability, just sitting there in a stun, getting destroyed. If he was playing Blink, he could get away from those stuns, and it's not like Shimmer gets you very far from a Feral anyways. They're just right back on you. The Ellie's just right back on you. So I could see the argument here for Blink being the preferred choice and just win with like a bust paralyze later in the game. Trill's gonna go Subtlety Frost. Whoa, this is a big swap. This is a big change from them. Although it looks like a rogue and a mage, they're completely different rogues and completely different mages here with Frost and Subtlety. I wonder if this is like comfort or if they think they can just KO a target really fast.
Why did they swap from the Outlaw? I mean, they won the first game. Welcome to the Jung beat them as well. I feel like the Outlaw looked kind of good. And now we're going to the Sub, which I feel like... I mean, the Sub could work. The Sub could definitely work.
I don't think it's a bad option.
It's not. Yeah, no, it's not. Like, it's not a bad option. It's still Rogue Mage. Like you can still one-shot stuff, but I feel like the Outlaw looked really nice, actually. I kind of liked going for the Fire Mage play on Hook Point. It's a small map, and we saw Welcome to the Jung lose with Outlaw Frost on that map anyway, so you can maybe try to steal one away by just being super aggressive like we saw, and they did. But then after that, I kind of feel like maybe we just go back to the Outlaw, but anyway, it's too late to second guess anything. They're gonna go with the Sub. Maybe this is just way better. It certainly looked pretty good when Hansel and Naj was playing it. But yeah, definitely just curious why they opted out of the Outlaw Frost at all.
We'll find out. If they win in 2 seconds, well, that's fine. If they lose in dampening, we're like, that's why they shouldn't have done this. And we can judge them either way. That's the advantage of being the cast. You can just flip the narrative to your benefit there. So Trill's Windwalker gets absolutely slapped, immediately gets sent away, and they're bringing in the Salty Rogue. Cedo on that Mistweaver Monk struggling. I did not think Feral and Elemental would be able to win a game as quickly as they did, but I think it's mostly attributed... Oh, there's the Scythe you were talking about.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's the side of the Unmaker right there. That's what Dallas needs to get for his transmog.
Trade that over, Cedo. Dallas needs it for his mog. If Dallas wins this, trade him the Scythe. He needs it for the rest of the tournament.
He gets a spot in Championship Sunday, and he gets the Scythe. Cedo gets banned from using it. I don't know. How do you feel about that head? I feel like
it's the set.
Yeah, but like some, like this game has a hide helm setting.
Oh my
God, nowadays it's at the transmog vendor, but it's there for a reason. And I feel like this helm in particular is a very strong reason for why that exists.
That helm.
You like that helm?
With you. I like it. It's like a tiger.
There's no way. It has a broom in the back. What is that?
Can we flip him? I don't think we can flip him.
We can't flip it. It looks like a broom or like a ponytail / broom. I don't know, man. I'm a pretty tall guy. I feel like if my hair looked like that, bro, I'd be walking around just cleaning roofs,
Your hair kind of sort of did look like that. Like, you could have done that. You could have done that. If you tied like bandanas on it or whatever, you could have done that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and clean roofs for free, dude. Nah, that's not
the Marge Simpson haircut.
Yeah, I'm just out here cleaning buses and airplanes and rooms. That's the cleaner haircut. But we'll see. We'll see. I feel like that's a hide helm angle for sure.
Here we go, 3 seconds away. Game 5, it's the last game. No matter what, there is no turning back from this point. Who is making it to Championship Sunday? Is it the Direwolves or is it F tier? We will find out. Sol into the sap. Trill hyper-aggressive on this subtlety rogue. Setup-based, high aggression. They're opening on Sol with the kidney shot. Sam I am triple in-cap roar from Dallas. Stalls the opener, buying time for Meep to get a life cocoon. Now they're likely to switch to Dallas, but they've stunned Trill. He can't make that swap. Bleeds are getting loaded up. Another stun. Incarnation popped. Meep is there to back up and support with the crackles. Oh, that was insane damage on Trill. He's going to pop Cloaky, overlaps with Life Cocoon. Direwolves are already making mistakes.
Yeah, they can't afford to make any, but Dallas at the same time cannot afford to make a misplay here. Actually manages to hold his cool there. Only using the Shadow Meld and
Sol.
the Bark Skin. Sol, meanwhile, though, huge damage here from the Ray of Frost on Sol, but they don't get the trinket from Dallas. They don't get the trinket from Sol. And Meatmonk is sitting in a polymorph. Can they get any more follow-up? It doesn't look like it. Dallas still, though, taking a lot of damage here. The Barkskin is on cooldown, but still, Dallas is just going to sit through everything there. They sat through everything on the side of F tier and did not use a single trinket. Full counterspell, though, onto Meatmonk. Still more pressure. Dallas gets interrupted there on his Cyclone. Sam gets interrupted as well on his Sheep, but he is playing that Shimmer. He gets another Sheep onto Meatmonk. Beautiful setup. Full kidney here onto Sol. Beautiful damage coming in here. Another resheep coming through. Sol has to use the Astral Shift. Do they have anything more? Doesn't look like it. Meatmonk will recover F tier.
All right. And they do it. Can they stay alive? They battled through all brutality here. Welcome to the Jung in the upper bracket. Now down to the Direwolves in the lower bracket. Or sorry, yeah, welcome to the Jung in the upper bracket. Now down to Direwolves in the lower bracket. They've played 10-minute dampeners all day long. Can they keep it up against the Direwolves? Full blind on Meep. He's unable to heal. Paralyzed on Dallas. Double leg sweep.
Ray of Frost.
Beautiful crowd control. Ray of Frost gets interrupted by Dallas. Once again, shutting out the team. But a cheap shot on the trinket. A massive swap onto Meep in game 5. He ports back behind the pillar. In the nick of time, he will survive. He ports back into the mix, trying to assist his team. He is running that Gnome Mistweaver for the extra mana, but he trades out the advantage of the Will of Forsaken for any potential songs, as well as the stun reduction from Orc. So a late game gamble for Meep right now as he's just hugging that pillar, trying to keep his team stable, trying to anticipate the attack. They knock Sam away from the pillar. They win Sharon, but he goes for the Ray.
Meep.
Song on one, and this could be it. Another setup on Meep. Will he survive? He revivals at 20%, clutching out a huge Shayloon's gift, instantly healing himself to full. And here comes Ascendance from Sol. He gets cheap shot on it. Is he just going to fall over? It's so much damage from the Subtlety Rogue and the Frost Mage. Sol holds on by a thread. Sol now into polymorphs. Trill in a stun. Both teams trying to negate each other's advances as they're pushing towards Sam, trying to get his ice block. Sidu gets a stun on the healer. Dallas pre-bears the stun, increasing his armor and allowing him to survive as he kicks a polymorph, and he continues to develop bleeds. Here's the Feral Frenzy. Big push. Dallas jumps over to Sidu, gets an in-cap roar. Meep rolls in, but he gets caught by a Sheep, but Sam has to block at the same time. He cancels it to try and get aggressive. A full song onto Meep. Sol in trouble. A huge heal comes through there. He's actually going to be fine. Dallas into bear form, trying to stay stable here, trying to keep their push, trying to keep the aggression on Sam. Dallas on the right side of that pillar, trying to re-stealth, I think. He might be able to get it if they're not careful. He jumps in, full maim stun. Sam can't escape. He's still running that Shimmer. All these maim stuns just sitting full duration, but Dance and Blades available. Where is Trill going to go with this? He gouges Meme. They set up Dallas. He's in bear. They smoke bomb, but he got pre-life cocooned. So they swap over on Sol, but Sol trinket walls. Is he going to die through it? The anticipation right there from Meep to life cocoon that smoke bomb. Now they get a triple in-cap roar. Sam is in trouble. Sidu has to life cocoon and trinket, and it's back and forth. It's neck and neck. Either team could take this.
Yeah, big setups here as well. No way out here for Meepmonk. Actually, he's going to trinket, just comes back up, and he's going to immediately pop it. Huge push here from Direwolves. They got basically everything here. They could kill Sol. They could kill Meepmonk as well. And on the next Ray of Frost, it is available. The Shadow Dance is available. They're just biding their time right now. Cedar, though, in a full Cyclone. They're trying to push Sam I Am for his second Ice Block. Cedar doesn't have any major healing. He gets the Celestial Conduit there, actually. Here comes the setup. Beautifully done. Dallas could just be toast right now, and he he is gonna go down. Maybe 10% HP. Huge damage coming through. They don't have enough CC Sol. I think saved the day there in the back with just a couple of heals on the Elishama. Dallas somehow miraculously survived. That setup was so clean, but now they're going after Sol. He's got nothing left. Can I get a sheep onto Meepmox? MIM is fishing for it, and he finds it. Big damage here now onto Sol. He's got nothing. He's gonna trade actually the burrow. That's his last defensive cooldown. They couldn't get the stun in time, but now they stun up Dallas again. He's gonna trinket, and that is going to be the life cocoon coming through from Meep. Now they've got the cooldowns. It's time to run on the side of the Wolves. Can they get anything here from Sam I Am? Dallas is pushing him behind the pillar. Sol, though, meanwhile, getting annoyed by Trill. Kidney shot, Gouge, just slowing him down. They know it's their turn to get aggressive on the side of F tier, but they're not allowing it to happen. Okay,
he gets 30% of his mana back from T. I'm saying he's behind. He's behind on mana at this rate. Even running the Gnome, even trying to be more mana efficient, he's actually behind. I don't think that's a good sign for the late game. I feel like they're going to have to win with Burst. Dallas Barkskins this stun lock. Will he survive? Looks like he will. Meep repositioned. Sol is moving in. They want to get on Sam, but he's just so tricky to get to at the moment. They're just throwing Trill at them, and they can't push in. Finally, Dallas is looking to connect, looking for a Cyclone, gets counterspelled. Now Meep doesn't have to deal with it, at least. So I do like the Feral Druid soaking that interrupt. Sam's getting pressured here. We're at the 5.5 minute mark, almost 6 minute mark. Dampening is high. That number at the top middle reduces healing by the number that you see, and it goes up over time. So healing is now reduced 28%. It gets increasingly more difficult in the match for both sides to recover as a result, inevitably leading to a conclusion. Sidhu rolls in. He gets the song off the sweep, and Dallas, no trinket, smoke bomb. This could be it. Meep is there. Meep is there, but it's not enough.
Insane.
It's not enough. The Dire Wolves do it. They clutch it in Game 5 with the Subtlety Rogue.
That was a crazy play from Sidhu. Sidhu pushes in, gets the leg sweep song of GG. Then he rolls over and incaps Sol, so he can't get that Tremor Totem to remove the sleep. And he cross CCs basically the enemy team while his rogue and mage isolates Dallas and takes him out. We're gonna see it on the replay. That was actually really nice. And I don't know if Meep heard you, but like he was sitting down for a drink there for a second, and maybe he agreed. He's tapped on mana, and he realized that he needs to get that late game advantage. So Sidhu decided to push in and punish it, and we're gonna see it right here. So this was earlier. Look at Sol here, by the way, saving the day. Look at his Hex. This was crazy. Hex healing surge, but the healing surge gets interrupted, but it's enough. And look at Sidhu here, gets the leg sweep, song of GG, and then immediately goes over to Sol, cross CCs him as well, and then Meep is just trinketing, trying to get in there, but it is too little, too late, and they managed to get the kill. Look at, oh, this is a nice camera. Look at that. That's a good camera overview right here, and they have the damage to finish it off. Dire Wolves, I mean, like we said, we don't really know like how viable the sub Frost is going to be in this matchup, but yeah, it looks like this is something they definitely know how to play on the side of Dire Wolves. Really entertaining also to watch it, and I really like what they do with this setup, because you explained it earlier with the bear form, right? The bear form gives the Feral Druid basically extra armor, extra line of defense, and every single time they do these setups, they do a Dragon's Breath on Dallas so that he can't activate that bear form. So Dallas, a lot of the time, like you see it right here, Dragon's Breath on Dallas, boom, kidney shot. And a lot of the setups, they want to start them like that, so Dallas doesn't activate that survival instinct, which he just activated now. He can't activate that right before he gets stunned, and basically will take 0 damage into stun. Can't activate that bear form. So using that Dragon's Breath on the target that you want to kill, gouging the target that you want to kill, then CCing everyone else, and then stunning the target out of that Dragon's Breath or gouge, that is the optimal way to play that rogue mage. And yeah, Dire Wolves 3-2 pulled through.
Who had a 3-2 prediction? Please don't say it's you, Zico.
I don't know, actually. I think I said 3-2, didn't I? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
No.
I did.
No, you're getting too powerful.
See, they changed the predictions so that we wouldn't forget what they are. And
yeah.
There
I said 3-2.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, all right.
Well, I had my first wrong prediction today, so yeah.
Oh, your first wrong prediction? Is that the first one ever this weekend so far?
Yeah, I wanted to
so
do
hard for you.
I wanted to do 100% win rate weekend. Can you please feel bad for me?
No. Shan't.
What about you, Sam?
In fact, I hope you get more.
I need to just copy Zico more. Why did I pick something different? I could have just copied. I had the chance. Every time I get the chance, I need to take it.
I just feel bad for predicting against team, for predicting against Cedu's team both times, and I just, I was wrong. I
You're
owe
a
them an
double
apology.
two-time betrayer, two-time traitor.
I am. I'm
Cedu's
so
team has been
sorry,
valuable today.
Direwolves. I owe you. Yes. I mean, can we talk about that? Like that. I feel like that series was completely turned around by F tier midway through. It's like they flipped the switch and they're like, all right, we're gonna win this now. And then at the last minute, Cedu comes in and they're like, he's like, nah, you thought. Insane way to end the day.
They're just
Shows
them.
a lot of
They're
heart.
just dangling it in their face.
Yeah.
Like, we let you win those 2 games just to make you feel even worse about losing.
Well, a lot of teams will actually tilt when they're up 2-0 and then like they're starting to get reverse swept. They lose the first one, they're like, it's fine. Then they lose the second one, and then it's like, oh, what are we gonna do? But Direwolves, they just kind of circled through their options. They try the Fire Mage, they try the Windwalker, then they try the Sub Rogue Frost, and they're just confident on many different comps, and eventually it's gonna work out. They get rewarded with a Championship Sunday ticket.
Yeah. Very, very cool to see. So I'm excited to see what they do on Championship Sunday. But here's the final bracket for North America. We've got the top 4. We've got Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung in the upper bracket. Z-Rated versus Direwolves. Direwolves started off the day down in the lower bracket, and they are proving that they belong here. They do not want to get knocked out of the tournament, and you can see it in their gameplay. You can see it in those final moments with Cedu saving the day. But Z-Rated, definitely not going to make it easy for them for Championship Sunday. Of course, if you missed yesterday's games, we also had Europe. We've got 4 teams left over there as well for Cup number 1, Zico in Midnight, because we've stressed so much, or perhaps not enough. They've only got 3 cups to prove themselves as a team.
3 cups. That is, you got to get that top 3. If you're 4th to 8th, you get the gauntlet spot, and the winner of that gauntlet gets the last spot, and then you got to get top 2 on the finals. If you're 3rd place, then you get to play in a cross-region 1v1. So the way it's going to work is we play these 3 cups. Top 3 teams automatically qualify for the finals. The bottom 5 teams will play in the gauntlet. The winner of that gauntlet will also qualify to the finals. After that, we have a mid-season clash between the 3rd place team in the finals from EU and the one in NA. And they will play a cross-region tournament against each other, or a cross-region show match, basically. And whoever wins that, they get the last spot in BlizzCon. So, yeah, you can see it right there, the cross-region show match, EU versus NA. 3rd place. That game is going to be insane.
Oh, here. For sure.
You're just 1v1 against the other region for a BlizzCon spot. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, that's I am beyond excited for that. So definitely make sure you're keeping an eye out for that. That's going to be on June 12th. And then I don't know if you mentioned Zico. We've also got that Chinese team playing. One team from that region will be joining us at BlizzCon as well. And I cannot be more excited to welcome that region back to BlizzCon. So looking forward to all of that. But of course, we've got 2 more cups to get through. We've also got the first Championship Sunday to get through. But that is it for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Same time, same place. We're here on Twitch, also YouTube. Also, if you want some updates on the goings on, if you just want to be just on Twitter and you're just lurking, you can go to the WoW Esports Twitter as well. And we are giving you guys constant updates on all of WoW Esports. So thank you guys so much. We'll see everybody tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you guys so much. Good night.